Good morning, good morning, good morning, amazing law nerd. It's Thursday, it's January 29th. I still can't believe we're in 2026, and here we are at the end of January and in trial, even though I said, you guys, I don't have time to cover trial. We don't have time to cover trial. We've got things to do. There's much to be done before Corey Richins goes to trial. And alas, we're here covering trial. So here we are covering trial. We are going into day 9 of Virginia versus Brendan Banfield. He's on the stand in his own defense. And what we know from the parts of the jury trial conference that we saw is that the defense is probably going to be leaning in almost like a defense of others, heat of passion type of an argument, that Banfield went into the home, saw Joseph Ryan, who was an unknown third party, attacking Christine Banfield and stabbed her or stabbing her, and then he shot Joseph Ryan to protect Christine Banfield, and then he tried to stop the bleeding with his hands and no towels, and it details everyone. And that's what went down. So this should not, in fact, be a first-degree murder case, if it's a murder case at all. And heat of passion can be a second-degree murder. There is some room for the jury to navigate what degree of murder this is if they believe him. Where am I on this case going into today? Well, I was impressed by the audacity of his testimony. I think that the jury is going to be interested in what he has to say. I can't even do the like poor me eyes that he keeps doing. He keeps looking at the jury going, and then looking at his attorney, and then it's wild. Trying to swallow a smile when he's talking about how many affairs he had is wild. The audacity to get up and talk about how loving his marriage was, and then brag? Is that the right word? You let me know if that's too strong or not strong enough. And then kind of flex about how many affairs he had. Nobody thinks you're cool, my guy. Nobody thinks you're cool. Nobody thinks you're cool. It was pointed out in chat and in the comments section that he gave tremendously more detail about the beginning of his affair with Juliana than he did about how you met your wife in college. He didn't have a lot of descriptions for his relationship with his wife, for their life together. We liked to hike. We liked to do this. Everything he talked about from his relationship also involved him. Nothing that he liked about his wife, that he loved about his wife, that he thought his wife was a badass, that he thought that she was amazing and she's a nurse, and that she... No. More love, it seems, for the McDonald's app and the QR code and free hash browns. And while everybody loves a free hash browns, they are in fact delicious. The fact that he is sitting on the stand talking about his deceased wife, who he supposedly loved so much, with less emotion than he talked about the McDonald's app and the cookies his friends brought him for his birthday, you guys. That's really telling. It's really noticeable. And the jury is going to notice it too. And we are going to see, we're going to see whatever this is. You have watched a lot of trials with me. In fact, this is the #1 most watched trial stream. You have watched a lot of trials with me, law nerds, and we have seen real emotion from witnesses, from friends of victims. Most recently, in the Walsh case, the devastation you saw from Anna Walsh's friends when they were trying to not be overwhelmed with emotion, recounting her last interactions with them, is a stark difference from him recounting the last time he saw his wife alive in his version, when she told him how much she loved him and good luck at his big meeting at work, because he was going to get a promotion because he had a big presentation that he needed to give at work. Big meeting, 20 minutes at McDonald's. Don't ask questions, but big meeting. And we have seen some of those stark differences. And humans, even if they're not watching a lot of trials, have experienced that in their life. And that's what jurors take into the jury room with them. The things that were notable for me in this case before we got to the defendant being on the stand I think one of the most poignant pieces of evidence that was elicited during the defense case was that in the two instances that Banfield and Juliana were off together having a little bit of a vacay, there was no activity on FetLife. There was no activity on the Telegram account. None. Sometimes it's the voids in things that tell the louder story than the actual activity. And that forensic evidence tells a pretty clear story for me. And that starts to stack up in addition to the blood evidence, in addition to what we know about Christine, in addition to what we've heard about her devices and the fact that in the history of her devices, going back to the mid-2000s, anybody want police to go through your devices back to the mid-2000s? Right. Going through her devices back to the mid-2000s, and she was never even so much as exploring a lifestyle that would lead her to FetLife, looking for a safe and consensual encounter. Not even a whisper. And that also spoke very loudly to me. And then we get to her cell phone being turned off in the morning and put in a drawer. I don't know, guys. I don't know if Christine Banfield was awake that morning. I don't know if she was. He says she was. Take that with what you take as testimony. And remember, at the end of all this, the jurors get an instruction saying that you may disregard all of a witness's testimony if you don't find them to be credible. That goes for him. That also goes for Juliana. You may believe all, some, or none of a witness's testimony, which means that jurors will be told that they can believe some of Juliana's testimony and not other parts. Do I think Juliana was downplaying things in her testimony? Absolutely. Does that mean that the things that she did say weren't facts? No. And the forensic evidence really did bear out a lot of what Juliana said. Also, the timing of Juliana flipping after Banfield was arrested, I wonder if we're going to get a little bit more insight as to why she was worried about whether he would go after her today. And I wonder if that's where he's going with his testimony today, or if he's going to maintain that we had nothing to do with it. We had an affair. She followed me up the stairs. And I turned left. She turned left. Okay. So he's back on the stand. And we're gonna see how that goes. Will we find out what type of cookie he was eating in the morning? Because his friends brought him cookies. We're gonna find out? Or are we just going to hear more about how much Banfield thinks about himself? My bedroom, my bed, my house. It's telling. And dude, you're not Zayden Ryerson. If you get to my chair, I'm fucking out. All right. To the trial that we are now in. We are now in it. We are in it. We are literally in so deep. Let's go to court. Law nerds, let's go to court. Buckle up for the audacity of this dude. Let's go to court. Let's go to court. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. Oh, yes, chat. I'm sorry that I forgot to mention. Please be seated. Okay, it's not a hear ye. He also thinks he's tall. Yes, my daughter. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye, law nerds of the chat. Draw near and ye shall be enraged by this testimony. Emily, you haven't even seen what's happening today. I don't need to. I saw yesterday. Judge Penny Ascaride presiding and trying not to lose her fucking shit on this defense attorney who remains one of the most unorganized attorneys I have ever seen. And 3 days of forensic evidence for the Commonwealth to destroy it in like 10 minutes. Okay. It's sure, counsel. Here we are. Let's just. I just wanted to hear.
Good morning. So affirm to accurately proceedings in this case for the possibility on a penalty of law. Thank you.
All right. Do we have any preliminary matters before the jury? Yes.
You had one too, yes?
Yes.
You go first. Yours is shorter.
Judge,
Hello, Madam Prosecutor. We love a jacket. Here for it.
there were objections to exhibits 10 and 16 because the Commonwealth indicated
Oh,
that
let me know where you're
there
coming in from and what you're
more
drinking.
than
I
the
forgot
two
to ask.
pages that were there.
Okay,
So
all
we
right.
found those.
We've taken care of that.
We're in
So,
agreement, yes.
so 10 and 16 are admitted into evidence. Okay.
And I have the updated versions, Judge, which we can put on the
Okay. That's fine.
exhibits at the end
If
of
you
the
just
day.
get those to me at close of business today, we'll have 10 and 16 in evidence.
Thank
Okay.
you.
She did say yours is shorter. She said what the defense needs to bring to light to the court is shorter, so they probably chatted about it.
That would be,
I'll see if I can make closed
Okay,
captioning.
Your Honor,
bigger. We're
we
using
are
something different
requesting
today.
permission to add an individual to our witness list for rebuttal.
Ooh.
Given the defendant's testimony yesterday, we were approached by a witness who indicated that they had specific information that
What?
was contrary to something the defendant testified to. This is
Chat. Put a one in the chat. Is this about Christine having affairs? Is this about Christine having affairs? Because I feel like that anyone who knows Christine Banfield is probably sitting there going, "Oh, fuck no." I wonder if that's about the allegation that Christine was having affairs. Maybe it's not, but I'm real curious. We're adding a witness to the witness list that came to us because they have specific information contrary to something the defendant testified to. The Depp heard courtroom and trials being streamed is something else, because then someone can just see this at home. They don't have to be sitting in the courtroom and go, "That's not true." And that happened in Depp heard. Ooh, buddy.
Given the defendant's testimony yesterday, we were approached by a witness who indicated that they had specific information that was contrary to something the defendant testified to. This is a surprise to the Commonwealth. We were not obviously aware of what the defendant was going to say yesterday. And
Neither
this
were
witness
we.
was not one who we had this information from in the past. So we are asking to add T. Patrick Smith to our witness list for rebuttal.
Steve Patrick.
Not closed captioning calling T. Patrick Smith TEA Patrick Smith. No way. Okay, T. Patrick Smith, let's get it.
Smith.
T,
T.
letter T, Patrick Smith.
Gotcha.
Some of you are saying maybe it's the supervisor from his work saying, "Nuh-uh, he wasn't up for a promotion. He wasn't up for this. That's possible too. That's a good thought too. Can you imagine? Ooh. Y'all, he's lying about work. That's a good option. Oh, that's a good option too. That's a good option too.
Yes, sir.
I haven't seen anything about this, Judge, so I would like to see if there's any sort of
Ask your client.
report as to who this person was, or
I mean,
what
you
other-
can.
what the basis of it is.
Counsel turn around and be like, "Who's T. Patrick Smith and what level of tea is he about to bring?"
Okay. I mean, you can talk to Ms. Sands at a break. You can. I
Sure.
assume you don't.
I can
think
tell the
this-
court now. I can tell Mr. Carroll later. However, the
Tell
court
us
would prefer.
now.
What would you like?
We can have a break and talk about it.
Okay, that's
Said.
fine. It's a rebuttal witness, so I'm not going to have an objection to it. But you can get the information that you need.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anything further?
No, ma'am. Thank
All
you.
right, Mr. Banfield, if you want to go ahead and take the stand.
Oh, buddy, who's T. Patrick Smith?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just can't.
Your mic. Your
Your Honor,
mic.
what I was asking was if he could have a bottle of water, but it looks as though the deputy's already taken
there.
care of that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Huh. That'll be real interesting. That'll be real interesting. Hey, sir, you lying? You gonna get caught? You gonna try to fix it? You gonna try to fix it? I'm gonna zoom while they bring in the jury.
Good next question, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. All right. Your next question, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Banfield, we left off, and I had asked you the question on February 24th, 2023, had you touched anyone's devices other than yours?
No, I had not.
And
The law nerds law nerds ain't got no quit. Number of you in the chat are like, T. Patrick Smith is listed on LinkedIn as a special agent at the IRS, Fairfax County, Virginia. Oh boy, buddy. The big meeting, the big meeting. I'm going to get promoted. Oh, I love this. I love all of this. Thank you, T. Patrick Smith.
had you,
T. Patrick Smith, if you're watching, we appreciate you, man. We appreciate it. We love a surprise rebuttal witness because trials are streamed. That look, open access to courts is an important thing.
had you specifically touched the laptop that you know was Christine's laptop that she used for work,
No, I did not.
or her phone?
No, I didn't touch either the laptop or her phone.
Now, we were speaking about February 24th, 2023, at the time that we broke for the night last night. One of the things that I wanted to get into, and it will require us to go back.
No.
Juliana Perez Magalhaes was your au pair, correct?
Yes,
Among other things.
She worked through a company, correct?
yes.
And what were the limitations in terms of what she could do in terms of work, and how long could she
For real.
stay?
In general, she could work, I believe, 45 hours a week. Her term for how long she could stay, she had a contract with us for a year.
And then
Okay. And at the time that you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you and she started a relationship, had she wanted to extend at that point?
She had already extended her visa for a second year. So I believe it was October of 21 that she came for her first year. And then she extended for a second year, which would have gone to October of 23. But no, she had not indicated anything about extending further.
Okay.
And she couldn't be extended further as an au pair at that point, is my
Right.
understanding.
Chad, is that
But
easier to see?
when she first came, she was, how long was she supposed to be staying?
1 year.
Okay. And there came a time where.
I'm gonna put this back up at the top. You guys
she
like this is easier to
requested
see? All right.
Extend. When
I'll
did
just put
that
this up here.
happen in terms of the time frame we're
Oh,
talking
I'm gonna have to
about?
make that a little smaller. It's gonna block his face.
Maybe that summer, that summer prior that summer of 22.
22. Okay. Would that have been prior to the two of you, your relationship changing?
I believe it had been discussed prior to that, but I don't know that decisions were made.
Okay. Now, as part of her cultural care obligations or your obligations, what did you have to do on your side to assist her?
I didn't do anything to assist her. Christine was the one that handled all the cultural care forms, payments,
Okay.
whether or not to extend or I didn't do anything with that process really.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was pretty much mainly Christine, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe that she had all the contact with, I don't know the exact title, but the person that manages the au pairs.
Okay. Well, then if she had done that, then I won't ask you any further questions about that.
You
Now,
distracted?
we were previously talking about February 24th, 2023. And I think you had described for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you had come back from the McDonald's, correct?
Yes.
And when you arrived back from the McDonald's, who did you see there?
Valerie and Juliana were at my white Ford Fusion vehicle. They were parked in the cul-de-sac, kind of in front of my neighbor's house, just outside my driveway.
And do you recall, was the car running? Were they in the car? Were they out of the car?
They were in the car at that point. I don't recall if it was running. It's a hybrid, so you don't necessarily hear the engine when it's kind of in idle.
Okay. And when,
fair.
when you approached Juliana, what, if anything, did you do?
I asked her if the person just went into the house, as that was a question from previously, and she had indicated yes.
Okay.
That was a question from previously, and she had indicated yes? Are you annoyed with your lawyer, or are you trying to say that what Juliana said was true?
Okay. And was there a specific, at that point, did you know how the person got into the house?
I knew that they got into the house through the front door, but I didn't know more than that. It sounded to me at that point that they just went into the house without delay, I guess.
Okay. In terms of what you were told by others?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what did you do at that point?
I told Juliana to stay at the car.
Okay. And what about regard to Valerie?
I didn't address Valerie specifically, but they were in the car, and
Stay in the
I
car.
had just told Juliana
clear.
specifically to stay at the car.
In doing that, was it your intent that she would stay with Valerie?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, after you told her that, what did you do?
I walked partially down my driveway. My driveway is kind of a little bit long because it splits between me and my neighbor's driveway. And this was so that I could see a little bit better of what was going on.
The way that you were describing what's happening, and I believed you walked up the driveway. I do. The way you are describing what's happening as an observer is a really interesting way to describe this morning. Are you going to tell me that you were then looking at the bushes and you were like, gosh, the bushes really need to be cut? And I was looking at the bushes and really trying to figure out when we were going to garden. You're detailing the walk up the driveway. You didn't go to the car and say, what happened? Somebody went in the front door, stay here and run to the front door and like bust it in? No, you, You guys, he has a long driveway.
Yes.
Okay. At that point, after you told her that, what did you do?
I walked partially down my driveway. My driveway is kind of a little bit long because it splits between me and my neighbor's driveway. And this was so that I could see a little bit better of what was going on. And this is when I saw a silver Jeep in the driveway, and that my front door was closed.
You didn't notice the
So
Jeep?
at this point,
Did it have a snowplow on the
knowing
front?
what you know at the point that you saw the silver Jeep, how did that make you feel, and what were you concerned about at that point?
Your attorney doesn't know many things, but even he knows that some emotion at this point might be appropriate.
I guess it made me very anxious. I didn't know what was going on. I had concerns that this was going to be an affair, but I didn't know really what was going on at that point.
Okay.
This was going to
Did you
be an
think to call
affair?
911 at that point?
I didn't think that it wasn't on my mind at this point that this was some type of violent or threatening encounter.
Then why didn't you just tell Juliana to get a picture of the car and go to your big meeting? We've heard so much about this meeting. If you weren't worried and you thought that your wife was having an affair, which you apparently casually have all the time, hey, Juliana, get a picture of the car. I'll ask her about it when I get home. And go to your meeting. You're having an affair. So why aren't you just going to work if you're not worried that anybody's, hurt? A number of you chat said, or call your wife. He had called her. I think he called her 2 or 3 times. And funny thing is, her phone was off. He knew her phone was off because they turned it off, but her phone was off.
So what, if anything, did you do at that point?
I didn't continue going down the driveway. I basically made a right, which would be over the grass of my property, and headed towards my back fence.
Okay.
My.
But you were closer to the front door, is that correct?
Yes, I was closer to the front door at that point.
So you're so
Why
worried
didn't
that
you
you
go
went
to the
around the
front door?
back?
My front door has a electronic door lock. You would enter a code in order to gain access to the door, and every button that you push makes a beeping noise, and then the deadbolt makes a mechanical noise as it unlocks. It makes quite a bit of noise,
Oh, you didn't want anyone to hear you.
and I didn't want all of that noise.
And what was your concern if there was going to be noise in the front?
I believe that. That I believe. I don't think for the reason he's about to explain. But I do believe that he didn't want the beep booping. Yep. Mm-hmm. I didn't want all that noise. Listen to the way that he says that.
And I didn't want all of that noise.
And what was your concern if there was going to be noise in the front area of your house?
I didn't know what was going on. If there was an affair going on, I didn't want to alert it at that point. I also thought about just getting the lunches for Valerie and Juliana that they were missing and leaving. That was also a thought.
Let me get this straight. You left early because you had this huge career-altering meeting. You've mentioned nothing about the lunches. Your nanny is parked at the end of the driveway with Valerie, and you're going in to get the lunches, but you don't want to push the code into the front door because you don't want all that noise to alert your presence? So you're going to leave McDonald's, drive home, go around the back, worry about the noise, and then go get the lunches for the person that's parked outside. It's going to be a long fucking day, chat.
Okay. Now, you're talking about the lunches. Why do you say that?
Juliana had informed me that she did not bring the lunches that she was going to take to the zoo for her and Juliana, as for her and Valerie.
Okay. And
It's twice he's mixed up names. I swear I'm going to eat breakfast and let him talk. I showed Dr. B yesterday about 3 minutes of this testimony because Dr. B is like, how was your day? And I'm like, I can't even make my eyebrows do the like, oh, poor me. My face doesn't face that way. And in the 3 minutes of testimony about the cookies, because I'm going to share that with everyone that I know. I might have clipped it and sent it to a lot of the prosecutors that I worked with. But beside the point, Dr. B's like, the way he talks is so condescending that if I was on the jury, I would be so frustrated listening to him because his manner of speaking is incredibly condescending. And I was like, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Dr. B watched.
moving forward, did you ultimately find those lunches in the
He would have pissed off Dr. B.
Yes, they were
Immediately.
I believe the upper left of the refrigerator.
Okay. So if you can, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
That's a lot of
give them
detail.
an idea of from the front door, and I think it shows in some of the body worn camera, but if you could explain it, the front door and the noise from the front door was a concern to you. Why, based on the layout of the house?
So the front door kind of leads to the
Misleading.
foyer. The foyer is 2 levels and goes to, basically it's echoes right to the top of the stairs. The stairs are immediately to the right of the front door. And when, if you were to go up the stairs, the hallway is open to the foyer.
And is it easy to hear what happens at the front door?
Basically, everywhere on the main level can hear when the front door beeps and unlocks.
Okay, so we left off where you were going around the back to the backyard.
Yes.
What, if anything, did you do at that point?
I unlocked my back gate. There's a carabiner latch on there to make sure that the dog does not unlatch it. So I unlatched that carabiner and reclosed.
You were so worried you didn't go to the big meeting. And you went around and were like unlocking the gate. And you know that the lunches are in the upper left of the refrigerator. I have never seen anyone detail leading up to a traumatic event quite like this. And we've watched a lot of different kinds of testimony. This is a new.
The gate and then
Kind of
headed
feels
around
spectery.
to my back basement door.
Okay, and did you access the house?
Yes, I unlocked the door and while I was unlocking the door, my dog was in the basement, which is unusual, as the basement has a door that's pretty much always closed. So my dog Lily doesn't have access to the basement normally, and she was jumping up.
Then why was there a food bowl in the crime scene photos in the basement? Could have been a water bowl. Why was there a dog bowl at the bottom of the stairs in the basement then? If she's not down there, there was a doggy door at the top of the stairs, which, I mean, could have also been for the 4-year-old. But,
And down at the back door when I was going down there.
Now, let's just talk about the locked door from the back where you came in. How did you access that?
With my key.
Okay. And in
counsel, just let him tell what happened. Emily, same girl, same, I know. Yeah, I know. Just what happened?
in general, were your doors locked when you left the house?
Yes.
He wasn't the
Okay,
last
was
one
that
to leave.
something that you took care to make sure of?
I mean, the basement door wasn't used. The basement door wasn't used too frequently, so it remained locked almost all the time. Sometimes the back door by the deck.
Where her phone
Sometimes
was?
that would be forgotten to be unlocked
thought that was a
because
patio
that's
door.
the door that we let the dog in and out of 20 times a day.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I interrupted you. So you,
It's fair. Tabby Cat said Emily did not just say the fucking doggy door was for the 4-year-old. It wasn't a doggy door. It was a gate. We could call it a baby gate, but it was a gate at the top of the stairs going down to the basement, not a doggy door to like the outside where you could walk in and out. So in the crime scene photos, you could see the gate at the very top of the stairs going down to the basement. And then the basement door, I don't think had a doggy door. So that is my apologies for calling the gate at the top of the stairs. But yes, because yes, baby gate, doggy door, same.
were in the basement and you were there with your dog. What's your dog's name?
Lily.
And what, if anything, did you notice about Lily's behavior when you went into the basement?
Leading, irrelevant. The prosecutor's face is giving. WTF. Who cares about the dog?
This about Lily's behavior when you went.
I mean, Chad, I know you all want to know if Lily is the bestest girl and who she's staying with, and you very much hope it's not his parents. I completely understand. But really, at this point,
to the basement.
Lily was kind of frantic is how I would describe it. She's normally pretty calm when members of the family come home. She'll just normally greet you.
okay, what type of dog? How old is
Go about her
she?
business. She's not a young dog, but she was jumping up and down, and as it went in, she was spinning in circles and whining and I guess kind of chattering. She doesn't really bark. She kind of howls and moans and growls in terms of her communication.
What kind of
Okay.
dog is
And
she?
was she doing those things?
Yes.
And
Because earlier he said he had huskies. And if Lily is a husky and you're going to tell me that dog is not making noise, I'm just calling bullshit. Huskies talk more than I do.
you indicated that there was a gate between the basement and the upstairs. Is that correct?
Well, when I had mentioned the gate, that meant the gate to the backyard.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But when I entered the basement, there was also a baby gate, but we used the gate for the dog. But not really all the time. The gate was blocking the stairs to go upstairs. The gate is, sometimes we would use it outside at the back deck to prevent the dog from going downstairs if it was particularly muddy out, or sometimes when some of the older members of our family were at the house, we would block the stairs going upstairs so that Lily would not bump into some of the older members of our family that aren't as stable. But the gate wasn't generally in use. The gate was usually in my garage and Lily would have access to the main floor of the house and the upstairs of the house generally.
And there's a dog bed in your bed.
We're talking about him abandoning his plan to go to work to come home because he is concerned. And we are spending an inordinate amount of time discussing the habits of the dog. And well, if we're not going to get to see a picture of the dog, what are we doing? Also, we all saw the FetLife messages where the messages said, I have a dog. Don't worry. The dog will be in the basement. Just let her be.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Would Lily have access to that part of the house?
Yes, Lily would have access to my bedroom generally at all points.
My bedroom.
She would generally sleep in my room.
Okay.
We saw the dog bed in the crime
now,
scene photos.
And likewise, would she have access to what was Juliana's room and Valerie's room and all the other rooms?
She didn't normally have access to Juliana's room because Juliana kept her door closed all the time. She did have access to Valerie's room, but she didn't tend to go into Valerie's room unless someone else was also in Valerie's room.
Okay. So you're in the basement, and
You've had a cookie. Did you finish your breakfast sandwich? I don't think we ever got clarification on that.
As I was opening the basement door, I kind of
We're not even in the basement yet.
Lily inside. She was kind of in the way of me going inside.
Maybe I misunderstood. I thought that Lily was in the basement. I didn't think there was are we talking about the door? I didn't think there was a door from the basement into the main floor of the house. I thought, are you now talking about the door to come into the basement?
But I saw that Juliana and Valerie were coming down the brick path, maybe 20, 30 feet away after I had opened the door. And Juliana was carrying Valerie and had followed me.
And after your last discussion with Juliana, had you communicated with her in any way to come down to the house?
I never told her to come down to the house.
Okay. So your previous statement of stay in the car was still standing, I guess?
Thanks, chat. Going out of the basement
I
into the house.
believe that it was. After I told her, that was how I ended my conversation with her, was for her to stay in the car.
Okay. So when they got to the basement, what, if anything, did you do?
I allowed them access to the basement. I had the door, I guess, partially open for them. And
that's weird.
then as they came in, I closed the door behind them.
Okay. And did you indicate to Juliana and Valerie anything relating to where they should stay?
We had a conversation in the basement. Again, I had searched the basement a little bit, and there's mainly one large room in the basement. There's also a bedroom, but in the large room where the couches are and the TV is, and there was workout equipment in there at that point. I looked around that room for a little bit and didn't see anybody. Very short time. But
And why were you looking around? the
Dude, you're
basement?
not Biggie.
well, I
Nobody's
thought
tapping the
that there was
phone in the
somebody
basement.
in the house, but I didn't know where that person was.
Okay.
You thought there was an affair. Why the fuck you looking around the basement? I thought there was somebody in the house. If you thought they were in the house having an affair, why are you worried about it searching the basement?
And so in terms of your search of the basement, did you do it like a law enforcement officer?
I would say that it was a quick search. The lights were off in the basement when I arrived, and I didn't hear any people or movement in the basement other than ourselves and the dog. So
Okay.
I wouldn't say, I didn't go into like the bedroom closet in the basement or check behind the shower curtain. I didn't do things like that in terms of a search. So, but I did, I guess, walk the main room. There wasn't anyone by the couches. There wasn't anyone by my desk, things like that.
Okay. And were those all in the open area?
Yes,
And did you look into any of the other areas? I mean, other
I
than
did.
the
I did open the bedroom. I did open the bedroom door that's in the basement, and I also didn't observe anyone there.
You whatever concern that caused you to do that you didn't have that any further, correct?
I did not have further concern that there was someone else in the basement that shouldn't be there.
Counsel, just
what, if anything, did you do?
yeah, right, Chad. Counsel, just let him explain. The questions aren't happening. We need less detail. Melanie in the chat said, freeze, hands up, it's the IRS. It's like, freeze, CPA. Yes, Melanie, yes. That's a yes. The amount of detail versus, can you tell us what happened as you went into the bedroom? I don't know if he's trying to let him settle into his testimony and have a bit more natural pacing. I don't know why his counsel is trying to ask him for this. I don't think it's helpful. I think the question of, did you ever tell Juliana to come to the house, makes sense because he is charged with counts relating to child endangerment. There's 2 of them. So I understand I didn't ask Juliana to bring the kid here. That's just not going to work if they believe that this was a setup, which I actually think is an easier thing to call it than a catfish. And if this was a setup, then it doesn't, having Juliana and the kid even in the neighborhood is probably going to get you there, right?
Next.
Yes, he
frankly,
did
what
allow them.
instructions did
He
you
allowed
have
them
for
access to the
Juliana
house. That's true.
and, Valerie.
So I instructed Juliana. Well, actually, Valerie looked nervous.
I instructed Juliana. Actually, wait. No, Valerie looked nervous. I love that he also doesn't want to beep the keypad on the door because it'll make too much noise while also having a husky in the house.
I instructed Juliana. Well, actually,
Wait. Did you shake your head too? Chat. Come back. I know. I'm going to send some of you running to find your phone. Come look at his face when he says this. This is kind of like yesterday when he was like, there was no plan at this time. And we were like, oh, there was no plan at this time? Mm-hmm. Come back and look at him when he talks about, I instructed Juliana.
And frankly, what instructions did you have for Juliana?
Oh, okay. That might not be all him. Listen to his attorney's question. Bad question, counsel. Because counsel said, what instructions did you have for Juliana? That might be partly his attorney's fault because his client is going to grab on to the end of the sentence. and continue on with it. So that might not be him. That might be partly his lawyer.
And frankly, what instructions did you have for Juliana and Valerie?
So I instructed Juliana. Well, actually, Valerie looked nervous. She was kind of wide-eyed looking at me, and I knelt down to her, and I told her to stay there with Juliana, and she said, "Okay, Daddy."
And so at that point, when you were in the basement,
Non-responsive.
was there anything that caused your concern level to change from when you previously testified that you were outside?
It bothered me that the dog was in the basement, as she doesn't.
Anyone concerned at this point that that Valerie may have in fact been nervous because Juliana and his energy was so fucking weird? Because if they're just getting lunches that they forgot to go to the zoo, why would the 4-year-old be nervous if they're just picking up lunches? There's no reason for the 4-year-old to be nervous if they're just grabbing lunches and going to the zoo. That tells me that you were acting weird, if that's true.
Normally, she's not normally there, but I guess I was glad that she was in the basement at that point with Juliana and Valerie. Valerie loves Lily a lot and spends quite a lot of time with her. But it was also weird that, going back to Lily, it was also weird that Lily's food bowl was in the basement and it was spilled all over the floor. I think that also shows that Lily was
Shows what?
in a bit of a frantic state.
And so where would Lily
I don't recall seeing food all over the floor in the crime scene photos.
normally eat her food?
Her dog bowl is always in the living room. Her dog bowl is always in the dining room.
Too much information, man. Less information is harder to get tripped up on.
And so where would Lily normally eat her food?
Her dog bowl is always in the living room. Her dog bowl is always in the dining room where there's placemats for the dog on the floor, and that's where her water and food bowl are.
So the basement level is the lower level, correct?
Yes.
Where would that level that you're saying where Lily normally eats be?
That would be on the main level of the house where the living room, kitchen, dining room is.
Okay, and as you walk up the stairs from the basement, can you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some indication as to what direction you would go to find that?
So if you go up the basement stairs, there's a door that would need to be opened. Facing away from the basement stairs to the left would be the stairs to go up. Kind of directly in front of you would be a half bathroom. Slightly to the right would be a very, very short hallway, only a couple feet. To the right would lead to the living room. To the left, so walking down that very, very short hallway, to the right would be the living room.
Very, very short, y'all. It's a short hallway. Unlike him, he is very tall. He's going to tell you he's very tall. Mm-hmm.
To the left would be the kitchen, and through the through the doorway of the kitchen would be, the dining room where Lily's food bowl would be.
At some point,
Yeah, y'all, I don't think we've seen a case yet where they've talked about dogs where the dog's behavior has been expected. The testimony about Chloe was like, sure, dude. Same here. Same here.
Did you leave the basement?
Yes, after I spoke to Juliana and Valerie, I stepped over the dog gate and climbed the stairs.
Okay, so the dog gate was still in place?
Yes.
Did Lily attempt to follow?
No.
So
She can't jump over the gate.
So explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, to go up to the next level, you just was it one flight of stairs, 2 flights of stairs?
I mean, I would call it one flight of stairs, but it's, I don't know, 7, 8, 9 stairs, and then a small landing, and
Not
then
6, 7?
7 or 8 stairs again to the door.
Okay, and
Okay. So if there is a non-contiguous stairway divided by a landing, chat, do you consider it one set of stairs or 2? And if you are trying to retell what's happening before you walk into a traumatic event, are you parsing over whether it's 1 or 2 staircases in your retelling of the story?
the door would be the door to the basement?
Yes.
Okay, so did you go up that?
Right. See, there's variance on that. That's
basement
fair.
stairs?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, were you intending on doing when you went up there?
Finding out what was going on in my house.
Mhm.
When you got to that level, who was there?
When I went up the stairs, I closed the basement door behind me. I did not immediately see anybody on the main floor of my house. And I walked down that very short hallway past the half bathroom so that I could see into the living room and the kitchen area, of which I did not see anybody.
Okay, and
Sir, if your behavior makes sense, you don't have to sell it to the jury by explaining why you're doing things. In fact, I find that oftentimes when people are retelling traumatic events, it is more common to see them trying to say what they're doing and say, I don't know why I was doing what I was doing, or I don't remember what I was doing, or somehow I went from this point to this point. I have no memory in between because then this. The selling of the why I did this and this and that is tough. And you didn't hear anything at this point?
and was that a full search or just in the moment?
I guess
Full search, counsel?
I walked past the kitchen table, and I walked past the countertop, and also looked in the dining room. So I would say that I looked on the main floor of the house.
So you didn't see anyone on the main floor of the house?
No.
Did you hear anyone?
While I was looking on the main floor of the house, I heard sounds from upstairs.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you do at that point?
I moved closer to the upstairs. Stairs, to the stairs heading upstairs, but still on the main floor of the house.
We got it.
And was that a better position to hear or know what's going on?
That's where the sound seemed to be coming from. There's regular ceiling over the kitchen and living room area.
Did you hear your wife in
In the
distress?
foyer area that leads to upstairs, which is where I heard the sounds coming from.
Okay.
Because I was in the shower. Juliana's testimony, do you notice how much different the detail is in this versus Juliana's testimony? We're talking about the ceiling. For whatever you may think about Juliana, when she was retelling what she heard from upstairs, she seemed regretful. She didn't seem distressed very much, but regretful about what she had heard upstairs. Sad. And he's like, there were sounds. It seemed like they were coming from upstairs, but let me tell you about the ceiling.
And what, if anything, did you hear?
I heard the sounds of, I would say, moaning, as well as sound of skin on skin contact,
What did you think was going on at that point?
God.
sex.
Okay. Was, why didn't you call 911?
Oh, this man's face. I'm sorry that you're going to have to hear this again, chat. This is not at all how, first of all, Juliana described this. But oh my God. Oh my God. The look to his attorney. For any of you that have missed the other days of trial, first of all, I completely understand. And I kind of wish that we had missed some more days of trial too. But if you were just joining us in this case, they did do SA kits on the victim in this case and did not find that sex was in fact happening. So I don't think makes it much better for everything that Christine would have gone through, which I'm not going to talk about more, or I'm going to end up being much more emotional than he is, because it's fucking chilling thinking about what she was experiencing in her last moments. But you were sitting there for the testimony, sir, showing that in fact sex was not happening. And in fact, the only indication of sex happening was in the nanny's bed for you. The nanny's bed. Mm-hmm.
I would say moaning, as well as sound of skin on skin contact,
What did you think was going on at that point?
Your face, dude.
sex.
Okay. Was, why didn't you call 911 at that point?
Well, I believe that it was an affair that was going on at that point. That doesn't seem like an emergency for the police to be involved in, was my thought at that moment.
Okay. Now,
But y'all are having affairs all the time. That's what you said yesterday. I can't. I don't know, Chad. I am in full prosecutor mode with this dude. All of the spidey senses are up. It would be very hard to not cross-examine him, starting with, good morning, sir. So first, what the fuck? And the prosecutor being able to sit in court and not face too much is commendable. Also, you have a work mode. Mine is broken. I do this with you now. You just get to hear it out loud. This is some of the most enraging testimony I think I have ever seen. I think even Murdaugh's testimony didn't piss me off this much. It's fair that I didn't watch Charlie Adelson's testimony yet. We're going to do that.
what were you thinking at that point when you decided what that was?
What were you thinking?
I guess I was,
Even his attorney's questions are bad. Listen to this. Even his attorney's questions are bad. Counsel, you're giving away the story. Counsel, you're giving away the story. What were you thinking when you decided what that was? Counsel, your words, counsel.
Something to, that doesn't seem like an emergency for the police
Listen
to
to
be
his lawyer's
involved in, was
question.
my thought at that moment.
Okay. Now, what were you thinking at that point when you decided what that was?
I guess I was emotional at that point.
Really?
While Christine and I had affairs, we had never seen each other with anyone. No one was ever caught in the act or anything like that. Hearing what I thought was sex was upsetting.
So what were you thinking?
Not as upsetting as this testimony. We know what they found on your nanny's sheets, dude. Come on.
To do? What was your thought process at that point?
I thought about just getting the lunches and giving them to Valerie and Juliana and having them leave. I thought about just ignoring the situation and going to work and dealing with this after work, hopefully when no one else is there. I thought about how Christine had just taken off the day before because she was originally supposed to be working on the 24th. And I thought about, well, this seems to be why. I thought about, well, maybe this is why she took off on the 24th.
Okay.
I really thought that you were going with a heat of passion defense of others defense. But maybe not heat of passion defense of others. Are we going like, I saw her having sex, which we know forensically is not accurate, and then I shot him? Like I'm so surprised that this is the way that this testimony is going forward, and that you're describing all of the thoughts that you think the jury wants to hear that you were having.
Because I didn't know that she took off on the 24th until the night of the 23rd.
So what made
Sure.
you stop from your initial thought of leaving and getting the lunches and letting Juliana and Valerie go to the zoo?
Leading.
I guess as my mind was kind of racing in this moment, the sound, I guess, sounded like it changed to me.
What?
Instead of what I thought was the sounds of sex, I thought that
Oh no.
the impact sounded
No.
forceful, and that Christine's moaning sounded painful and not pleasurable, and that the distance between the sound of the skin-on-skin contact sounded too far apart for sex, and I thought that maybe she was being hurt.
So what did you do?
I started to go up the stairs.
Okay.
You're still not up the stairs yet? You've determined all of this and you haven't even gone up the stairs yet.
Did you draw your weapon at any point?
While I was walking up the stairs, I did unholster my weapon, and I angled my body going up the stairs so that I was facing the bedroom door, which once you go up several of the stairs, I can see, because I'm taller, but I could see the bedroom.
Well, sir, thank you for at least that break in the testimony. You guys, he can see clearly now because he's tall. The roller coaster of this testimony is wild. It's wild. Chat, I know you're asking for code red. We have nowhere else to go if we go to red, guys. We have nowhere else to go. Green, we're at Audacity, but his whole testimony is going to be Audacity. We should just set it to green permanently. Granted with Audacity, chat. Granted with Audacity. I don't know if we can get to what the fuck this early on in his testimony because we can't go redder than red, unfortunately. But since all of you feel kind of like you want to be sick based on his testimony, I think code green is appropriate, chat. But remember, guys, he's tall. So it's fine. I would say, sir, I don't think you're as tall as your attorney because apparently that kind of thing matters to you so much. Okay, code Audacity, motion granted. Mm-hmm.
Which once you go up several of the stairs, you can then, I can see, because I'm taller, but you can see, I could see the bedroom door was partially open, maybe 8 to 12 inches, something like that. But I couldn't really see in the door.
But you could, were you able
I don't
to
trust your
determine
measurements
whether
of size
that
or
was
height.
The area where the sounds were coming from?
That is, I could tell that was the direction of the sound was coming from the master bedroom area. That's the only door towards the left once you go upstairs.
Okay.
We've heard.
When you, from the main landing by the front door, to get to the top level.
It's been a minute since we've seen an attorney brutally rebuffed by the sun in this particular courtroom. Again, I don't know what it's like to practice in a courtroom with windows because that's was not my experience. But it's pretty funny watching the attorney try to dodge the sun in this courtroom the way we saw Camille Vasquez do on a number of occasions.
Well, describe for the ladies and gentlemen, the jury, the level that you're talking about where the sounds were coming from.
So once again, you would go up several stairs, and then there would be a small landing, and then you would go up one step to another small landing, in which then you would kind of U-turn or switch back and go up another 8 or 9 stairs to the top floor. I don't know exactly how many stairs, maybe 16 or 18 total, but like 8 at the bottom and then the landing, and then 8 at the top, and then you're at the upstairs hallway.
Okay. Given what you'd heard, did you go right into the room?
Actually, I heard the door open on the main floor. When I was by the landing. When I heard the door open on the main floor, I saw Juliana come up partially at the basement door.
Huh?
Okay, and so you were both on the same level at that point?
No, I was on the stairs on the...
Huh?
Heading up the stairs, and I kind of only did a quick glance, seeing that Juliana was there, and then I continued up the stairs.
And did you give her any instructions as to whether to go back to the basement?
I didn't say anything to her.
Okay, so you continued on?
Yes.
But you realized she was there?
I did.
What, if anything, did you do next?
I continued up the stairs and made a left towards the master bedroom.
Okay, and in terms of the landing where the master bedroom is located, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what way you had to go from the top of the stairs.
Oh my God, to the left.
I went to the left, as that's the way towards the master bedroom. There's double doors to the master bedroom. To the right would be a bathroom, the guest room, Valerie's bedroom, and Juliana's bedroom.
Now, so you went left at this point?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you do at that point outside the room?
Outside the room, I headed towards the door and I pushed the right of the double doors open with my foot.
And did you otherwise have something in your hands?
Yeah.
He already said that he pulled his weapon while he was going up the stairs, but then all of a sudden he was back down the stairs because then he heard Juliana, but then he was up the stairs. Counsel, just keep asking what next. Because your questioning is also not helping with this testimony, because it's not good. But just
Yes, I had my firearm in my hands.
Okay. And when you pushed with your foot, which foot was it?
My right foot.
he just said that. Are you not listening?
Were you able to see or hear any more when you did that?
Pushing the door open with my right foot revealed Christine,
The big reveal.
who I now know is Joseph Ryan. They were on the floor near the bottom left of my bed, kind of in front of the master bathroom door, just past the bed, in between the bed and the tall dresser.
Okay. So you just described.
Mm-hmm. So you are just good. Okay. This is not what I should have expected this after yesterday. But if you're trying to go like heat of passion, self-defense, defense of others, it's an odd way to retell this. Also, we saw so much body cam, but like 3 or 4 of the officers seemed more upset, or at least troubled, disturbed, if you will, watching the body cam and talking about going into the house and talking about the scene. I got the sense that from a number of the police that responded to the scene, that this scene has stuck with them, that it was something that was hard for them. And even though they were in work mode testifying, you could see that they were bothered. We're still not bothered, like at all.
It as the bottom left. Describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, how do you come to bottom left? What position are you in
Oh my
to
God.
describe it that way? If you're in the bed.
Yes, if
What?
you were in the bed or facing the TV that's in there, the left would be the bottom left corner. That would be the part that's closest to the master bathroom.
Okay,
Are we like
thank
trying
you.
to differentiate stage left? What are
And
we
so,
doing?
You indicated you saw Joseph Ryan and Christine.
Yes,
Had you ever seen Joseph Ryan before?
I had never seen Joseph Ryan before.
Had you ever had any communications with him before?
On February 24th is the only time I had communications.
It's an interesting pause.
Before.
I had never seen Joseph Ryan before.
Had you ever had any communications with him before?
On February 24th is the only time I had communications with him in that room.
Okay, so when you observed this. And please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury exactly what you observed with regard to his contact with Christine.
Christine was, I would describe as nude and on all fours, on her hands and knees. And Joe Ryan was behind her, like angled slightly behind her.
No.
And from my position at the door, slightly to the left of her, he was clothed, and he was looking directly at me as I opened the door.
And when you first caught eye contact with him, where exactly were you in relation to the bed, and where were they?
No, I was maybe one step into the room.
Okay. Now, when you observed him, what, if anything, did you observe about the situation?
Oh my
to
God,
anything
counsel.
he said?
I observed, basically, as soon as I went in the room, it appeared that Christine tried to get up, but I guess I'm unsure if it's that Christine tried to get up or if Joe Ryan pulled her up. It's hard. I can't really tell, but Christine went from being on all fours, hands and knees, to more like being on her knees.
Now, had you said anything to them or to him specifically?
Almost immediately, I said police.
Okay, and what was your intention in doing that?
Alerting the room that I was there.
Okay, and at the time that you said police, was your gun in plain sight?
Yes, I was holding my gun forward.
And your badge, was that in plain sight?
Bro, does it matter if his badge is in plain sight? Is that real? That's the detail you want right now? Also, the fact that the defense tech expert is still sitting here for this day of testimony is sending me. But that is your badge in plain sight? Sir, we were just hearing the slowest journey up the stairs that has ever happened, to the fact that he thought people were having sex, to the fact that Joe Ryan is completely clothed, because of course he was. That's how he is in the body cam footage. To what?
My badge is on my belt, so that could. I don't know if he could see it, but it is a gold badge that is attached to my belt.
And so, if you think of it as a clock around you,
Jesus.
where
No.
would
Counsel. What? TikTok. Counsel. What? If you think of it like a clock, everybody, not we were at which corner of the room? We were at like the northwest corner, and now it's a clock.
it as a clock around you, where would, at what point can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where your badge would be?
Who cares?
Like 11 o'clock. So just to kind of in front of my left pants pocket.
Okay. And were you wearing a...
To be fair, and to not just rage crash out, if defense wants to try to argue what self-defense, it would seem to me that they are going to try to say, well, we'll see what they try to say, but if they're going to try to say that it was self-defense and Joseph Ryan attacked him, they may try to argue that he had his badge and his gun, so he was not the primary aggressor because he's a special agent with the IRS. And so if they are going to try to go to the self-defense route versus like a defense of others or heat of passion, that might be why he's asking these questions. It's just incredibly off-putting. Also, the jury has seen this crime scene. We have heard about this crime scene. We have heard about the number of injuries to Christine Banfield. There is no way that if she was already stabbed, he would not have known that. And there is no way that if he has a gun, and we know he shoots victim Joseph Ryan, that Joseph Ryan is going to be able to stab Christine as many times as she is stabbed between him walking into the room and him shooting Joseph Ryan. There's not a fucking chance. And Christine wasn't on her front. So there's no way she's getting stabbed from Joseph Ryan being behind her and falling forward because that's not what the blood evidence says. Okay. But you guys, he could see because he's tall into his bedroom.
Jacket over that area?
I was wearing a jacket that day.
Do you know if it was covering it or not?
No, I don't know if it was covering. I don't know if it was covering it at that moment. I don't remember if my jacket was zipped or not, and it's February, so
Okay.
I'm not sure if my jacket is zipped or not.
In terms of seeing
was
the
zipped
badge, you didn't
'cause-
pull it out and show it or anything?
I did not.
The blood evidence indicates that the jacket was in fact zipped.
Okay. You just said police,
Yes.
and what happened from there?
Christine responded first. Christine said, Brendan, he has a knife.
Now, before she said that,
Oh God,
could you
counsel.
did you see any weapons at that point?
I didn't see a weapon. I didn't see a weapon at my initial viewing of the scene in that first couple seconds.
And after Christine said that to you, were you able to identify it?
I observed that there was something silver in Joe Ryan's right hand, but it was still difficult to see, as part of it would be in his grip and part of it seemed to be inside of Christine's hair.
Okay. And I think you'd said previously, did Christine have long hair?
Christine had pretty long hair that goes down past the middle of her back. It's a curly, thick brown. She had a lot of hair.
Pretty long. Down past the middle of her back is like long. Emily, no, just
Okay.
So
Now,
okay.
so we're clear.
Okay.
When at the time that you said police, what was the position of Joe Ryan and what was the position of Christine?
Oh my God! You do not want him to say this again, because the blood evidence doesn't bear out the way he's saying it. Counsel, you don't want him to describe this again. That is a bad call.
Ryan was also on the floor. I would say that he was in a kneeling position, on the floor, partially behind Christine, partially behind the bed.
Okay. And the bed, is the bed high?
The bed is, I would say the bed is very high for a lot of people. It has storage, storage.
He can't help himself. He can't help himself. He just can't help himself. Excuse me, peasants. The bed's too high for you. It would be too high for a lot of people. It's not too high for me. Oh my God. Oh, okay. You keep looking at the jury. Do you not see the way I am sure they are looking back at you?
The bed is, I would say the bed is very high for a lot of people. It has storage, dressers underneath the bed, and there was a foundation under it, and then the mattress itself is a thick mattress too.
Okay. So from your vantage, have you changed your vantage point? I think you'd said one step into the room.
Yeah, I had only
Which one step closer to the edge are we, chat? You tell me which one step closer. Which one step closer to the edge have we reached?
basically gone one, maybe two steps into the room, and I didn't go further. I didn't go further at that point.
Now, when you said police, what, if anything, did Joe Ryan say to you?
Joe Ryan didn't say something until after I told him to drop the knife.
Okay. And what was his response?
He told me to drop my gun.
And at that point, was there, well, let me ask you this.
Juliana said nothing about that.
There.
Good Lord, counsel.
What were you thinking in terms of Joe Ryan with a knife to Christine's neck?
What? Misstates testimony. He didn't say Joe Ryan had a knife to Christine's neck. He said Joe Ryan, he could barely see the knife because the knife was in her hair.
Was extremely terrified.
Oh yeah, you're giving extremely terrified, sir. You're retelling this in positive terror.
Joe Ryan
Terror.
with a knife to Christine's neck.
I was extremely terrified. I don't know that I've ever been more panicked in my life.
And so what were you thinking that you needed to do?
I was hoping to de-escalate the situation. I did not want to shoot him.
Okay.
I wanted him to let her go.
And so after he said you dropped the gun, what did you say?
I repeated to drop the knife and to let her go.
And did he say anything to you?
He did. He told me that she was hers. That she was hers.
Don't try to make things up on the fly. It's not going to go well. But she was hers? Sure. Sure, sir. I'm going to just back this up. The stumbling is noted. It doesn't come across as stress, though.
Go.
And
I had to back that
did he
up.
say anything to you?
He did. He told me that she was hers. That she was hers, and that she gave herself to me. And Christine kind of yelled, moaned,
Okay.
At this point also.
Okay, I'm sorry, you said she was hers?
She was his.
Counsel, you're not reading the situation correctly, counsel. You're not reading the counsel. You are not reading the situation properly. I should not be surprised. The fact that he keeps trying to describe this as, well, with moans is wild.
Sorry. She was his.
Can you say the whole?
Holy fucking shit. Counsel, when people think that testimony is scripted, rehearsed, over-prepared, it tends to not go well. But when you're looking at your client saying, no, say the line, it's really not going to go well. Can you take that again? Can you take that again? Say it again. Can you say the whole thing again? Say the line. I'm just going to let that roll because that's wild.
Go.
And did he say anything to you?
He did. He told me that she was hers, that she was hers and that she gave herself to me. And Christine kind of yelled, moaned
Okay,
at this point also.
okay, I'm sorry, you said she was hers?
She was his. Sorry. She was his.
Can you say the whole statement of what
He said that she was his and that she gave herself to him, to me, is what she gave herself to me, is what he said.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I interrupted. What happened then?
Christine kind of yelled or moaned, or both, and it seems that she went to her left, my right, a little bit.
Okay. Now, when she yelled or moaned, what did that indicate to you?
Oh my God.
I thought that she was being injured, being stabbed.
What?
Did you see him stab her?
It appeared that he was putting forward movement towards, or it seemed that he was putting forward movement towards with the knife. But
What?
I couldn't see Christine's neck or face really at that point. Her hair was in the way.
Okay. So if you can, explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why it was you couldn't see Christine's face.
He
or
just
her
did.
Um,
Make it believable. Make them understand why you couldn't see her neck or her face. I've done multiple trials where victims were stabbed and survived. We'll talk about how they described that because that doesn't track.
Christine's hair was, I would describe as kind of wild at this point. Not normally it's brushed and straight, or, well, not really. I mean, it's still curly, but
I'm so I don't have words for how unsettling his testimony is because it is starting to come across as really creepy, retelling of what he's picturing this to be. it is so disturbing. He's describing her as moaning, that her hair was wild.
Her hair was in the way.
Okay. So if you can, explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why it was you couldn't see Christine's face or her neck.
Christine's hair was, I would describe as kind of wild at this point. Not normally it's brushed and straight, or, well, not really. I mean, it's still curly, but, you know, it's more kept. It was kind of large and frizzy at this point.
You just convicted yourself, my guy. Good luck.
And I couldn't really see very well.
Okay. And
The women on the jury are done. That was it. We're at the end. We're at the end.
when, so I interrupted.
Unbelievable.
So well, go ahead and tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you were following up with.
I'm sorry, I don't.
So you indicated in your
I'm sorry, I don't know where we're at in the story, counsel. I'm sorry, I don't know where we're at in the story.
previous answer that you couldn't see whether or not he had stabbed her in the neck or made contact with the neck.
Correct.
Okay. And that she had made some sort of a sound and pulled away.
Yes, so she kind of moved to her left and to my right, but my best guess is that he had a grip on maybe the back of her neck, maybe the back of her hair. I can't see his left hand.
Excuse me. If he had a grip on her neck, then her blood would have been on his hands. Yeah, it wasn't. So when does she get stabbed? Because if he starts to injure her, you can shoot him and stop him. You did shoot him. But she has quite a lot of injury. And at this point, you're saying that you've not mentioned that she's bleeding. And there's no way that you wouldn't see that because she is nude, which is how she was when law enforcement arrived. And we have now been in this moment for 100 years. And okay.
A grip on maybe the back of her neck, maybe.
The speculating also is not something people do in real time. They normally just say, I don't know. I saw her do this, but I don't know.
Kind of moved to her left and to my right, but my best guess is that he had a grip on maybe the back of her neck, maybe the back of her hair. I can't see his left hand at this point. And so she did not really go anywhere.
Did she appear to be injured?
Bleeding.
Greater than what you thought when you
What?
saw her?
He never said that she was injured. Not once.
It appeared that she had some amount of, I believe that she had some amount of blood in her hair at this point.
From where you could see it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me just ask you this.
Uh-huh.
Other than your training, had you ever shot a person before?
I had never used my firearm outside of a range situation.
Just to clarify my question, it sounds like you had shot somebody in training. You just did training, correct?
That was your question.
I did not shoot anybody in training.
Counsel, that was your question.
I have not used my weapon in duty at any point, or the only time I had used my firearm was at a gun range or at training.
Okay. Was that a concern?
I
for
imagine
you while
training's
you were in
also
the
at a
Army?
range. Unless you're doing
There
like
wasn't a lot
live
of space
fire training.
between Joe and Christine. I was very fearful of hitting Christine.
And so what if anything?
You didn't say you decided to shoot.
Well, were you considering using your firearm?
Yes.
At what point did that start?
Huh?
I mean, very quickly in the situation, but there's only, his head isn't far from Christine's head.
You're not answering the question.
Part of his body is partially behind Christine's body. Part of his body is behind the bed. It's a very tight situation.
Okay. And so you delayed from your first instinct?
Leading.
Judge, objection is to leading.
What, if anything, did you do
I'll
then?
sustain the objection.
I mean, I know that I told him to let her go at least one more time. And then I know that I told him that he was going to be under arrest.
What did you do?
I missed that at some point he asked for.
Chat. Normally when people ask me, is testimony scripted, or is it a story, or is it prepared, or is it coached? Oftentimes I give people the benefit of the doubt. But when your attorney is saying, can you go back and say the line? And then when you're telling something and saying, I missed, and then jumping back, it's different. And he is switching tenses, and the way he is trying to tell things or sell things is really inauthentic. And I think he probably did give his lawyer some of the questions he wanted to ask. I think he has been rehearsing this to himself quite a lot, but to actually say I missed and then back up is wild. I don't think I've ever seen anyone do that.
And then I know that I told him that he was going to be under arrest.
Okay.
I missed that at some point he asked for me to leave, and at a different point he asked for himself to leave.
And what did you say to those requests?
At that point, that was when I told him that he was under arrest.
Okay. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, took place that caused you to discharge your firearm?
It appeared that he did a
Also leading.
very forceful stab towards Christine. and Christine kind of spun away from him. So she was facing towards me, and I guess she like rotated as she spun.
Hold on. I didn't realize there was going to be a pirouette. I wasn't prepared. He's trying to show it with his hands. Why is it always a fucking pirouette?
That caused you to discharge your firearm?
It appeared that he did a very forceful stab towards Christine, and Christine kind of spun away from him. So she was facing towards me, and I guess she like rotated as she spun away from him and landed on her stomach on the ground. This kind of had Joe now like on his knees, kind of facing Christine, of which I saw him do a downward stabbing stroke, and that's when I fired at him.
And when
Huh?
you fired, were you able to determine whether or not you made contact?
I didn't know where I made contact, but I believed that I made contact as he moved.
Okay.
He moved backwards, He moved backwards a little bit away from Christine.
What, back into the left? Huh?
At that point,
And what did you do?
I immediately hurried towards Christine, and I actually stepped over her, and I told her to stay down as I stepped over her. I did this so that I could
Oh, we're
look
explaining?
at Joe Ryan and see if he was still a threat.
And what, if anything, did you see when you went over there?
I saw the knife on the floor.
Okay, was that the first time you saw the knife in its full?
That was the first time I could fully see the knife. The other times, it was in his grip and obscured by Christine's hair.
And the knife that you saw is the same knife that you've seen in the Commonwealth's photos?
Yes.
Before, at some point, did you help Christine?
Mm-hmm.
At that moment, I did not help Christine yet. I used my foot and dragged the knife towards me with my toe to move the knife away from Joe.
Okay, so if you can, so that there's an
So when did you put it back under him then?
image in their minds, can you explain from
Yeah, there's definitely an image in the jury's minds, counsel. I don't think it's what you think it is.
Away from Joe.
Okay, so if you can, so that there's an image in their minds, can you explain from stepping over Christine to doing what you just said with the knife?
I probably need to take another step or two to get closer to Joe. The knife was very close to Joe. It's like I reached my right foot forward. I still had my gun pointed at him. So I reached my right foot forward, and I guess stuck my toe out and dragged it back towards me so that it was not next to him.
Okay, and what would you say the distance was where the knife was when you first touched it with your foot? I'm sorry, the distance from Joe Ryan when you first touched it. your foot?
Counsel, it's not going to help.
Not more than a foot and a half.
Okay. And when you removed it from the area around him, how far was it from Joe Ryan?
Maybe 5 or 6 feet, but immediately next to me.
Okay. So what did you do then next?
I didn't notice that Joe was moving. And
Well, let
No.
me ask you this. Did you ever
Counsel, you can't fix it. What did you do next? What did you do next?
touch Joe?
I never touched Joe at any point during this encounter.
Okay. And
Encounter?
when you,
Encounter? Encounter. Okay.
moved the knife, what did you then, what happened next?
I turned around and faced Christine. And I kneeled down next to her.
Were you present in court when your attorney gave an opening statement talking about the fact that Joseph Ryan murdered your wife and you shot him? I am still more angry at the kid that pushed my brother during a 7th grade basketball game and broke his wrist than you are talking about the guy that supposedly murdered your wife. Because it was a fucking cheap shot and he was midair when the kid fucking pushed him. But you have no smoke at all for the person who stabbed your wife to death in front of you. Really? Nothing? And then you call it an encounter when you talked about your wife being murdered and taken away from her 4-year-old. Her 4-year-old. You talked about the separation. The separation. Okay. The encounter. The encounter, chat. The encounter. All right.
And what was her position at the time that you kneeled down next to her?
At that point, she was on her stomach. She was kind of writhing back and forth, kind of rolling back and forth. And I guess at some point, pretty quickly, she rolled over onto her back.
Was that with your assistance?
At that point, she was doing that on herself. I don't think that
On herself?
I helped her roll onto her back.
What, if anything, were you doing to assist her at that point?
So she was holding her neck. And she told me that she couldn't see. And I asked her to let me see, indicating what, that her hand was indicating that her hand was covering her neck. And she very shakily removed her hand from her neck. And I could see the wound on the right side of her neck.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do at that point?
She told me to put my hand there.
Sure.
And she had put her hand back on her neck, and then I put my left hand on top of her hand, but she pulled her hand from underneath mine and put her hand back on top of my hand and put pressure on my hand, I think indicating that she wanted more pressure on the wound.
And did you do that?
Yes, I had.
Okay.
I had my hands on hers, trying to apply pressure.
And she was helping you?
Yes.
And so at that point, had you asked Juliana to call 911?
Oh shit, no, he forgot that she was even there. You know what he didn't mention? He didn't mention when Christine asked for 911 to be called.
At that point, I noticed that Juliana was in the room. And I told Juliana to both call 911, and I told her to watch him, meaning indicating to Joe.
So the position that you were in when you were attending to Christine, where was it in relation to Joe at the last time you saw him?
Joe was behind me. I wasn't facing Joe. I was kneeling down with Christine in front of me. I guess my body orientation would be towards the master bathroom.
Okay. And what if anything happened next?
Juliana she looked like she was stunned, but after I told her to call 911 and watch him, she seemed to dart forward and went to.
Oh, she snapped back into action, did she? Juliana, stick to the plan. Now it's time to call 911. You fucked it up earlier. 13 minutes, huh? 13 minutes between that first 911 call and the second 911 call. Are we gonna talk about that at all, or no? I don't know if he would have brought up Juliana organically if his lawyer hadn't asked.
And went into the master bathroom.
Okay. And did you ask her to do that?
No.
Do you know what she was doing?
I mean, I know what she was doing now, but I don't know. I don't think I was thinking about what she was doing at that second.
I don't think I was
that's
thinking.
What I'm asking is what was she did? Did you know what she was doing at that time?
I don't think that's what I was thinking about at.
Okay.
I don't think I was thinking about what she was doing at that time.
Now,
I don't think I was thinking about what
next?
she was doing at that time.
Um,
I told her to go to the safe and take her shoes off.
Christine told me that she was bleeding out and that she was sorry and that she loved me.
And what did you tell her?
It was at this point that there was another shot. And I looked up and I saw that Juliana had my other firearm, and I was stunned that Juliana had shot.
Okay. Did you, where was she in relation to where you were?
She was in front of the master bathroom door. There's kind of a double door.
And so, how far do you think she was from you when you shot?
Not very
Or
far
when
at
she shot?
Not very far at all. Maybe 4 or 5 feet.
Was there any indication as to why she shot
Calls for
prior
speculation.
to shooting?
I didn't
Counsel, don't play with this jury. They all know that he was sitting in the court watching all of Juliana's testimony. Don't play.
I didn't hear her say prior to, I didn't hear her say anything prior to her shooting.
Now, at any point, do you recall Joe Ryan touching you?
So this was at roughly the same time as the shot.
What are you flipping back the line numbers in the script? This was at. Okay.
At any point, do you recall Joe Ryan touching you?
So this was at roughly the same time as the shot. I don't exactly know if I would assume maybe almost simultaneously. Joe Ryan struck me in my shoulder.
What?
Like the back part of my shoulder blade.
What? Chat. How many body cams did we watch? We sat through the entire ambulance ride. Nothing about being touched. He struck you on your shoulder blade?
And did you see him do that?
I did not see him do that.
How did you know it was him?
Well, he's the only person behind me. There's no one else behind me.
And after you felt that, was that when Juliana shot?
At the hospital, he said he might have touched my arm.
To me, those all seem to be within the same second. It's hard to say exactly.
Okay. Now, when you were, so you were tending to Christine prior to Juliana shooting, correct?
Yes.
Were you able to maintain whatever it was you were doing for Christine?
I don't know exactly why, but my reaction to being hit and Juliana shooting was to stand up. And I stood up and turned around and looked at Joe.
Okay.
Joe was then further back, closer to the wall, and partially on the dog bed.
Now, did you make sure that he was not getting up again?
I looked
Counsel,
at
you're
him.
leading.
He did not appear to be moving at that point.
What did you then do?
I yelled for Juliana to call 911 again, and I've turned back around and went back to Christine.
Now,
You're telling me that Christine said to you, I'm bleeding out. I'm sorry. I love you. And never said towel, blanket, never said anything. All the conversations you're having and the RN didn't ask you to grab something other than a hand. Didn't say pressure. No, what she said is, I'm bleeding out. Sure, dude. This is a lot of conversation. Also, I just am stunned that he seems to not be upset at Joe Ryan at all. Not at all. Just not upset at all. Your counsel said in opening that this is the man that murdered your wife. And you're just talking about Joe. Okay. For those of you that asked in the chat, yes, he is being charged with the murder of Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. Juliana was only charged with the murder of Joseph Ryan, and then that was reduced pursuant to her plea deal, but we can talk about that more later. Okay. Sure.
Do you know what Juliana did with the gun that she used to shoot Joe Ryan?
At some point, I know she put it on the bed.
Did you observe that?
I don't think I observed her putting it on the bed.
Okay. And the gun that Juliana shot Joe Ryan with wasn't the gun that you have, correct?
Counsel?
No, the gun that
You are going to trigger this entire chat. You cannot say the gun, the gun, the gun. They both reach for it. You can't. Stop it. Just absolutely stop it.
the gun that I shot Joe Ryan with was my duty weapon, a Glock 19M, and the gun that
We
Juliana
know.
took out of the safe was a Glock 43X.
Now, the gun that you used to shoot Joe, was that put back in the holster?
I did not put my gun back in the holster. I put it on the ground next to me. Basically just right at my side, kind of where I was kneeling.
So where, in terms of position, when you were 10,
Juliana said she actually did go to the safe because he was yelling the safe code at her and told her to go put her digits, leave her fingerprints on the safe. They never fingerprinted the safe, but to go leave her fingerprints on the safe. But she testified that she had the gun in her pocket that entire morning, but she testified that he was yelling the safe code at her. And she was like, "What the fuck are you yelling at me?" And then he's like, told her to go to the safe. I don't quite remember what she said, but he kept yelling the code, the 4 digits at her, and then told her to take off her shoes. And she took off her shoes and walked in her sock tiptoes over to the safe and punched in the code. He's probably pissed that they never fingerprinted the safe, but all that work. But yeah, she did go to the safe after everyone was shot, or after Joe Ryan was shot and Christine was stabbed.
Christine, what position were you facing?
I was facing Christine towards the master bathroom door, and yeah.
And so when you put your gun down in order to aid her, to what direction did you put the gun down?
I put it to my right, so it was in between me and the bed.
And to the best of your recollection, do you know where it was in terms of in relation to the corner of the bed?
It's pretty close to the back left corner of the bed. There wasn't too much space between me and the bed at this point.
And can you just tell the ladies and gentlemen, the jury, in terms of time that morning, after you put that gun down, what did you do?
Well, when I put the gun down, that's when I had originally started aid to Christine, and that was when I asked her to show me the wound, and then we had kind of both put our hands on the wound.
Okay. Now,
One of the injuries to Christine cut her jugular. So the fact that he has not talked about exactly how bloody this crime scene is noted.
Did there come a time when you instructed Juliana to call 911?
I had instructed Juliana to call 911 at least twice.
Okay. And did there come a time where you realized that when you were wondering what was going on with 911?
She seemed to be, after she shot, she seemed to be stunned and just standing there, not doing anything. And I yelled at her to call 911 again.
And do you know if she followed your...
At that point, she seemed to come out of her trance. And
well, it's interesting that he's not going the route of Juliana was the mastermind. He's definitely not going that direction. He's going with Juliana was stunned, which is kind of consistent with what Juliana said, which just surprises me. Truly, that he's testifying, indicating that he's again the one taking the lead. And just interesting as we're going through this.
I know that she started working on her phone.
Now, why didn't you call 911?
I had a significant amount of blood on my hands, and I was trying to help.
It's because you don't have an Apple Watch or an iPhone, so you couldn't just ask your device. But I imagine your device also has something where you could have just asked your device to call 911. But yeah, okay. Okay.
Trying to help Christine. And also, we're trained that if there's others around, if you can have them call 911 or assist you, that is something that you would instruct them to do.
So you're in first
So
respond. You're
from
in first.
inside-
You're in first responder mode now. Okay. Okay. He's in first responder mode now. He learned that in CPR class. Yeah. Yeah. Have someone else. Have someone else call 911. Mm-hmm.
Inside the room, please describe for the ladies and the jury how that 911 came, how you came to be talking on the 911 call.
Juliana seemed to be pacing, kind of in front of the TV area of the bedroom and kind of moving towards the master bedroom door. She called 911, but when she called, she really wasn't saying anything. She was kind of stumbling over her words.
And
True.
so what, if anything,
He's also
did you do?
heard that multiple times.
I heard that she was on the call with 911. And I could hear the 911 operator asking questions, and so I answered the questions, of my home location and I guess briefly what had happened.
And what did you say?
I believe I said that there was a man
I'm kind of waiting for him to say, well, you all heard it, honestly.
and that there was a man that had stabbed my wife and that I had shot him. And
Okay, so I made that mistake too in the podcast this week. I did. I made that mistake too. And the comment section reminded me that I had put those in the wrong order repeatedly. Because what you said on 911 is, I shot him, he stabbed her, not the other way around. I see how easy it is to do. I did it too. But yeah, it's wrong way round. Wrong way round, guy.
I believe I said that there was a man that had stabbed my wife and that I had shot him. And I identified myself as an officer.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You went further than that. On the 911 call, you identified yourself as a federal agent. I am a federal agent. Because yes, chat, for everyone just joining us for this trial today, even though he works with the IRS, he is in fact a federal agent investigator with the IRS investigations. Yes, that is a thing. Yes, in fact, he is.
My address. Yeah.
Okay. And at that point, were you still rendering aid to Christine?
Yes, we had spoke slightly more also during that time.
You're still talking?
She was coughing, and
interesting choice that you're now going to give more detail about what you're saying that Christine was doing. That is a choice.
blood had come out of her mouth. And so I knew that that's possible for people to choke on blood. And so I told her I was going to roll her on her side. And she did, and so we did. And so I did that. And she seemed to know that that was also the right thing to do.
Okay. And so she was able to help you roll her over?
Yeah, so I rolled, so I guess it would be kind of slightly away from me, slightly more towards the master bathroom door and further away from the bed.
Now, in the time frame that we've just talked about, did you ever get a point where you had a better idea of the wounds that were on Christine's neck?
Oh, counsel, I wouldn't.
After Juliana shot, and I went back to Christine. Once again, I put my hand on her hand, but she slid her hand from underneath mine and put it on top of mine. And actually my finger went inside of her neck, and
Not helping. Not helping at all.
that made me realize how badly she was hurt.
Now, with regard to when the hands were moved off of the neck, was there any indication as to how badly she was hurt in terms of anything?
I'm sorry, could you say it again?
In terms of, once you took your hands off of her neck, did that give you any indication of the extent of the wounds?
Yeah, I could see I saw the length.
I don't know why his counsel is trying to ask him to testify to this. The coroner testified the first day of trial. The medical examiner testified. We heard about the injuries. We heard about the severity of the injuries. Why you're asking him to retell it is, it almost feels like his attorney is like, more energy, more passion, more passion. How badly was she injured? We know how bad it was. The jury knows better than we do how bad it was. The jury saw multiple body cams of how bad it was. Why in the world would you, looking at how your client's testifying, decide this? I I wouldn't fault his attorney to say, I understand this is difficult. What happened next? And that's it. And don't ask him about it again. Because trying to get him to describe it is a terrible choice.
Of the wound and the fact that my, part of my finger actually went inside of hers before I quickly moved my hand out.
Were you able to, and so were you able to continue compression?
I did try, I would say that both of us continued to try compression.
Not a towel in sight, huh?
Probably also just before she rolled over, I realized that she was holding her hand on the other side of her neck too.
Probably just before. Probably just before I realized.
Compression. Probably also just before she rolled over, I realized that she was holding her hand on the other side of her neck too. I didn't notice that. I didn't notice that previously.
And so what side of the neck are you talking about now?
I was helping her with the right side of her neck, and she had her left hand on her left side of her neck.
Okay, so she was tending to herself on the left side of the neck?
Yeah, I didn't
Bleeding.
notice that originally.
Okay, did you assist her then at that point?
I did not put my other hand around her. I did not put my other hand around her at that point. It was, I don't know. I guess we were focused. I was talking to her, and I guess I was a little bit more focused on that.
Okay. And in talking to her, did she assist you in any, in terms of how you could help her?
Basically,
Counsel. He's already covered this part of the story. Counsel, he already said that Christine told him that she was bleeding out. Why in the world are you like, how else did she ask for you to assist her? Because no one believes that if she was saying these things to you, which, okay, no one believes that she didn't say something about a towel, a sheet, if we believe that she is speaking to him at all, which is a lot. And he has not once mentioned being scared or concerned about her bleeding. He has not mentioned anything about that at all.
she had indicated that she had told me that she, in her words and with her hands, that she wanted more pressure. After
That is the strangest answer.
basically, she had indicated that she had told me that she, in her words and with her hands, that she wanted more pressure. After my finger had gone into her neck, I guess I tried to close my hand a little bit around the skin to try to, try to close the wound as much as possible, but
So you grabbed a sheet
it
off the
didn't
bed?
seem to be doing anything.
Juliana grabbed a
And
towel
in
from the
terms
master
of the blood,
bathroom.
when you took your hand off of her wound, what did you see?
In the beginning,
The cast eyes over to the jury is wild.
in the beginning, you could see that the blood was like, I guess, partially shooting out, and it was going through her fingers. But later on, that wasn't what was happening any longer.
Okay. What, if anything, did you observe?
I'm just going to take a minute to let everyone know that might not have seen day one of trial. I had to pull my notes back up, but if you did not see day one of trial, the medical examiner testified that Christine's injuries to the neck were 6 stab wounds and 2 longer cutting wounds. That the left jugular vein was cut, the right carotid artery was cut, that there was injury to her larynx, her epiglottis, esophagus, that the stab wounds on the left side of the neck were closely oriented and commingled and overlapping, that the vertical wound on the right side of her neck was caused a fractured and notched defect closer to the bottom of her skull, that she had blood in her lungs and quite a substantial amount of blood in her stomach from the injuries to her airway and her epiglottis. So just to reorient from day one of trial, that this is what the injuries were. And the jury, it's a little harder for us because we heard the testimony. The jury has seen the body cam. They have seen the autopsy photos. The jury, I'm sure, has a visceral memory of what they have seen.
What did you do?
I mean, this was back to putting pressure and covering the wound. And
Now, did there come a time when the first responders arrived?
yes, after some time, the first responders arrived.
After some time.
I know that Juliana left the room at some point, and I know that I heard her go down the stairs. I think that 911 had instructed her to open the door.
You sat in court and listened to the 911 tape at least once, if not more than once. You know what 911 told her to do.
At a different point on the 911 call.
Oh, there you go. Now you're referring directly to it.
911
That's
operator
honestly
advised
better.
to get towels.
And yet,
And Juliana, this was before opening the door. Juliana went into the master bathroom and came back with towels also.
and yet, there were no towels recovered that were drenched in blood. And yet.
So had you been using anything when the 911 operator suggested towels, clean towels, things like that?
So I guess originally I stopped doing pressure when the 911 operator recommended to use towels. And at that point, I grabbed the comforter that was kind of all around me. And I used the comforter, part of the comforter on her neck for a little bit.
Okay. And did there come a time where you moved to something different, or what?
When Juliana gave me the towels, I kind of tossed the comforter behind me and used a towel.
Now, what, if anything, did you do?
What you didn't do is use any of the towels that we saw in any of the pictures on an arterial bleed. That's not what you did. Unless there were towels that we did not see at all. No. Negative.
After that?
I know that there was a point that I rechecked Christine's pulse. So I had to remove the towel, and I saw that, it wasn't really as covered in blood anymore. And the pulse was significantly weaker. And I checked her pulse with my hand. Her pulse, she still had a pulse, but it felt slow and weak compared to when I had my hand previously.
Now, if you can, do you have any idea, or can you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury any indication as to, from the time you shot Joe Ryan to the time the first responders arrived, how long that was?
Counsel, have you never spoken to someone who's been in traumatic situations? Like, why are you asking that question if you think that your client has been through a traumatic situation? Or did you want him to just say, oh, it felt like they just couldn't get here fast enough? Because what I don't hear is any panic, any distress, any hope that they get there faster. I don't hear any of that. Chat said line. Yeah. Yes, I think that's what. Remind him, sir, remember, you need to say how long it felt for first responders to get there.
The indication as to, from the time you shot Joe Ryan to the time the first responders arrived, how long that was?
It's hard. It's very difficult to say. It felt like an extremely long time.
Right, line.
I don't know. You're not really thinking about how long it really takes, but the weight on.
Oh, please explain to us more what people are thinking in this situation. You're not really thinking about how long, because you're explaining what you think somebody would think, because you're trying to figure it out.
The wait on the 911 call felt like it was forever.
After you testified, you stood up after Juliana shot Joe Ryan.
Yeah.
Was there any time between the moment you went back to Christine and the time the first responders arrived that you weren't next to Christine?
After I stood up, I spent the rest of my time kneeling next to Christine, and I did not get up from next to Christine until first responders arrived and instructed me that they were going to take over.
Okay. Well, let's go to that point. What was the first thing that you realized that the police were there, or fire, or whomever?
I know that I heard Juliana yelling to come up here. And I heard many footsteps and people arriving.
And from your position of rendering aid, how did you move from that position?
So I was facing Christine and facing towards the master bathroom. And,
Counsel, sure.
I guess I was instructed to go into the master bathroom.
When you
I guess-
went, okay, sorry, go ahead.
I think I was standing relatively near for a few seconds before they instructed me to go into the master bathroom.
And when you relinquished first aid duties to the first responders, was Christine still breathing?
Yes, Christine was still breathing.
And her pulse was still positive?
Yes, she was still alive, very much.
Okay. Now, when you were taken away by the first
You were just describing how weak and slow her pulse was, and now we're to she was very much still alive.
Mr. Carroll, is this a good time to have the morning break?
Yes, sure.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take our 15-minute morning break. Please do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research. Thank you.
The court's just like, can we please take a break from this? Can we please? Can we please? I agree, Chad. I'm not sure if that's the defendant's parents in court that they keep showing. I'm guessing that it is. I do not know.
Just a reminder, you since you're still testifying, do not discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorney at this time, okay? Let's come back at 11:45.
All rise.
All right. They're taking the morning break. We're skipping the morning break. Because well, there's more of this. So we're going to keep doing this. A lot of you in the chat are saying it's his father and stepmom. It's interesting. That's for sure. The testimony is
Your next question, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, we left off at the point when
we left off at the point when. Not we left, you were telling us. Not you were saying at the point when. Marker. Let's resume.
when you were being told to let the first responders take care of Christine. Do you recall who it was that advised you to?
I'm going to see if I can fix what's going on with the closed captioning. Just give me a second.
Go into the bathroom?
I did not know the names of anybody at that point.
Okay. When you went into the bathroom, what, if anything, did you do while they were tending to Christine?
I was instructed to sit on the edge of the tub.
Okay. And at that point, what condition were you in?
I was panicked, shocked. I mean, worried, scared. I felt like I was having a very hard time breathing. And
I know, Chad. I don't know why it's gotten squirrely, but I'm working on it.
my leg was bothering me, seemed to be spasming.
Okay. We saw from the body cam video, excuse me.
We try to reset
We
it.
saw from the body cam video, you received, I guess, a checkup in the ambulance.
Yes,
Okay.
some of the officers took me to an ambulance.
And what was that? What was the basis for them to get you checked out? Do you know?
I know at one point when I was in the bathroom, I went to the ground.
Okay.
And I didn't I wasn't walking properly. So they seemed to want to they wanted to get me checked out.
When you arrived back home from the McDonald's, were you having any difficulties physically?
No,
During the period of time of what you described on February 24th within the bedroom, were you struck in any way that would have affected your lower extremities?
I don't remember being hit in my leg at all. I only remember being hit in
Why, counsel?
the back of my shoulder.
Okay.
Why are we doing this?
When you, I think it's partially showing on the body cam, but when you went down, describe for the ladies.
I have no idea, Chad. I'm going to try to see if we can get our closed captioning to stop flickering. I'm hopeful. We'll see.
And gentlemen, the jury.
It had been working so well.
I was crying. I was having, I guess I would say that I was hyperventilating. I stabilized myself with my hands on the floor. And I was scared for Christine.
Okay. And at some point you, as we see in the evidence that's been presented, you go to the ambulance and you go to the hospital, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
And we
let
saw
me
that
talk to you a
too.
little bit about,
What more needs to be said?
another topic.
Honestly,
that came
what more
up
needs
during
to
the
be
trial.
said?
What, if anything, did you know about the purchase of windows at your house?
Windows were,
So, sir, you got in the ambulance and you went to the hospital where you were told that your wife was dead. But did you replace the windows? This should have been yesterday.
Christine and I started looking for windows back in 2021.
Oh, look, totally
We
different
received
way of
quotes
testifying.
from
Totally different vibe.
10,
Counsel,
12, 15.
that was a terrible call to shift your client back to talking about something that he can testify to linearly, smoothly, easily, from memory. It just highlights what a stark difference his testimony is.
15 different vendors. The shopping process was long.
He loves a deal,
Over
you
the
guys.
course of the quotes and shopping process, we've refined that we wanted triple pane windows because the front of my house has quite a bit of southern exposure. A lot of sun comes in there and the foyer would get very warm. Also, some of the windows in my house were stuck closed where we couldn't open them. Christine complained about that none of our windows had screens. And one of the windows by the back door was off center enough that there was actually a slight gap to the outside. And the smallest window in the basement, for some reason, was a single pane window and would allow cold to come in. So that was a lot of the reasons why we shopped for windows.
And you indicated you went through numerous vendors.
When did you decide that you wanted triple paned? Because when the window guy testified, originally you were shopping for double paned windows. And then, was it July that you wanted triple paned? Right before the relationship started with Juliana?
Yes.
And when, if you know, did you agree upon vinyl light windows?
I believe we agreed on,
Oh, yes. Chad, I agree. She made me get the triple paned windows because she was complaining, you guys. I hear you.
I believe we had a second quote from Vinylite in the summer, the early summer of 2022, which is before any relationship with Juliana. And we received an updated quote with,
You're not supposed to be watching the chat while you're testifying, my guy. You're not supposed to be watching stream. I absolutely got the windows in July, the triple paned windows in July, before any relationship with Juliana. So what you're telling me is that you decided to get the triple paned windows and then you started an affair with Juliana because you needed a second fall person? So the affair with Juliana was strategic because, baby, I love you. Baby, I love you. Baby, park in the cul-de-sac with a gun in your pocket. Take your shoes off and tiptoe across the crime scene to the safe and punch the buttons in. Get on a Telegram call with Joe. Get on the FetLife account when I'm still at the gym so you can be messaging. Is that what you're saying? Curious. Because it sounds like maybe that's what you're saying, but maybe I'm just reading too much into it. Oh, get a new iCloud account because the investigation. Get a new iPhone because the investigation. We'll leave the gym at different times because the investigation. My mom will pay for your lawyer while you're in custody. Noted.
yes.
And
Noted.
when, if you know, did you agree upon vinyl light windows?
I believe we agreed on, I believe we had a second quote from Vinylite in the summer, the early summer of 2022, which is before any relationship with Juliana. And we received an updated quote with the triple pane windows.
Interesting
I believe
note.
it was in July of 2022, which is also
It
before
was.
any relationship with Juliana.
You said it twice.
And
Oh,
we
that makes it better.
placed the final order in August and I believe made the first payment before any relationship was with any relationship with Juliana.
3
meaning
times.
that the windows were fully
3 times.
decided prior to any relationship with Juliana.
Now,
You're making the closed caption glitch.
did you ever go outside and scream in some sort of a test?
He did. He screamed, "Baby, I love you."
No, that's
what?
It's ridiculous.
It's what?
I did at one point speculate.
It's ridiculous, you guys. It's preposterous. Who would say that?
Did you ever go outside and scream in some sort of a test?
No, it's ridiculous. I did at one point speculate to Juliana that I wonder.
I'm sorry. I heard you say I did it at one point. I just needed to hear it again because I was trying to get the closed captioning to work, and I think I missed you saying I did it at one point. I got a little lost there. Can we just do that one more time? Just one more time.
Outside and scream in some sort of a test?
No, it's ridiculous. I did at one point speculate to Juliana that I wondered if our neighbors didn't hear the gunshots because of the windows. That's the only thing that I ever remember saying to Juliana, and that was after February 24th, after some of my neighbors had spoke to me and said that they didn't hear anything.
After February 21st, after February 24th, not after the murder, not after your wife was killed, not a moment of, I wonder if the windows hadn't been so thick, if somebody would have been able to help her. I wonder if our neighbors could have heard her. Not a moment of, I wonder if I had made a different choice, if something would be different. Which is odd. But no, I speculated to Juliana.
Now, the window job that you had Vinylite do was a full replacement of all the windows.
Yes, it was replacement of every window.
Okay. And was there anything about the windows in the bedroom that was greater in terms of soundproofing or greater in terms of efficiency than the other windows around the house?
No, the entire house was chosen to do triple pane windows. There was a couple windows that were slightly different. One of them was the pane window in the master bathroom, which was obscured glass so that people can't see into the master bathroom. We changed the style of window of the basement smallest window to being double pane and triple pane in a sliding style. I think that was the main changes, besides upgrading to triple pane and the different repairs and things that we wanted in terms of features.
Now, moving.
I have no idea what happened on the feed. That was not me. More detail about the windows than meeting his wife. More detail about the windows. He likes the windows as much as that McDonald's app. A lot of details about the windows.
Things that we wanted in terms of features.
Now, moving.
Odd feed glitch. I'm just going to blame defense counsel, even though his hand seems to be in his pocket and he's talking with his glasses. I'm just going to still blame him.
You have.
Okay.
Was that the one that Juliana used on the 24th?
Yes, my personal firearm was a Glock 43X.
And where do you normally keep that?
Oh my God,
I keep it in my firearm safe, which is inside of my master bedroom closet.
Okay. And do you know, was that firearm in the safe and locked on the 24th of February?
Yes, the firearm was in the safe and locked on the 24th of February.
And did Juliana have access to the code?
Juliana knew the code because the code was the same as my door code to the house.
I'm sorry, sir. I thought you were a federal agent. Your door code and your gun safe code with your service weapon are the same? Sure, Jan. I believe that as much as I believe that, no one on Fairview had a fucking Ring doorbell or security cameras. Sure. Why not?
Because the code was the same as my door code to the house. And at different points, she was in my master bedroom closet and observed me putting away my firearms.
Oh, when you
And
were getting
so,
undressed, you had to take off your
when
belt
you
in your
testified
bedroom.
that she went into the closet and you thought it was for towels.
So when she went to the bathroom,
That's so leading. That's so leading. So you thought she was going to get towels when she went to get the gun, right? Right? Oh, the leading, counsel.
And so,
Ugh.
when you testified that she went into the closet and you thought it was for towels.
so when she went to the bathroom, I mean, I guess first I can't see the master bedroom closet from where I was in the bedroom.
Not tall enough.
When I told her to watch him and call 911, I didn't know what exactly she was doing at that moment, and I couldn't see that she went to the safe.
And at what point did you realize that she had gone to the safe?
Only after she shot.
And at some point, were you able to confirm that your personal weapon was being used?
Well, yes, I saw that she had my weapon.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the day before, November 23rd.
Oh, no, why? No,
February.
no, no. I don't want to hear more about his friends and how awesome they are and that they were planning a birthday party for him in New York and that they gave him cookies. No, counsel, no. You know what I would like to hear about, though? Christine's funeral. Because we haven't heard anything about that. You know what I would like to hear about? I'd like to hear about the night of the murders when they were all staying in a hotel together and victim services heard the 4-year-old asking the nanny, "Can I call you mommy now?" That's what I'd like to hear about. No, I don't want to hear any more about the day before, but okay, counsel. Go for it.
23rd.
I'm sorry, February 23rd. I apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry. He got the wrong date and his client had to remind him of the date. Counsel, how dare you forget? It was his birthday, his 38th birthday. Bro, what do you expect? This dude keeps saying kids plural and you've reminded him multiple times that it's just one. So what do you expect?
Being used.
Well, yes, I saw that she had my weapon.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the day before, November 23rd.
February 23rd.
I'm sorry, February 23rd. I apologize. Were you aware of any vacation plans for you and the members of your family?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you know about the vacation plans?
Christine and I already had a cruise that was planned for, I don't know, maybe May or June of 2023. That was planned earlier with a large part of our family was going to be attending to that.
Did you still go?
But Christine and I were planning another trip, which was going to possibly be to Punta Cana, which is where we had our honeymoon originally, and so we had discussed that, and she was telling me about some of the resorts that she had been looking at.
Okay. And was Royalton?
And you're telling me in all of the digging through all of the devices in Christine's phone with a history that went back to the mid-2000s, and you saying that she set up this liaison with Joe on FetLife and nothing in her phone was brought forward to indicate that that she was having an affair? You went over and over and over the Google searches about kid-friendly resorts in Punta Cana, but nothing about stepping out or anything. Weird that.
Resorts, one of those.
That, I believe, was the one that she liked the best, and she sent me a message wanting me to look at it and basically to see if I agreed and if we would probably.
I just want to point out for all of you that are watching in the background, and you don't need to come back. I appreciate all of you watching in the background, trying to do all the things you have to do today while this man is on the stand. But there is somebody in court who just looks like they are asleep. Just looks like they are asleep. And you know it's bad when the defendant in a double homicide case is testifying, and those sitting in court cannot even begin to stay awake. No, chat, it's not the defense lawyer that's asleep. That was fast, y'all.
Probably book it relatively soon if we thought that would work out, and we'd have to figure out, days off and things like that.
Do you remember where you were when you received that message?
Actually, I think I was in the living room with her. I think she just sent it to me as like, this is what we're saving so that we could, continue to review it later.
Okay, to show her.
Yes.
Or to show you, I guess.
Yes.
They're
And,
talking about the Facebook message with the link that we heard about yesterday, that Christine's Facebook Messenger messaged him a link to the resort or a resort.
How did you receive that message?
Generally, when we message, we don't use.
Oh, we know you hate texting. Having to explain it instead of just answering is still a choice. If the answer is Facebook message, why do you have to explain it's Facebook Messenger? Generally, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is how we text. Uh-huh.
How did you receive that message?
Generally, when we message, we don't use standard text messaging. Our usual messenger of choice was Facebook Messenger, and that's how I received that.
Why?
Okay. And you were in the same room with her?
I believe I was in the same room with her. We were in and out of the same room together frequently that day. That day was
That evening?
That day was my birthday.
Specifically relating to that request or the
It was his birthday.
the discussion about the travel arrangements. Did you ever take control of her laptop?
No, she was sitting on the couch using her laptop, and we were discussing it while I was playing with Lego with Valerie.
And did you ever use her phone regarding that discussion?
No, I never used her phone.
Did she ever leave to go anywhere during that discussion regarding resorts?
Not that I remember. At some point, I took Valerie to bed, and bedtime at that time usually involved a story or two, brushing teeth, getting changed. So that took 20, 30 minutes, and then I returned to Christine after I was done with bed for Valerie.
When you returned to Christine, did she have her devices still?
Yes.
Now, this was your birthday, so what was going on at the house that day?
One of my friends.
What? Tell us about your 38th birthday, please. 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 What the jury wants to know, is more about his birthday. Oh my God. It went by too fast in chat for me to clock it, but whoever said he talks about his birthday more than Stassi, 10. Does it matter? No, it fucking doesn't. But he's going to tell the jury that he has friends and that his friends brought him cookies. Maybe we'll find out what fucking flavor cookies they were. Are we going to hear about his cake? Maybe we'll hear about the cake. Were there balloons, sir? Balloons?
What's going on at the house that day?
One of my friends, Nishant, came over. He brought me a box of large cookies from, I believe it was Midnight Treats. And
They had to be large cookies. You're so tall. Small cookies just wouldn't do. He's so fucking... Do you see the smiling? Tell us more about the large cookies. I believe it was from Midnight Treats. You said it was yesterday. I'm sorry to your friend that he's now been brought up in this murder case.
he brought me a box of large cookies from, I believe it was Midnight Treats. And but really, we didn't do anything for my birthday because Valerie had swim lessons that day. So I had taken Valerie to swim lessons.
Did he leave the cookies in the front seat of your car for your birthday? Did anyone bring you donuts? I have questions.
Christine had told me she had to work late. I don't think she got back until after 8.
She had to work late
Christine and
on
I
your
had celebrated my
birthday?
birthday, I guess the day before. We went to, on the 22nd, we went to Korean barbecue, me, Christine, and Valerie.
Okay, Korean barbecue is a 10 out of 10.
And on the 23rd, which was your birthday, where was Juliana?
It was his birthday, you guys.
I don't know where Juliana was when we were talking about the vacations. I do know that she came with me to the gym. She actually worked out with Nishant at the gym, and then Nishant came back to our house later. I was with Valerie at the pool.
Okay. And when the discussions regarding resorts and all that sort of stuff was going on, was Juliana around for that?
I don't know where she was, but she was not in the living room, kitchen, main floor area.
Was Christine's laptop there with you guys?
Yes.
Was her phone with you guys?
They have panned the camera to the prosecutor, who is looking like she is ready to be let loose upon cross-examination, and is trying not to wiggle because she is ready for cross-examination. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We feel the intensity of your readiness for cross-examination. Yeah, I think this is why he keeps shifting his gaze so quickly. Remember how big this courtroom is? He is shifting his gaze so fast between the defense attorney and the jury, because what he doesn't want is to catch the look on the prosecutor's face.
Floor area.
Was Christine's laptop there with you guys?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Was her phone with you guys?
Locked.
I don't seem to remember much
in.
about her phone that day because my recollection is her using the laptop, and that's where she was doing the research that we were talking about.
Now,
Sentence just kind of stopped there, dude.
did there come a time when you recorded Lily and
So now we're going to try to lay the foundation for the audio expert, because the audio expert got yeeted off the stand. We'll see if the audio expert has power, because the audio expert is roundabouts my parts, and there are still so many households without power. But the audio expert couldn't finish his testimony about the first 911 call because no foundation was laid for a exemplar recording of the dog. How would he know he needed an exemplar audio recording of the dog prior to his arrest? It would make more sense to me if it was like, oh, hey, I have a video of my dog playing that I posted on social media. But if he is recording the dog for this purpose, it's just going to be weird for me. I'm curious to see what he says.
And the sounds that Lily made and makes.
Yes. I believe it was in the summer of 24.
Okay. And
Why?
in doing that recording, why were you making a recording of Lily's sounds?
Oh, were you doing it for Juliana? Were you doing it for Juliana's trial? That might be interesting.
In a recording of Lily's sounds.
Ryan Campbell which is Juliana's attorney, had come to my house because he wanted to view the layout of the house and see how far it took to get to places, and
How far it took to get to places, chat. I have a question about Ryan Campbell, the lawyer that your mom paid for Juliana. I have a question. Was his laptop charged when he came to the house? That's a question.
where my gun safe was and things like that. And when he was there, I had Lily outside because I didn't want her to bother him. And he heard
quiet
sounds of Lily whining and complaining to come in because she was separated from everyone on the inside. And I believe it reminded him of the noise.
Sustained.
Yeah,
I don't think you can say what he thought.
it's full speculation, but continue.
Okay.
What, if anything, did he ask you to do?
Objection,
me to-
hearsay.
Based upon your conversation with him, what, if anything, did you do?
I recorded the sounds that Lily made.
Okay. And have you listened to the file of Lily 3?
Yes.
Well, here's the foundation that they're trying to lay,
And
because I think they're going to try to bring that witness back maybe and say that the groaning on the 911 call that Juliana said was Joseph Ryan after he had been shot is in fact the husky. Okay.
does that accurately represent the sounds that Lily made?
Yes, I sent several different recordings to.
Oh, there were
I
several.
made several different recordings for her. Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of the one Lily 3?
Yes.
And you've heard it?
I'm ready for the prosecutor to be like, excuse me, Your Honor, we have a discovery violation. There were more audio.
You've listened to it?
Yes.
And that reflects the sounds that Lily makes?
Yes, it does.
Here, I move that in as defense exhibit number.
Well, there's the foundation, I suppose. Is he going to play it for the jury so he can hear it?
Any objection?
No objection.
377 is a different, it was annotated as a different exhibit. Do you want to make it 378?
Yes, sorry, Judge. I thought we'd stopped at 376, so that's why.
You tried to get 377 in, but you didn't, so
Yeah.
378?
378, thank
Okay,
you.
378 in evidence.
And
Lily 3 is exhibit 378.
here, I may just chat with counsel for 1 second.
Why? Darn it, we can't hear them. I'm going to zoom. Why are we talking to the prosecutor in the middle of your testimony?
Your Honor, the file that I was about to move in is already in evidence in the Commonwealth's case.
Oh, that's why. Okay, that makes
The
sense.
911 call.
Shade
Okay,
withdrawn.
The Exhibit 1 or Exhibit 2 or 3? We have 3 911.
I believe it's Exhibit 1.
Okay. All right.
And
Court's in Soldiers.
Yes, yes, sir.
no. I'm zooming past whatever the defense attorney is doing. And I wish we could see. Are you wandering around the courtroom? Bro, what
The
are you?
discovery that's come out. Fet
That was such a long time.
life prior to or looked at.
Oh, I went a little too far. I got over enthusiastic with my zooming.
Sir, have you ever used or looked at FetLife prior to the discovery that's come out in this case?
No, I have never used or looked at or heard of FetLife previously.
So that's a
Were
no.
you aware of Christine using FetLife at all?
No, I didn't have any knowledge of Christine using FetLife.
Did you,
Right.
have any
You're going to tell me that your wife is married to someone who has handcuffs for work, and this is what she's into, and this is what she was setting up, and you had no idea? Uh-huh. Sure, buddy.
knowledge of whether
Sure. Yeah.
she had used Craigslist ever?
I
Huh?
think that she did back in New York to advertise that we had a yard sale.
Okay. And that would be the extent of the use of Craigslist?
That's the only time that I can remember.
How about something called Backpage? Did you ever know her to have used those kind of things?
What?
No.
Was there any sort of, well, let me ask you this. How is it that you and Christine,
Counsel, keep going. I'm sure there's more you can come up with. Counsel, I'm sure there's more. Back page. Counsel, if that was the case, wouldn't it have been in the 7 years of testimony from your digital forensic fed? Wouldn't we have heard it then?
would primarily communicate?
Primarily, we would communicate on the phone. We would talk almost, when Christine would leave from work, she would almost always call me. Obviously in person when we're together. And if it's messages, such as when we're both at work, we usually use Facebook Messenger.
Now, in terms of what you've observed with FetLife, in your own relationship, were any
Counsel,
of
your
those
mic.
sorts of things done in the bedroom?
Oh God, he is asking. Counsel, I was fucking joking. I didn't think it was a good idea for you to go here. Counsel, no. No. Counsel, turn it back around. Also, ew. Counsel, ew. Yeah, check. Granted. Code red is granted. Code red is granted because we can't back up out. There's no getting out of this. There's no getting out of this. We can't. Oh God. We're here now. For any of you new law nerds, hi, welcome. Code red is our code for what the fuck or what the fuckery. depending on what's happening. And I really like the bumper. It's flashy. The flashing ends when the music ends. Also, if you're like, hey, I can't chat, it's okay. Subscribe. We have it on subscribers mode, especially when we're covering difficult trials. But oh my God, this trial is turning out not to be difficult in the way I thought it was going to be difficult. This is a different level of whatever this is. So chat motion granted. You know, the motion was denied earlier. It's granted now. Okay. Well, here we are. Sorry, chat.
I
was joking.
Any of those sorts of things done in the bedroom?
There was a point a number of years ago that Christine had indicated that she was interested in bondage type situations.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Without getting into
Get it, counsel.
what she had said, were there times when
Objection, leading.
Sustained is leading.
what if any times were there
What if it's not a
conflict in
cure-all?
terms of sexual
Objection, leading.
Sustained is leading.
Oh, the DA has
in
been
terms
so
of your
patient.
sexual
The DA's been so patient. And she's like, enough of this bullshit. What you're not gonna fucking do. What you're not gonna fucking do is this. The prosecutor's like, we have allowed so much. The family pictures, the this and the that. No, you're not doing this. You're not doing this. Good. Leading.
conflict in terms of sexual
Objection, leading.
Sustained is leading.
in terms of your sexual relationship with Christine, what, if any, differences did you have?
I was not interested in ever harming her. I wasn't.
Can we just jump back to yesterday when you were talking about your all of your affairs? Can we just go back? Can we go back to that?
I was never interested in sexual violence. I would say that we also had a discrepancy of how often we would like to have sex, where I would like to have sex more frequently than we did.
But did those differences, what, if any, effect did those differences have on your relationship with Christine?
Hey, counsel, we're in a jury trial in 2026. And yesterday your client was just like, but she was at work for like a full week. And so if we're going to get to, but he just wasn't having sex enough. So of course he was having sex with the nanny. It's not going to fly with your jury, counsel. It's not going to fly with your jury. It's just not. You should just stop while you're ahead. You should stop while you're ahead. But the road of, oh, it must have been hard for you. Nope. Back it up, counsel, and get yourself out of this big fucking mess that you've just stepped right into. Back up.
Did those differences, what, if any, effect did those differences have on your relationship with Christine?
I would say that those differences caused some of the reasons why we had affairs at various points in our relationship.
He just said it.
Did you love your wife?
Yes.
Do you love your daughter?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any sort of plan for what February 24th became?
No, it was a situation I was never expecting,
Situation?
never expected to be in, would never want anyone to be in.
In terms of looking back on February 24th, what, if any, things do you think you would do differently?
What?
Objection, relevance.
I'll sustain the objection.
Oh, counsel,
What
let
if
him continue to
anything-
bury himself. You're ruining our fun. You're correct, but counsel.
Would you do differently in the room
Where it
confronting
happened?
Joe Ryan?
Objection, relevance.
I'll sustain as to relevance.
Counsel, what are we doing? Do we have more questions, or I see a typed out list. Did your client type that for you? Because I can't imagine these are all your questions.
When you shot Joe Ryan, were you aware of where you would hit him immediately?
Huh?
No,
When was it that you found out that you'd hit him in the head?
actually, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure where I hit him until we had discovery.
Oh, till the
And Why
autopsy?
did you shoot Joe Ryan on February 24th?
He was attacking Christine. I mean, he was stabbing her. I mean, I wish I shot him earlier.
So that's what you wanted to say? That's what you wanted to say? That your counsel tried to ask you 3 times, would you have done anything differently? That's the line that you wanted? That's what you wanted? So that's why your attorney asked you multiple times, would you have done anything differently? Because you wanted to say, I would have shot him sooner. Huh.
Until we had discovery.
I had to back up the whole thing.
And why did you shoot Joe Ryan on February 24th?
He was attacking Christine. I mean, he was stabbing her. I mean, I wish I shot him earlier.
Mm.
Sharon, I have no further questions.
Oh, no. Oh, what a horrible answer to leave off direct examination on. Oh, boy, that was a choice. Wow. Well, we've gotten through the entire direct examination of Defendant Banfield, and there aren't enough words for it. I'm going to give a quick summary while we message the app to let them know that cross-examination is next, because some of you will inevitably be like, well, I'm sprinting back to stream to watch this cross-examination. It's staggering to me that the defense chose to leave off cross-examination with his client laughing, giggling, delighting in being able to say to the jury that he wishes he had shot Joe Ryan sooner. Now, he couldn't quite explain how Joe Ryan was attacking, causing, stabbing Christine. He couldn't exactly say that, but he said quite a lot in his testimony. I just don't know if any of it answered the jury's question about what happened when he walked up to the bedroom, because the way he described it really doesn't make a lot of sense. And counsel really chose some interesting ground to tread in that direct examination. We did learn that his friend brought him cookies for his birthday on the 23rd. We learned that Christine worked late on the 23rd, his birthday. We learned that when he got up the stairs to go to the bedroom, that he could see that the door was open a bit because he's tall. And that, you know, for most people, his bed would be quite high off the ground, but not for him. We also learned that he made the recording of his dog whining and barking that is now the foundation for their audio expert to come back in and talk about the 911 call and whether or not they're going to talk about that first 911 call and whether it was in the basement or upstairs, or if what you hear on that 911 call is Joe Ryan, or if what you hear on that 911 call is the husky. But now we are getting into cross-examination before lunch, which means at some point the defendant is probably going to get a reprieve, because I can't imagine the prosecutor's not going to want over the lunch break to review. And I imagined she has enough questions to get started in this cross-examination. So we're going to reset the lights from WTF as we start cross-examination. And we're just going back to court for cross, y'all. Oh boy. That was a choice. I don't know if that's going to sway the jury that this was a
It's my power cord anyway.
self-defense, defense of others case. I don't know how that's going to go. If I was the prosecutor, I would take my sweet time getting set up and let him just sit there and wait. And wait. And wait. Yeah, I would leave him sitting there. I would leave him sitting there for a minute.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I would go back to my desk. I would get my water. I would get things set up. Yeah, you'd be waiting there for a minute.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Okay, how are you?
Good. So let's understand. This is the first time you've told this story or any story about what happened in the bedroom on February 24th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you did not tell the police on that day in the bedroom. You did not tell the police on that day in the hospital. You did not tell them when you were back at the station, correct?
Judge, I'd object. May we approach?
Yeah, that's tenuous ground, counsel, because you're getting close to commenting on his right to remain silent, which, depending on the law in a given jurisdiction, can be tenuous. But it really depends on the case law if once you've waived your Fifth Amendment right and taken the stand, if it can then be commented on. But he said on the 911 call, he stabbed her, or I shot him, he stabbed her. But yeah, that's, I'm not surprised that they're going to approach. I don't know what the case law is on that in Virginia, but it does not fly in every jurisdiction. So we'll see.
Sorry. Thank you. Let's try that again. You didn't tell the police
Judge A's like, yeah, fine. It's fine. Okay.
In the house, you didn't tell them in the driveway, you didn't tell them at the hospital, you didn't tell them back at the station, correct?
I said what I did on the 911 call. I was not questioned by the police at the house, in the driveway, in the ambulance about what had happened.
Okay, but you were questioned at the police station. You didn't tell them then, right?
Actually, I was not questioned at the police station.
Okay. It's been 3 years. You have not had an opportunity to tell the police in the last 3 years what happened?
Yes, they have requested to speak to me.
And I said no.
The police did request Detective Bryant, I believe, requested to speak to me at the hospital, not at the police station. And yes, they did request to speak to me through my attorney subsequently.
Okay, and you were given the opportunity to tell a court what happened when you were brought in to testify at Juliana's preliminary hearing, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and at that point in time,
What? And he hadn't been charged yet? I mean, I would tell anyone to take the fifth in that circumstance. He was brought in to testify at Juliana's prelim? That's news.
you didn't tell anybody this story, right?
I was advised that that defense of others is not relevant for preliminary hearings, and it was my intention that I was going to testify at Juliana's trial.
Okay, but at the
And he was going to say, baby, I love you. He's not wrong about defense of others, though.
preliminary hearing, you didn't even admit to Christine being your wife, correct?
That's what I was instructed to by my attorney.
Okay. So now that you've heard all of the
Oof.
evidence, every possible hearing that could happen in this case has happened. Now you are ready to tell us what happened. Is that accurate?
I was ready to tell what happened at Juliana's testimony, at Juliana's trial when that was scheduled for November. And
Okay.
I've been waiting to do that for mine. I was expecting my trial to be earlier than this too.
But at no point in time have you reached out to law enforcement to tell them, no, at no point have you had your counsel reach out to law enforcement to tell them this story.
Actually,
of
I
you
did
protecting
have-
your wife. Excuse me, I'm not finished. You have not asked anyone to talk about how you
Oh,
saved your
boy.
wife or tried to save your wife, have you?
Actually, I did. I told counsel that I would participate in any of the civil investigations that was going to be involved with my agency, and that I would talk to them regarding this case as they required.
Okay, did you do that?
They did not take it up, was my understanding, because I believe the Fairfax police did not want them to.
Okay, understood. Your affair with Juliana began in August of 2022, correct?
Yes,
Okay, you took trips together, correct?
yes,
You communicated with her on Discord, is that correct?
yes.
Tell us a little bit about Discord. Is that a messaging app that is secret, if you will?
No,
Tell us
No?
about
Okay,
Discord.
it's on your phone?
yes.
Okay, and the two of you elected to communicate that way. Why not with Facebook Messenger like you communicated with Christine, your wife?
I know. Juliana's way too young for Facebook, girl. Generational, friend. It's generational.
I think Discord is my favorite messenger app, and I use it a lot, both with my friends and the gaming groups that I was in. Christine did not use Discord.
Okay. You indicated earlier in your testimony yesterday.
Sir, you screaming at 14-year-olds in Call of Duty lobbies? This is the FBI. I am a special agent. I'm running this up. With his friends, y'all. His friends. He's got with friends. His friends with his friends.
I think that this affair with Juliana was really a nothing, right? This was just an affair. You had had others. This was not a relationship, correct?
I would say that it was a relationship, but it is an affair, but I wouldn't categorize it as serious.
Not serious. Okay. Did you love her?
There was points that I told her that I loved her.
You told her that you loved her, but you didn't actually love her.
Look, he's telling the truth on the stand. You guys, look at that. He's telling the truth. Did you love her? I told her I loved her. And how did that go? How did that go when you told her you loved her? We all know now. Baby, I love you. Baby, I would do anything for you. Baby, we're going to move to Brazil. Baby, we're going to be together. Baby, we're going to pay for your lawyer. Mm-hmm. 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 You told her that you loved her. After the windows, guys. Sorry, I forgot. After the windows. That was after. The windows were before the affair, you guys. Don't forget.
Yes.
Not serious. Okay. Did you love her?
There was points that I told her that I loved her.
You told her that you loved her, but you didn't actually love her.
I would say that I had feelings for her, but they weren't nearly as strong as feelings for my wife.
Understood. Okay.
That's not what she
let's
asked.
take a look. Judge, I'd like to have displayed to the witness
she
and counsel.
asked.
Commonwealth's 244. 34. All right.
I just have to back up real quick because something is itching my brain about what he said. Sorry, chat. We're backing up just one sec.
That I had feelings for her, but they weren't nearly as strong as feelings for my wife.
Understood.
They weren't nearly as strong as feelings for my wife. Not your love for your wife. They weren't as strong as your feelings for your wife. I just want to make sure that I read that correctly.
Okay, so let's take a look. Judge, I'd like to have displayed to the witness and counsel. Commonwealth's 244. 34. All right, so Mr. Banfield, these are your Discord messages with Juliana. Do you recognize
Oh
the
boy.
username APOCD2?
Yes, that's my
A little
Discord.
bigger so you can see. Has some more numbers.
APOCD2. Okay.
After that D21.
Mhm.
All right, and that's you, right?
Yes, that is my Discord.
Okay,
Name.
and Juliana is identified as Juliana, is that correct?
It appears to be.
Okay. So if we look at line 30, which I'll highlight for you here, February 14th, Valentine's Day, 2023, Juliana tried to break up with you, right?
Oh,
Juliana.
man. Counsel's going to lean into that tone. Defendant, I think that counsel doesn't think that I think counsel thinks you feel some kind of way sometimes about women, and she is going to lean the fuck into that. Oh, and it's going to piss you off. Oh boy. Oh, counsel. I see that game.
Look at line 30, which I'll highlight for you here. February 14th, Valentine's Day, 2023, Juliana tried to break up with you, right?
Juliana broke up with me numerous times.
Okay, on this occasion, she said, I told you I'm seeing other people. We spoke about this already. I won't be going, speaking of this trip to New York that you were going to take with Valerie,
Yes.
right? I'm sure you two will have lots of fun, something to that effect, right?
Yes.
Okay. This upset you, didn't it?
No.
No? Okay, you beg her in the next several messages to please talk to you, correct?
What in the Wendy Adelson is happening here? Did you ask her to just go to yoga and talk it out and put off breaking up?
How are you? Do you want to talk? We can chat. We'll scroll up so you can see more.
And those are a different day, it appears.
Because conversations aren't contiguous?
Well, it looks like it's within hours. Yes, midnight happens and we've moved into another day, but you're still asking if you can talk to her, right?
You guys, midnight happens.
Oh, that appears to be what it says.
We might end up with a code midnight.
Judge, I'd offer into evidence Commonwealth's 244, the Discord messages.
Any objection? All right, 244.
Chat's
evidence.
immediately saying, midnight's become my afternoon. Who fucking cares? Yeah.
And Judge, if that's been published, the jury will let it linger for a second, and then if we can take it down.
We might need code
Judge,
midnight.
if we can move to display to the witness and to counsel.
And to
Commonwealth
us.
245.
Don't forget about chat. Chat wants to know about the Discord messages. Chat wants to read all the Discord messages.
Mr. Banfield, I'm going to just scroll through it.
It's me, I'm chat.
Let me know if you recognize this letter.
Oh, I'm so
Yes.
interested. No, your stream didn't pause. Your internet didn't buffer. That's him sitting there looking at these messages. Mm-hmm. He's still looking at the messages. 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 Mm-hmm. Sir, you're taking a long time. You're kind of buffering there. You're
All right, do you recognize this letter?
Yes.
And this is your letter to Juliana,
Correct.
written while she's incarcerated, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that in this letter you profess your undying love for Juliana?
Mm-hmm. You profess your undying love for Juliana. I told you guys. I told you. Baby, I love you. This prosecutor has probably listened to so many jail calls of this guy professing his love for Juliana. Of course he did.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that in this letter you profess your undying love for Juliana?
Yes, it appears that
It appears.
I was definitely in love with her. Definitely starting in the summer
Definitely.
of 23.
Definitely.
Oh, okay. So it was just before she was arrested that you were fully in love with her?
Well, that's when we had an opportunity to actually have a bit of a relationship with.
An opportunity? That's when we had an opportunity? Tell me more about your opportunity. Oh, boy.
23.
Oh, okay. So it was just before she was arrested that you were fully in love with her?
Well, that's when we had an opportunity to actually have a bit of a relationship with. Other points were obviously very separated. I mean, I was still working a lot. Christina was obviously still around, and I was spending a lot of time with her.
What did he just say on the stand in this murder trial right now? What the fuck did he just say? What did he just say? No, he did not. Oh my God. Dude. Christine was obviously still around. I can't believe that just came out of your mouth. I can't believe you just said that. I can't believe you just said that. I can't. This is when we had an opportunity, because before that, obviously Christine was still around. Oh my God. No. Just because he fucked up, chat, doesn't mean it's fuckery. We don't go code red when people are telling the truth. No, we can't go code red when people are telling the truth. No. Oh, man. We're like 4 questions into cross, my guy. Oh, this is not going to go well. I'm going to just rewind that and let that play again. So for all of you that came back to scream at your screen, you can watch his face.
Fully in love with her?
Well, that's when we had an opportunity to actually have a bit of a relationship. With other points were obviously very separated. I mean, I was still working a lot. Christina was obviously still around, and I was spending a lot of time with her. So it wasn't really until the summer of 23 that we had a lot of time together.
Okay, but in this letter, you're talking about the memories of times you spent together before Christine's death, correct?
It seems like some of them are before and some are after.
Okay, and the long hot cuddle, was that before Christine's death?
No, that was after. We rode a bike and went to lunch and got caught in the rain.
Okay.
Do you also like pina coladas? Because in that, see, that the husband and wife end up together is the thing. But it's giving, do you remember that time we were in the hot tub for 7 hours? We wrote this is more detail than you said about your honeymoon.
And went to lunch and got caught in the rain.
Okay. Judge, I'd offer this is Commonwealth's 245.
Any objection? No. 245 in evidence?
Mm-hmm. He's so excited to talk about getting caught in the rain. And I don't think he really caught or clocked that he was talking about wanting to be with
and again, you described her in the very first.
And being distanced from her because his wife was obviously still around.
Paragraph-ish. You came here and we fell in love. But you're suggesting that love didn't happen until after Christine was dead.
As I said, that we did have feelings for each other prior, but I would not describe them as the level of feelings that I had for my wife of 19 years.
Well, she was still around, that is. Oh, we get to see the letter. We get to see the letter. We get to see the letter. I'm going to pause it so we can read the letter. We're reading it together. You think you did something with that statement, sir? It looks like you think you did something, but I don't think you did what you think you did. Hold on, we're going to move the closed captioning just for a second. I'm going to try to read this, even though I am dyslexic. It is handwritten and it's sideways. Okay. What we have been through. I only have pain and suffering without you. Your conversations about leaving or letting me go, setting me free, those are in quotes, are the most painful. I hate them. They make me cry every time. You are irreplaceable. Huh. You are my person. I believe you will have the best life together. Be full of love, happiness, support, fun, laughter, romance, and fulfillment. Definitely not snitching on each other and definitely not testifying against each other. Sorry about the something other page as I'm crying while I write that. Smears? As I'm crying while I write this. Mm-hmm.
All right.
I'm crying while I write it. I'm crying while writing it. Sorry, that's the mess on the page. I'm crying while writing it.
Judge, if I can discontinue the display.
Oh, please do.
And if I can have Commonwealth's 246 shared with counsel and the defendant.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Banfield, this one's 14 pages, so I'm not going to belabor this, but this is another love letter to Juliana.
No. Counsel, girl. We went through days of their forensic examiner, days of some of the most disorganized, distracted, and pointless testimony I've ever seen. And we've been here. I mean, we skipped some of it, but we've been here for as most of it as we could tolerate. Please belabor the 14 pages. Please do. You wrote it. You read it. 14 pages. Let's go.
That accurate?
Let's go.
No, it looks that way.
You wrote it. You read it. They're your words. Say them.
Mention it all.
Judge, I would offer this into evidence as Commonwealth's 246.
Any objection?
I don't know that there's a foundation for him identifying it, Judge.
I just can't hear you.
Sorry, I don't know that he's actually identified it. I think he's just agreed with her.
She said, "Do you recognize this?" And he said, "Yes, that's foundation that he wrote it."
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he said, yes, this was his letter to Juliana. This is your letter to Juliana?
Yes.
All right, 246 in evidence.
Yeah, counsel, just because you got nailed on foundation doesn't mean that the prosecutor didn't lay the foundation. Don't try. "14 pages.
And here you said that your gym partner, helped you to be the strongest in your life. You've never had a consistent partner before.
Ew.
Yes.
Does he say that she's his lobster? Because it feels like that's where we're going, because he's just like pulling bits from other places to try to make it sound like it should.
That was referring to a gym partner.
He clocked how bad it sounded. He clocked how bad it sounded. That was referring to a gym partner.
I am obsessed with your happiness.
Yes.
But again, all of this is after Kirstine
I mean,
had passed.
if you look at that, it also is that I declared that she was a hero because in my view, she saved my life that day. I think it's easier to fall in love with somebody that saved you.
You complete me. Mm-hmm. She saved you. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Somebody cue Wind Beneath My Wings.
All right. And I'm going to have you take a look, Judge, if we can pull this down. Commonwealth's 247.
Well, I guess the throw Juliana under the bus at trial's not happening. So interesting.
Do you recognize this item?
That's a
Yes.
All right, and this is another love letter to Juliana.
Yes.
All right. Judge, I'd offer this into evidence is Commonwealth's 247.
Any objection?
No objection.
247?
oh, chat. No. His wife, the PICU nurse who had worked as a SANE nurse. No. Juliana told us that he said that his wife was lazy. No, Juliana's the hero, you guys. Not his wife working 12-hour nursing shifts in the PICU. No, guys, come on. We're trying to logic. And it's not, the logic's not logicking. He's going to keep making that face at the prosecutor.
Okay, and if we can
And the
pull this
prosecutor
down.
at some point might actually laugh.
I can have you take a look at Commonwealth's 250.
God, I want to read all these letters. For all of you that are inevitably going to say, and some of
Do
you
you
are going to
recognize
say,
this letter?
that this jury is going to come back in 37 seconds. If I'm on that jury, I need at least an hour to read these letters. Because when are you going to get that chance again? There is going to be at least one juror that's like, I want to look at the letters a little bit more. I want to look at the letters. I want to look at the Discord messages. I want to look at all of it. There are going to be jurors that want to read everything. So, yep.
Yes.
Again, you to Juliana.
Yes.
And in this one, you're discussing baby names for your future children with her.
What?
That is something that she wanted to talk about.
Okay. Judge, I would offer this into evidence as Commonwealth's 2.
Yes.
Again, you to Juliana.
Yes.
And in this one, you're discussing baby names for your future children with her.
That is something that she wanted to talk about.
Okay. Judge, I would offer this into evidence as Commonwealth's 250.
Any objection?
No objection.
250 in evidence?
Wow. So the prosecution's now, some of these came in talking to Juliana. Did he send you this? She's now laying the rest of the foundation
But
for it.
you are contending, again, these feelings, these very strong feelings, these let's be together for the rest of our lives feelings did not exist when your wife was alive.
No, counsel, the baby I love you feelings. Counsel?
Correct.
Okay, and they certainly did not
Damn, that's really hard to see.
motivate you to kill your wife.
Juliana and I weren't even together when Christine died.
We weren't even together when Christine died. Oh, this is the child names. It looks like it says Daphne and Robert. After my father. No, after my father's grandfather. Okay.
Okay, and they certainly did not motivate you to kill your wife.
Juliana and I weren't even together when Christine died.
All right. You had broken up, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you need to kill your wife to get her back?
Oh, shit.
Definitely not.
Okay. You've had multiple affairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one of those affairs,
It's giving Wendy Adelson a bit. We had broken up. It's the behavior is not giving we had broken up, but the Discord messages are giving we had broken up. Right. We had broken up. Guys, we'd broken up. See? Nothing to see here. It's all in the messages that we had broken up. Who said we were on a break? Right. It's in the Discord messages. You couldn't have been broken up for long. Either that or Juliana never washes her sheets. One of the two.
was with a woman named Danielle, who you met on a fetish site searching for sugar babies. Is that correct?
I'm sorry.
Mention it all. Mention it all.
Maybe we've mentioned too much. So when counsel was asking about Backpage, we should have been asking some other questions?
Back?
Definitely not.
Oh my.
You had multiple affairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one of those affairs was with a woman named Danielle, who you met on a fetish site searching for sugar babies. Is that correct?
I would not call it a fetish site.
Okay. What would
Okay.
you call it?
Seeking arrangements?
An arranged relationship.
Okay.
Damn
So you were
it.
looking for someone to be your sugar baby?
God damn
I
it.
guess. It was a relationship where they would already know that I was married. That was what I was looking for.
Okay. Another one of your affairs was with your best friend's wife. Is that correct?
What?
No. First, he's not my best friend. Number two,
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. First of all, counsel, how fucking dare you? He's at least best friend number 4. This man has lots of friends. Counsel, how dare you? That is not his best friend. Your best friend's wife? We haven't even established a code midnight. I don't know where we're at. Why in the world would you choose to testify knowing that the prosecution knows this? What are you doing? Also, is this the friend that brought you cookies on your birthday? Or no?
I was married. That was what I was looking for.
Okay. Another one of your affairs was with your best friend's wife. Is that correct?
No. First, he's not my best friend. Number two, they were not married. They were not even together at that point.
They were on a break.
They were. Is that your understanding of what they believed, or is that how you perceived their relationship? Did they think they were together?
I don't think so. My understanding is that she wanted to be with him and they were not together at that point.
Okay.
But no, they were definitely not married at that point or anything like that.
Okay. But you were married at that point.
Yes, I was married at that point.
All right. Thank you. Let's talk about Christine and
Oh my God.
her apparent decision to solicit someone to fake rape her. You would agree, you have not seen today, nor are you aware of any phone history, computer history indicating that she...
That's an interesting way to ask that question, counsel. A really interesting way to ask that question. But we talked about this earlier today, that they have Christine's phone history and web history going back to the mid-2000s. That's what I think Miller testified to. And he's seen all that discovery. He had his expert on the stand for 84 years. And now the prosecution's like, you didn't see anything anywhere that indicated that she was having an affair, that she was into this lifestyle. Oh my.
was interested in this type of relationship prior to January of 2023, correct?
I was aware that she was interested in this type of thing, but I was unaware of the messages or that she was pursuing this again.
Again?
As it had been many years since she had expressed those feelings.
Okay, but there is no internet history that you're aware of predating January 2023, correct?
I'm not, could you ask that a different way?
Yes, I can ask it a different way. Sir, was hunting or haunting Adeline in her Kindle or Audible account? I have questions. But you know the answer. You know the answer. Not even Butcher and Blackbird. Like, you know the answer. You just don't want to answer it.
When, from what you've seen in court, she sets this up, she's using a profile picture from a gym bathroom with like a Barbie doll. I think it's an Ariel doll. in
It's
the
definitely an
picture.
Ariel doll.
And that's a photo that she sent to you on that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did she have any other pictures in her Facebook cache that she could have used that you're aware of?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean,
You never looked at her Facebook?
yes, I look at her Facebook, but I don't use social media very much.
Okay. You presented us with
Just
20
Discord.
plus pictures yesterday. Were any of those photos available to her? They all came from her Facebook page, correct?
I don't know where they came from. I didn't arrange for them.
Oh,
You don't know where all the photos you paraded out in court came from? You didn't know where all the photos that you paraded out in court came from? Huh.
with 20 plus pictures yesterday. Were any of those photos available to her? They all came from her Facebook page, correct?
I don't know where they came from. I didn't arrange for them.
Oh, okay. Those weren't your photos that you were sharing with us?
Some of them appeared to be my photos, but I don't know. Some of them, I believe, were my mother's. Some of them, I think, were Christine's. A lot of times, Christine and I,
Oh, please
we would-
explain.
if we were to share photos, we shared them on Messenger.
Okay. All right. And in the pictures that you all had shared on Messenger,
Unbelievable.
there was not a single other photo of Christine where she wasn't in a public bathroom that she could have used as her profile photo?
I'm sure she could choose whatever profile photo she would have wanted. I don't know why. I mean, it appears that she took the photo that day and used the photo that day for herself.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
When these solicitations occurred between Christine and the other users on FetLife, she was looking for someone that she expected to engage with her sight unseen, correct? There were not to be any meetings in public in advance of this hookup, correct?
That is what the messages seem to appear.
Okay. And she was only doing this when either you or Juliana were home, correct?
It appeared to me that it happened when I was not home based on what was presented today often.
That wasn't
Right,
the
but
question.
Juliana was home, correct?
wasn't
I don't
the question.
necessarily know where Juliana was at those points.
You just know that you weren't there, correct?
Well,
Sir, did you fall asleep during your expert's testimony? We don't blame you.
was at those points.
You just know that you weren't there, correct?
Well, we went through lots of the evidence that showed that there was many times that I wasn't there. There was points that it showed that the messages were logged into from the CBRN email that
I'm going to, Chad, I apologize for not going through his testimony smoothly. I'm going to back this up. Look, I would guess that this prosecutor is going to attack the cleverness of his plan because it will absolutely piss him off. And he is going to get defensive over how clever the plan was. And so her poking at the plan, he's already starting to get defensive. You're going to see him start to get defensive. And she has already, of course, clocked that this is going to frustrate him because clearly he is tall and very, very, very smart. So as we're trailing into this part of Cross, it's going to be very interesting to see.
it appeared to me that it happened when I was not home based on what was presented today often.
Right, but Juliana was home, correct?
I don't necessarily know where Juliana was at those points.
You just know that you weren't there, correct?
Well, we went through lots of the evidence that showed that there was many times that I wasn't there. There was points that it showed that the messages were logged into from the CBRN email that Juliana states that she has no knowledge of, never logged into, doesn't know the password to. And so if Juliana is the home, whether she is or not, the only other person that is home is Christine that
Right. But most importantly, you are not home, correct?
It appears that there was many messages that were sent while I was home and many messages that
that's
were
not what
sent
I
while I
asked.
wasn't home.
I am asking, you were not home.
There is both messages.
Y'all, the eyebrows aren't making the eyebrow face. What happened to the smooshy eyebrows? Guy, where'd the smooshy eyebrows go? Cause we're not seeing the smooshy eyebrows anymore. You looked at your attorney with the smooshy face for a day and a half. Where'd it go?
So if Juliana is the home, whether she is or not, the only other person that is home is Christine
Right.
But
most importantly, you are not home, correct?
it appears that there was many messages that were sent while I was home and many messages
That's
that were
not what
sent
I
while I
asked.
wasn't home.
I am asking, you were not home.
There is both messages that from when I was home and when I was not home, it
Okay.
appears.
Okay. So
Oh, he's gonna hate how dismissive she's
the person
being.
that
It's
she
great.
picked again was one who was willing to come to her home, not a hotel, without any sort of public meetup first, as seemed to be the ask from most of the other participants on FetLife. Accurate?
I didn't read the other messages between the other people.
Okay. And this person needed to be willing to bring a knife, correct?
I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't see an ask for the knife.
No problem. You were present for your daughter's birth. You remember that.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Okay. And at that time, were you aware that Christine received medication to address her blood clotting disorder?
My experience is that she did not, that they tested her in her prenatal experience and that she did not require a medication for it, but they were going to monitor her for it during the delivery.
Okay, because you were aware she had a blood clotting disorder, correct?
I am aware that she has a blood clotting disorder.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
When you set this whole thing up,
I didn't set this whole thing up.
I'm sorry, when Christine set this whole thing up, it was scheduled to occur minutes after her family was leaving the house at 7 a.m.
Y'all are letting prosecutors have too much fun out here, sir. You are letting her have way too much fun.
Minutes after her family was leaving the house at 7 a.m.-ish, correct?
I don't know what time her family was leaving the house.
Oh, you hadn't shared with her your plan to go
Aren't
to your
you
meeting
family?
early the next morning?
I didn't have a meeting the next, I'm sorry. Can you ask the question again?
Sure, the night
you
before
got
on the
confused?
23rd,
Oh,
right?
the 23rd, sorry.
When she is setting this up, she's scheduling it to occur at 7:20-ish a.m., which was going to be minutes after everyone had left the house to go to the zoo, to go to the big meeting, right?
Big meeting.
That is what the messages seem to say.
Okay. And are you telling us that your wife was not aware that you had this big meeting scheduled for the 24th?
Big.
She was aware that I had the meeting scheduled.
Huge.
Okay. And was she aware that the nanny was taking your daughter to the zoo?
It appears to me that she arranged for Juliana to take Valerie to the zoo. She got the parking tickets to take her to the zoo.
I didn't see any of that in all the digital discovery. I didn't see any of that in the digital discovery. I mean, your witness was on the stand for 700 days. So why didn't we see anyone buying the tickets for the parking at the zoo?
had planned it, I don't know, a week, 10 days prior.
Right. And the zoo opens at 8 o'clock and everyone's leaving at 7, but she
That's
scheduled
early.
Joe Ryan to come over at 7:20. Is that correct?
I don't know what time she's scheduled exactly.
Okay. And you indicated that you were not aware that she had taken February 24th off until just the day before, right?
That is correct.
Okay, but that's not accurate because her parents were scheduled to come while you were going to be out of town the night of the 24th. Isn't that correct?
Oh.
I believe they were coming in the evening, and then she would already be back from work.
I see. So your expectation was that she was.
Because he was going to New York, you guys. Why? For his birthday party. Right. So her parents were coming into town, so she'd be home in the early evening. Wasn't she working 12-hour shifts? Okay.
Was working that day, but their expectation and everyone else's expectation is that she would be home.
I don't believe it was ever stated that she was going to be home, that they were aware that she was going to be home. My experience was that she was scheduled to work until that day.
But her parents were coming for dinner.
I don't know if they were coming for dinner. I think they were traveling through. I don't know why they were coming exactly,
Okay.
because I think they were going to Florida or continuing on.
Okay. And it would be your contention that on the morning of this planned tryst, she took her phone and turned it off herself and put it in the kitchen drawer?
I don't know. I did not see her turn off the phone.
Okay. You didn't see her with her phone at all. Did
I
you?
saw her with her phone in the morning when I was getting ready.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. And she was on her phone in the morning when you were getting ready?
Yes, she had her phone in the morning,
And you said that was 6:30.
roughly. I mean,
Okay.
I was in and out getting ready in that morning, so it's hard to say an exact
Her
time.
phone was powered
So
off
then
before
would it
that.
surprise you if the digital forensics, Mr. Lidsky's work would show that she was not on her phone?
Come on, counsel. He slept through Litsky's work. We listened. He slept through Litsky's work. He slept through Litsky's work. The phone was already off at like 6:26, was it?
Phone at 6:30 or really any time before or after that within
I saw her with her phone. It was on the bed. She had the laptop also on the bed.
Got it. Okay. So she was just with the phone, not using the phone.
Yes.
I see. Let's talk about what happened in the room that morning.
I'm honestly surprised he didn't put it in his notes, y'all. He took a lot of notes. He took a lot of notes. How is that not in the notes?
You leave the house, you go to McDonald's, and you're in the bathroom there for 7 minutes. Is that correct?
It was the
I believe
cookie.
that's what the time showed.
Okay, and you don't leave the bathroom until Juliana calls you at 7:37. Is that correct?
I believe that's the time. I don't have the time in front of me.
Okay, but as you're leaving the bathroom, you don't call 911.
I did not.
Okay, and you don't tell Juliana to call 911.
No, I did not.
This. Then
You
why
don't
didn't you
run
just,
out of McDonald's. We've seen you on the video. You walk to your car.
then why didn't you just go to work?
I thought it looked like I was walking faster than normal.
Okay, but you're not concerned.
Excuse me, counsel? He was trying to like fly casual, but also make it look urgent, but not too urgent. He was trying not to oversell it. He was trying not to oversell it, counsel. You have now offended him because he thought he looked like he was walking faster than normal. Counsel, how dare you? How dare you?
You don't run out of McDonald's. We've seen you on the video. You walk to your car.
I thought it looked like I was walking faster than normal.
Okay, but you're not concerned. You said at this point in time, you didn't have any reason to worry. You thought maybe she was just having an affair, another one, correct?
That was my original thought.
Okay, so out of curiosity, if she's having another affair, why are you going back to the house at all? Why didn't you tell Juliana just to go to the
Bing.
zoo with Valerie? Don't worry about it. It's just another affair.
Bing, bing.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to be telling Juliana about Christine's affairs. That's not something I would discuss.
With the person you're having an affair with? You wouldn't tell the person you're having an affair with? Don't worry about it, babe. This is just, it's kind of how we roll. Like, She's OPP. I'm OPP. We're all down with OPP. Wouldn't that be exactly the kind of thing that you would tell the nanny that's living in your house that you're having an affair with? No? Sure.
About it, it's just another affair.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to be telling Juliana about Christine's affairs. That's not something I would discuss with her.
Why not? You're having an affair with Juliana.
Exactly.
We discussed basically nothing about Christine together. She didn't want to know anything about Christine.
Okay. So you're leaving the McDonald's. You're heading back home to catch your wife in the affair then?
I was very unsure of what was going on at that point. It went through my mind that it was possibly going to be an affair, but I did not know what it was.
Okay. So when you arrive at the house,
Okay.
you're saying that Juliana brings Valerie in after you to the basement. Is
But
that
what
correct?
about the big meeting?
Yes, and she also said that she followed me later. She didn't say that I told her.
Okay. And at that point in time, again, you're still thinking you're just busting your wife having sex with some guy.
I did not know, once again, exactly what was going on. That was a consideration, that it was possible that she was having an affair, but I did not know what was happening at that time.
Okay. But be it catching her in an affair or this question mark something else that you haven't defined, why wouldn't you tell the babysitter to take your daughter back outside?
I believe that she was
Bing!
safe in the basement. I thought they were okay there. I did not perceive that they were in danger at that time. I told them to stay at the car. I don't know why she chose to come to the house.
Okay, but you're law enforcement and this is your house. You're not going to tell them what to do to ensure that they are safe when you have this doubt about what's going on?
I understand that. And it may have been a mistake that I didn't send them back out. And it's something that I've thought about many times.
Okay.
That's the thing that you thought about many times? That's the thing you thought about many times? It may have been a mistake. A flaw in the plan, if you will?
Law enforcement, and this is your house. You're not going to tell them
Oh, yeah, he's
what
told us
to
it's
do
his
to
house.
ensure that they are safe when you have this doubt about what's going on?
I understand that. And it may have been a mistake that I didn't send them back out. And it's something that I've thought about many times.
Okay. You indicated that you haven't drawn your gun.
Chat? Because all of this feels like I'm living in the Twilight Zone. Has he said at all, I wish I had gotten there sooner? I wish I had gotten into the house faster? I wish I had got up the stairs faster? He laughed and said, I wish I had shot him sooner. But he didn't say anything about, if only I didn't catch a red light, if only I wasn't in the McDonald's bathroom for 7 minutes. No regret at all, except I actually thought about that. Did you think about it with regret, or did you think about it after you caught child endangerment charges? That maybe you should have sent them back out. I have a lot of questions about that.
Until you're on the stairs up to the bedroom and can hear what you think are sex noises coming from the bedroom. Is that correct?
Oh God, yeah, he said that.
No, I stated that when I was on the main floor, I believed that the noises were sex, moaning, things like that. But later on, when I was climbing the stairs, I had already changed my thought, and I thought that what I believe are strikes sounded too sharp to.
Right, your mind
moan-
changed. It
Yes.
wasn't sex anymore now. It sounded bad.
Yes.
Okay. At that point in time, there's a lock on the outside of your basement door, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't lock the basement door, did you?
I'm not sure I've ever locked that.
Well, the lock is there, isn't it?
It was there when it came with the house. I don't believe I've ever used that lock at any point.
Okay, but it would have presumably kept your babysitter and your child from leaving the basement and following you, as we know Juliana did, up to the room where bad things were now happening, right?
I guess that's possible, but I never thought of that lock. It's not something that's in my general thought pattern, as it's not something we ever use.
In his
Okay.
thought pattern.
So you followed your training and pulled your weapon and walked up.
Oh, more like the door from the basement in the Walsh case. The door going down into the basement from the house had a lock, not just coming up from the basement, but going down. That's right. It was a higher up lock, almost like the one at the Walsh house. Yeah.
Up the stairs with the gun out. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Okay. And when you turned and saw Juliana had followed you, at that point in time, you're worried that bad things are happening, correct?
yes, I am.
Did you tell her to call 911 at that point?
No, I was moving quickly towards the door.
Did you tell her to go back downstairs and get your daughter out of the house at that point?
I wasn't worried about Juliana at that point. I was worried about Christine.
Okay, and you weren't worried about your daughter at that
I
point.
wasn't worried about Juliana. Counsel, at that point, she was still following the plan.
Either then, right?
I don't think Valerie was on the top of my mind when I believed that Christine is being injured. And
Okay.
that was at the forefront of my mind.
So you get up to the room with your gun drawn and
Chad, I believe him. I absolutely believe him that he was not worried about his daughter because he knew that Joseph Ryan wasn't there to murder Christine. Of course, he wasn't worried about his daughter. He knew that he was in control of the situation because he had set it up. He knew that Joseph Ryan was lured there to have a encounter, a word he's used multiple times, but not there to hurt Christine. So no, of course he wasn't worried about his daughter. He had a plan and everything was going to plan. He's in control of the situation. And he thought he had the situation under control. And he did. Christine ended up dead, and so did Joseph Ryan, just as he had planned it. So of course he wasn't worried. Because he knew why Joseph Ryan was in the house. And he knew how he got in the house. And he knew what he had with him. And he knew what he was planning to do. So why would he be worried? Of course. Of course he's not worried. Right.
you see what's happening. You see Joe Ryan behind your naked wife with something metal in his hand. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point in time, you yelled police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't shoot.
No.
You did not yell for Juliana, who's behind you, to call 911.
Ma'am,
I didn't know that Juliana was behind me or had climbed the stairs at that point.
He had
I had
a
only
shiny
seen
badge.
her on the main floor leave at the door. I did not see her climb the stairs at that point.
Okay, but you told us that the foyer is this big echoey chamber that you can hear from anywhere in the house. If she's in the foyer and you're standing at the door, whether or not she's immediately behind you, if you yelled, call 911, she would hear you, wouldn't she? In this echoey foyer.
Yes, she would hear that.
Okay, but you didn't do that, did you?
I was focused on the tense situation that was in front of me.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask just a moment while I log back in.
Andrea in the chat asked, Emily, how would you articulate that argument in this time if you were the prosecution? I wouldn't. I would put that in my pocket for closing. I wouldn't want to give him time to fix it. I wouldn't want him to know it was wrong. I wouldn't want to alert him to anything he could try to figure out. That is going in the pocket. Right in the pocket for closing argument. Nope. I would
Judge,
not.
if I can have
I
the
would not
witness
spend a
and counsel
second
take
on
a
it.
look at Commonwealth's 251.
You just hold on to that note. I'm very curious what they're looking at. So no, I wouldn't bring
Mr.
it up at all.
Banfield, is this the person that you saw when you entered the bedroom? Joseph
Yes.
Ryan?
That's a photo of Joseph Ryan.
Yes.
That's probably going
Judge,
to.
at this time, I'd offer Commonwealth's 251 into evidence.
Any objection?
Your Honor, object to relevance.
Overruled.
What?
251 evidence.
Counsel, last I checked, your client is charged with the murder of Joseph Ryan. How is it anything but relevant?
So
I'm
this
sorry,
man,
Joe,
Joseph
as he
Ryan,
called him.
planned to kill your wife,
With a Santoku knife
having left this
and a tangerine.
completely discoverable trail on the internet. Is that correct?
I have no idea what his plans were.
Okay. So you think maybe he came for another reason and then at some
Sorry,
point
Chad.
his mind
Apricot.
changed?
I don't know.
Okay. Did he say anything to you that would lead you to believe that he stabbed your wife on the spur of the moment?
I mean, it appeared to be somewhat related to me telling him that I was going to arrest him.
Huh?
But besides that, I'm unsure.
Okay, well then let's nail this down. I thought you had said that when you entered the room, the knife is in his hand, the other hand's maybe on her neck, somewhere in her hair, and she's already bleeding, correct?
He didn't say
I
that.
believe that there was already blood in her hair.
Okay, so in your version of this, he had already stabbed her when you walked in the room.
I believe so.
Okay, and you then saw him stab her.
I guess I'm not sure. It could have been at that same time that he already has the knife to her neck. So I don't know if that he stabbed her before or that it was at that point that the knife is already to her neck that the blood goes to her hair.
Arterial.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, let's
Bleed.
go back then and talk about your testimony. You described that when you came in, Christine was moaning / yelled. You thought she was being stabbed. She went to her left, and it seemed he, Joseph Ryan, was putting forward movement. That's what you testified to, right? So that would be the first stab that you saw.
The knife is inside of her hair, which would be at the location of her neck. I can't tell. Christine was yelling and obviously in pain. So
Huh?
I might think that she was already had the knife pressed to her
I
at
might
that point.
think.
So we know from the medical examiner.
I might think. Mm-hmm. You can't tell us what you were thinking because you're trying to figure out what you would have been thinking if this scenario was true. Is that correct?
And you know, because you got to hear it, that she was stabbed 7 times and then had an 8th cutting wound, correct?
I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but yes, that sounds familiar.
Okay, and you've described for us that she's already bleeding and that you see a forward movement, but you can't really tell what happened, right? And then you told us a bit ago that there's an exchange between you and Joe Ryan. You tell him to let her go at least one more time after this exchange. And it appears that he forcefully stabbed.
Yes, Chad, I do think he just rolled his eyes. For everyone who's listening in the background, yes, I do think he rolled his eyes. I do. Mm-hmm. I do think he rolled his eyes. But for everybody who's watching or listening in the background, now you have an opportunity to see it too. Yes, I do absolutely think he rolled his eyes. Mm-hmm.
I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but yes, that sounds familiar.
Okay, and you've described for us that she's already bleeding and that you see a forward movement, but you can't really tell what happened, right? And then you told us a bit ago that there's an exchange between you and Joe Ryan. You tell him to let her go at least one more time after this exchange. And it appears that he forcefully stabs Christine. She spins away toward you and lands on her stomach on the ground. So there's one clear stab.
It's not towards me, it's away from me.
Okay. But that is one moment when you see Joe Ryan stab Christine, correct?
Yes, and then downward after she went to the floor. So
Okay, so you believe that's another stab?
I'm only positive of the two.
Okay, so you've got two. So there's 5 more.
Jeez.
When did he stab her those other 5 times?
The knife is inside of her hair. I can't tell the movement. I can't tell how that is looking at that time. And I don't know exactly what happened before.
I can't tell how that is looking at that time. Right. Because that's not what happened. Sir, you're not, that's not going well for you. Mm-hmm.
I'm only positive of the two.
Okay, so you've got 2. So there's 5 more. When did he stab her those other 5 times?
The knife is inside of her hair. I can't tell the movement. I can't tell how that is looking at that time. And I don't know exactly what happened before I arrived either.
Okay, well, she had to get 5 more wounds at some point. And you're telling us that when you get into the room, she's capable of speech, correct?
Yes.
Okay, she says a lot of stuff. She says that
He says she did.
he's got a knife, right? Brendan, he's got a knife.
Yes.
She says that. And she says at one point that she wants you to put more pressure on her neck, correct?
Yes, she told me to put my hand there, and then she put more pressure on my hand.
And then she's
at
sorry.
one point,
She's sorry.
She tells you
loves
she
him.
can't see.
She
correct?
can't see. She's
Yeah.
bleeding out.
Okay.
There's more.
And all of this talking is happening with what at that point in time has to be all 7 of the wounds in her neck, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, if I can
Are you gonna pull? What are you
pull
pulling
down
up?
the current display.
Ooh, what are we pulling? What are we pulling up, counsel?
Take a look at Commonwealth's previously admitted 23.
23 under seal.
I'm sorry, 22. I apologize.
22 under seal.
Autopsy photo.
All right, and these are the wounds on the left side of her neck, correct?
Autopsy photo.
Yes.
Okay. And if I can have the witness and the jury take a look at previously admitted Commonwealth's 25, also under seal.
Mm-hmm.
And these are the wounds on the right side of her neck, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and she's chatting with you with these wounds in her neck, correct?
Yep. Yep. Just remind the jury, since this was 900 years ago, remind the jury how bad this was. Right.
Yes, her voice is very hoarse. She was having difficulty speaking, but yes, she was talking to me.
Okay.
Her voice is very hoarse, chat.
So going back to Joe for a moment, you are not aware of what his plan was, whether it be to kill her or that may have just been something that happened while he was there, correct?
I know nothing about Joe Ryan prior to these interactions in the bedroom.
Okay. But you know from having sat through this trial what the Commonwealth's evidence is, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you know that he texted with someone on Christine's laptop that whole morning, correct?
Yes,
And you know that he laid out his expected arrival time, correct?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you catch that he stopped at Walmart on his way to your house and bought personal lubricant because
Your
your
Honor,
wife?
object, she's
What's your legal objection?
talking about the case and she's having him corroborate.
Your Honor, make it stop. For the love of God, Your Honor, please make it stop. Judge A, what's your legal objection? He still doesn't have one. Your Honor, help. Help, Your Honor. Help. She's asking him about the facts of the case, Your Honor, not the facts of the
Bought personal
case.
lubricant because
Not the facts of the case. Counsel, come
I
on.
don't remember.
okay. Did you catch that he stopped at Walmart on his way to your house and bought personal lubricant because
Your
your
Honor,
wife?
object, she's
What's your legal objection?
talking about the case and she's having him corroborate what their case is.
I don't know what that legal objection is. What's legal?
It's not relevant.
Overruled.
Excuse me, Judge A, the facts of the murder trial, his murder trial, are not relevant. Oh boy.
I'm aware he went to Walmart.
I'm sorry, you're aware he went to Walmart, right?
Yes.
And then he bought personal lubricants for your wife, correct?
I guess.
Who
I don't
he may
know.
or may not have been intending to murder, correct?
I don't know why he brought personal lubricant.
Okay. He left his car parked in your driveway in broad daylight, which you saw, correct?
Yes, I did.
His phone
Okay,
was in
and he
it.
left his 2 cell phones in his car per the instructions that your wife gave him on Telegram, correct?
Do the wallet next. Wallet.
I guess.
Wallet.
I saw the pictures on the floor. I didn't know where they were.
Okay. You said that you heard what you thought initially were sex noises, right?
Yes.
Okay, but we know from the physical evidence recovery kits that were taken from both Mr. Ryan and your wife that there was no semen, no DNA from Mr. Ryan found in or around your wife's genitalia, correct?
That's my understanding.
Please don't ask him about the nanny's
So
bed
how
sheets.
long
Don't ask him about the bed
do you
sheets.
think passed
Wallet.
between your instructions to Joe Ryan to put down the knife, let her go, let her go, let her go, and your wife is bleeding before you shot him?
Not that long, under a minute.
Under a minute. Okay, so if we were to count out 60 seconds, 1, 2,
Please do.
3,
All of
so
it.
on and so forth,
No,
that
no.
would be a minute. And in that
No, just open up 60 seconds. Just start it on your watch and stand there for 60 seconds. It's my favorite. It's my favorite. It makes people really uncomfortable in the stand when you do that. It's the best. What's interesting to me, and I'm curious if she's going to go this direction in her cross too, is that Joe Ryan was DOA when law enforcement arrived. Christine was not. Christine was still breathing when, or at least had some breath movement when law enforcement arrived. She was not pronounced. She had a blood clotting disorder, and she had injuries to her carotid artery and you're telling me that with those injuries to her left jugular and her right carotid, with a blood clotting disorder, that she did not pass before Joe Ryan? How was she injured that way before Joe Ryan was shot and she was still breathing when law enforcement got there. I really just have some questions about that. Seeing that I believe in that first 911 call that we can hear Joe Ryan. I believe Juliana on that we can hear Joe Ryan in that first 911 call. The next 911 call was more than 13 minutes later. So I have some questions about that.
That time, you did not shoot him.
I did not shoot him, and I did not shoot him prior to Christine going to the floor.
Okay. And at that point in time that she's going to the floor, we're at least 6 stab wounds in, right?
To the best of my knowledge, it's hard to see. Also, I'm aiming down my sight at Joe.
It's hard to see.
And so I'm not focused exactly on Christine. You have a narrowed view when you're aiming down a firearm.
And you just couldn't pull the trigger, could you?
I was afraid.
Okay. And you are a trained law enforcement officer, correct?
I am, but I have
But let's be honest,
my
everybody.
shooting record is on the lower end for the qualifications, and there is not a lot, and there's very little space there. And I was afraid of hitting her.
Okay. Mr. Ryan did not have a gun, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
You also had handcuffs, correct?
Yes,
You didn't use those to apprehend Mr. Ryan, correct?
looking back on it, I should have handcuffed him after my shot. Would be the.
But you're such a tall man. You didn't cuff him?
Would be something that I should have done looking back at it.
Okay. Well, let's talk about your weapons training. You said that you go to the range monthly to keep up on your skills. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say I go roughly every month, every other month when I can.
Okay. So would it then surprise you that when you took Juliana in October of 2022, that you hadn't been since one time in April and one time in May of that year, and prior to that, not since 2020?
I was going to Blackfish Armory as my primary place. We had the Treasury Department.
So you took your nanny to not your regular shooting range then?
Had a contract with them, and I didn't have to pay for them, but the contract ended. And so then I went back to Silver Eagle Group.
When did the contract end?
I'm not sure, but Blackfish Armory actually went out of business.
That's not answering the question.
They were in Chantilly, so that was pretty close to me. So that's where I was primarily going prior to Silver Eagle Group.
Okay, but you were going to Silver Eagle Group in 2020, and then you went to Silver Eagle Group in April and May of 2022, and then in October and December when you took Juliana. So at what point in time did you transition to Silver Eagle Group?
I guess I came to Virginia in 2019, so I guess probably in 2019, 2020, 2021, sounds like I was probably going to Blackfish Armory instead of Silver Eagle Group.
Well,
I don't
without
know.
speculating, what do you remember doing?
That's not something that I remember the transition of exactly between the two.
Okay.
Why did you teach Juliana to shoot?
It was a
It
fun
was
date
something
day.
that we could do together. It was, in terms of many activities, it was.
Counsel, but I look so good when I go shooting.
Something that was going to be out of the house, and generally when I could or she could, we would do activities together. It was something I was already going to do, and she wanted to come with me.
Okay. And you gave her the code to your safe in your bedroom, correct?
She realized that it was the same code as the door.
She realized?
when I was putting away my gear during the day.
How do you know that?
So your gun safe code is the same as the door code to your house that your child and wife and
They-
babysitter have access to.
They had their own codes, but my code was the same between my door and my safe in my car. It was the same for all of them.
Oh, okay. So
Everybody had their
Juliana
own
didn't
code.
have the door code because that's how she got in and out of the house.
She had her own door code to get in and out of the house.
Right.
Okay, so you gave her the code to your safe.
Those are different. I have my own code to the door, and she
No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, no. No, 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 no. Everyone had their own door codes. So you had to give her your door code. And now you're saying that that's not the same code?
Door code because that's how she got in and out of the house.
She had her own door code to get in and out of the house.
Okay, so you gave her the code to your safe.
Those are different.
They're
I have
different?
my own code to the door, and she has her own code to the door, and my mother has her own code to the door, and Christine has her own code
Right.
to the door.
Right.
She just being next to me, going in and out of the house, knew my code.
She was just creeping on it?
So when you observed your babysitter picking up your code because she was able to see, you didn't think that was a good time to change the code?
It wasn't a concern of mine at that point. I didn't think about it. Also,
Then how did you know that she knew?
I don't think I've ever changed the code after the initial setup. It wasn't something I was.
Then how do you know
On my
that she
mind.
knew?
Okay. Is that part of your law enforcement training, that it's okay for people to have the code to your gun safe?
I'm aware that others in my department had family members that were aware that they knew the code, that they knew their codes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a breaking time for lunch? or you let me know?
No!
Okay.
I only have a little bit left, Judge. If I can have 10 more minutes.
No!
That's fine.
I won't make
Let's do it.
everybody starve, but
Okay.
just a little bit. Thank you.
That's fine.
No, girl, take the lunch break and come on back. What do you mean you only have 10 more minutes?
Do you have any life-saving training as a result of your law enforcement
He
background?
said it was in his training.
A little bit.
A little bit, okay. And your life-saving training tells you that Juliana should be the one to call 911 while you are tending to Christine, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, but when Juliana hadn't called 911, you didn't think that was the time at which maybe you should do it?
I didn't realize that she didn't call 911 immediately because I was focused on Christine. So
Okay.
I wasn't looking at Juliana after I told her to call 911. I was looking at Christine.
Okay, so you're also then not aware that Juliana hung up on 911 15 minutes prior to the call where you spoke to them?
Oh, boy.
My awareness was that she made that original call in the upstairs room.
She made the original call in the upstairs room, and where were you?
No, my understanding is that she actually made the call originally while she was in the basement.
Oh,
As
not
per
the
her.
upstairs.
She made the original call in the basement, right? With the dog. But you're the one who was telling her to hang it up. You're the one that was saying hang it up. If we believe Juliana. Right. Because he's going to say it's the dog on the 911 call. Of course he is. Of course he is.
I was looking at Christine.
Okay, so you're also then not aware that Juliana hung up on 911 15 minutes prior to the call where you spoke to them?
My awareness was that she made that original call in the upstairs room.
Right.
She made the original call in the upstairs room,
Right.
and where were you?
No, my understanding is that she actually made the call
Right.
originally while she was in the basement.
Oh,
As
not
per her.
the upstairs. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you weren't there then, is your contention?
I never heard her make the original call. I never saw her make the original call.
And you
Right.
certainly didn't tell her to hang up the phone.
No, I knew nothing about the original call until far later.
Okay. So while you are tending to
prosecutor's
your
like,
wife and
"Sure,
exchanging hand
Jan."
placement with her over the wounds that we saw, you did not at that point in time use the towel, the blanket, the sheet, or the other blanket to staunch the flow of blood from her neck?
It wasn't until I was instructed to by 911 to do that. Pressure is a different form of treatment that we were taught, and that is also what Christine was doing. I believe that was the best course of action at the time.
To put pressure on the wound that was so large that your finger went inside of it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when first responders arrived, you agree you're on video holding her neck with your bare hand, correct?
I think so.
So where had the towel, the blanket, the sheet gone at that point after
that-
you were instructed by 911?
I think the towel was right next to me, but
It was under your knees, wasn't it?
I don't.
Counsel, kneeling on the floor can hurt. So putting the towel under your knees so it's a little bit more comfy, it just counsel, it's his bedroom. It's hard. He's tall. Of course you need the towel under your knees. See, we didn't know where the towel was. We saw the towel in the crime scene photos, but we didn't know where the towel was. We haven't seen the body cam. It's sealed, which is appropriate. But the detail that the towel is under his knees and not trying to stop the bleeding on his wife is wild. Wild. But it makes sense with the way that the blood looks when they showed the towel, because it's not something that was used to stop active bleeding of the victim's carotid artery. It's just not. That's a great detail, counsel.
911.
I think the towel was right next to me, but
It was under your knees, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Okay.
I thought it was right next to me.
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
No!
Let's go ahead and I assume it's going to take a little time for redirect or?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and take our lunch then. Don't discuss the case and don't do any outside research. See you back here about 2:15.
Well, everybody, we have 9 days and we finally got into a trial. But that's the end of Cross, which is a little bit wild to me. We've seen that from this prosecutor, that she kept Cross short and effective.
Again, Mr. Banfield, since you're still testifying, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorney until you're finished, okay?
Can I ask you a question?
You might want to ask your lawyer a question and not me before you ask me a question. Do you want to?
Can I go up there?
Yeah, go ahead and ask.
Can I ask you a question? No. No, you can't just ask the judge a question. I just want to wait and see if he does ask the judge a question. I'm just curious. I'm very, very curious. Ma'am, can I just ask you a question? No. Where are we going, camera? Camera.
The question?
I think it's probably not an appropriate question, Judge, so we're just going to.
Okay, not an appropriate question, so you can't talk to your attorney, okay? All right, thank you. All right, we'll come back at 2:15 then, okay? All rise.
Can I put this in my bag?
What's the question? Wrong answer is only chat. Or am I cooked? Your Honor, you're just going to sit here and let her do this to me? Well, we're now at the lunch break, day 9. The cross-examination of the defendant is complete. It was a very direct and constrained cross-examination. Do I think the prosecution could have asked questions for 3 days? I do. Do I think it would have ultimately been helpful? Probably not. Would we have all been happy to sit here and watch it? 100%. But does that serve the jury best? No. I think the prosecution is probably looking at the jury's face. They see that the jury is done. They are probably done, and they are ready, I am sure, to just get this case to the jury and let the jury go. Days and days and days of the defense tech expert. What else does the jury need? Because the things that the defendant said in that cross-examination were so incredibly damaging that I think it showed a tremendous amount of insight and restraint to say, we're just going to stop. We're just going to stop. There is plenty to be argued in the closing arguments. We have the defendant saying that his relationship with Juliana, his au pair, really blossomed once Christine was no longer around. You know, Christine wasn't around anymore. So their relationship really did get closer after his wife was gone. And she really did ask quite a lot of interesting questions about his affairs, including an affair with his best friend, his best friend's wife. Emily, no, not heated rivalry. Apologies, chat. His best friend's wife. And he was like, he was so offended because first of all, that's not his best friend. Second of all, they were on a break. They weren't even married then. He was so mad. And she asked about having an affair with someone he met on a website seeking a sugar baby. So I think the information about his extramarital activities was fairly telling, as was the way that he answered it. And when the prosecution started to push on him about issues within the story, he was not happy. And we saw the kind of choppy nature of his answers completely disappear. And his answers were direct. He pushed back on the prosecutor, and the eyebrows stopped doing the thing that he keeps doing to the jury. And you could tell how frustrated he was in talking about those messages. So I think that it was an effective cross. It'll be interesting for the prosecutor to get to pull information out of it for her closing. And she has the benefit of being able to go and watch it back for things that she, in the moment, might not remember. I'm sure her colleagues are there taking notes as well. But moments that she might not remember, she has the benefit of being able to go and look at what he said during cross. But my relationship grew with Juliana after, once my wife wasn't around anymore, was incredibly telling, just incredibly telling. Same for me with him not feeling afraid for his daughter. And I think for the jurors sitting there going, oh, so you thought this was a uncertain situation and you weren't concerned for your daughter. Even if you think you're about to catch your wife in the midst of an affair, you're not worried for your 4-year-old being exposed to that or seeing that, or that there might be an argument that she would overhear. You're not worried about your 4-year-old. And I'm interested to see if the prosecution in closing says, of course, he wasn't worried for his 4-year-old because he knew exactly what was going to happen because he's the one that set it up. He knew what Joe Ryan was there to do because he's the one that messaged Joe Ryan and told him to be there. So why would he be afraid for his daughter? He had the situation under control, and he had the situation under control because he was the one that set it up, and everyone was playing their part, including Juliana, which is why he wasn't thinking about where Juliana was, because she was playing her part the way that she was supposed to. So why would he be worried? I thought it was a very effective cross-examination. A very effective cross-examination. It'll be interesting to see if the prosecution argues that he was so in love with this affair that he needed his wife out of the way, or that he needed his wife out of the way, and so he began the affair to help facilitate that. And he used Juliana in a much more willing and participatory way as he used Joe Ryan, who was unaware that that's what was going to happen. But he set everyone up around him to get what he wanted. And as long as Juliana stayed in line, then it was, baby, I love you. But the second Juliana did not fall in line, it was cut off, no more funds, no more letters, nothing else. I think everyone around him was being used for him to get what he wanted. I'll be interested to see if they argue that he was just love-struck and needed out of the marriage, but with all the affairs he had had, it would seem that that wasn't really a big deal to him, and that Juliana, though a much more willing participant, was also part of this plan. Her fingerprints were on the gun safe. Her gun filed the fatal shot at Joe Ryan. Her cell phone was at the end of the cul-de-sac when Joe Ryan arrived. Her phone called him to tell him to come home. Her phone called Christine Banfield. Her voice was on the phone with Joseph Ryan. I'm going to be interested to see how the prosecution brings that around in closing. Chat, I will tell you that we can zoom a little bit, maybe at 1.25, because counsel asked questions really slowly during the redirect of the defendant. We are going to zoom past lunch. I need 5 minutes max to go and grab some more water and use the restroom. And then we are just, because we've been streaming for 5 hours, and then we are just rolling. Because it looks, based on the notes that I have been sent, that the witness that counsel talked about this morning, we are going to see coming up. So, y'all buckle up. If you don't have the Lawnerd app, get the Lawnerd app. I need 5 minutes. Y'all, we have a lot more of a day. We have a lot more of a day. So, you're going to want to be here with the Law Nerds. We will ping you when I am back. You will hear this noise if you're new. You'll hear this when we're back. But we got a lot more court to go today. And go send the last 2 emails you need to send. Get a snack. Come on back. I'll see you in just a minute. All right, Chad, are we ready to get back to court? I know I am. I'm guessing that you are too. I'm guessing you're ready to get back to court. Because, what the heck do you do on redirect if you're the defense attorney? Do you ask him if he loves his wife again? Do you let him explain that that's not actually best friend number 1? It's at least best friend number 4, and they were not married, e.g., and or on a break? And that he just would have done everything differently? Or do you just ask him again, were you scared for Christine and yourself, and that's why you shot Joe Ryan, and just try to move on as quickly as you can? Because that defendant said a lot of things that were not helpful for him. And I don't even know if he clocked it. Some of it he did, and he tried to fix in the moment, but some of it I don't think he clocked. But I don't think I've ever seen a defendant say as many times, like, I can't think of where it would be. Like, I'm trying to figure out where, like, how the stabbing was happening, but I can't figure it out. I can't see how it's happening. Right. It's going to be real interesting to see what redirect brings to us. So let's get back to court. Emily, you backed it all the way up before the defendant walked into the courtroom. I did. And I did that for you, chat. I did.
Sir, you can take the stand, please.
Because guess who got to spend lunch with the defendant? Right. Queen's back. So we had to just give it a minute. Mm-hmm. Right. So we just had to take a moment to say, hi, Deputy Queen.
Yes, ma'am.
We have names.
Can you just get
Microphone,
Yours
counsel.
first, yours is faster.
everybody have microphones, please? Thank you.
Yes, please.
All right.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Judge, there was an exhibit in Commonwealth's Exhibit 159.
159.
Your Honor, the prosecutor can't breathe. She's still in the clouds from cross-examination, so she forgot about the mic.
Which was the firearm sale purchase, and there was some information that,
159, I have firearm transaction record.
yes, and there were social security numbers and other identifiers on there, and I
There
was just
were.
asking that they
Want to
be.
redact the social security numbers?
That's fine. And I can provide the court with a redacted copy to
We'll
replace.
provide it with a redacted copy, okay?
Okay, awesome. 159.
159.
Thank you.
We'll get that. All right. That's all you have, Mr. Carroll?
That's all I have.
All right.
I have information. Judge, during the break, a gentleman
Excuse me, counsel's like, and I have something else. She was so excited.
approached one of our detectives in front of 2 jurors and asked if it was too late to testify. The detective instructed him at that moment to stop speaking, and they walked.
Oh my God. What?
A gentleman approached one of our detectives in front of 2 jurors and asked if it was too late to testify. The detective instructed him at that moment to stop speaking, and they walked away, and that was the extent of it, but that would have been overheard by 2 of the jurors.
All right.
May we approach, Judge?
Okay, sure.
I'm sure they're going to want to approach because counsel's going to want to know anything else. However, who drove to the courthouse and was like, excuse me, tag me in? Because that's wild. But saying, is it too late to testify in front of the jurors is not really going to be a huge issue if the response was stop talking. So I'm not as worried about that, though they could have the detective come in and say what
All right,
was
we're ready
said.
for the jury then?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. The court is not concerned about it at all. Telling the person to stop talking, that's not going to impact the jury in any way. Just, is it too late to testify? Is not something that's going to sway the jury one way or the other. It's just, stop talking is the appropriate response there. So, Who's running to the courthouse being like, me, I have information.
And then we're gonna resubmit.
This courthouse, man, it has its own vibe. Somebody has something to say. Yeah, put me in, coach. I'm ready to play. Sir, your testimony moved people in such a way that they were sprinting to the courthouse over the lunch break because they want to testify.
All right. Redirect.
You've
Thank you.
moved the people.
Mr. Banfield.
Just
you
not
were
maybe in the
asked
way
on
you intended.
cross-examination
I don't know.
Relating to calling 911. At what point did you feel like 911 was necessary?
You were asked about calling 911. Okay.
911. At what point did you feel like 911 was necessary?
I guess once I was in the room, I knew that 911 was going to be necessary.
And at the time that you realized that, were you capable of calling 911?
No, my hands were on my firearm.
Okay, and so
I thought you couldn't call 911 because your hands were covered in blood. But the immediate second you walked into the room, you knew that 911 was going to be necessary. And you know that Juliana's behind you. And you didn't say, call 911 to maybe de-escalate the situation. Like, hey, police are on the way. Stop. No? Oh, okay. No, because you came in the door and said police. Right.
when you're saying in the room, you'd already confronted Joe Ryan?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And was there any other time that you were in a position to be able to call 911?
When I was rendering aid, I had instructed Juliana to call 911. I believe that was the best course of action at the time.
But you weren't able to call 911
Objection
yourself.
leading.
Sustained deleting.
Also, if it was apparent to you immediately when you walked in the room that 911 was needed, what made you think that? Because your initial testimony was just that you had no idea what was going on when you walked into the room. And that there was, you set it up not as a situation where someone was being harmed. That's how you described it in your direct testimony. You'd never described seeing blood. You described it as a scenario, not an assault. So.
What prevented you from calling 911 yourself?
I was rendering aid to Christine.
Now, Ms. Sands asked you if there was any information out there that related to fetish type behavior that you knew of Christine being involved in. And can you elaborate on your answer?
Counsel. He
Back
can't.
Back in New York, I know that Christine had an affair where she was involved in a BDSM relationship for a month or two.
And how did you know to talk to her?
Even if we were to believe you, let's suspend what we know. Let's suspend what chat. I know it's hard. Let's suspend, but we've managed to not name call him. We can do hard things. Let's suspend what we know. Suspend what we know for a moment. Work with me. Suspend what we know. Even if that was true. Even if that was true. In fact, assuming that it is. And she had engaged in a BDSM lifestyle and that was for her. Sure. Is she ever picking the handle Anastasia for her handle on FetLife? If she is involved in the lifestyle, is she ever picking Anastasia as her handle on FetLife? Because there's not a fucking chance. There is not a fucking chance that is the name that she is picking. These two things cannot coexist. But But you wouldn't know that, would you, sir? Nope. No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't.
About that.
She was in our bedroom in New York. I observed her with bruises, several of them on her body that I was unaware that she had previously.
First of all, your face. Second of all, she is a nurse with a blood clotting disorder, and she has bruises that you weren't aware of. She works 12-hour shifts in a dynamic environment, and the bruises are the thing? She's a nurse. Really?
That I was unaware that she had previously.
And did you ask her about that?
Yes,
Did you have a discussion with her about that?
yes. Originally, she denied it and said.
Objection, hearsay?
You
Sustained.
can't say what she said,
Okay,
but you confronted her about it?
yes.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you suggest she do after being told?
I suggested that we go back to therapy.
Really?
At that point, I questioned her enjoyment of it. It was pretty emotional conversation.
I can
And
see.
in fact,
I see that.
were those the things that you indicated that you were unwilling to do? with her?
Objection, leading?
What, if
Sustained.
any, of those things?
Counsel, no. First of all, it was his fourth best friend. They were not married, and no. The man with handcuffs is just like, no. I could never. Counsel, just, can we stop? Can we just stop?
Were you aware of the things that were related to this New York incident?
Yes, she had. Christine was interested in, I guess, sexual violence. She was a sexual assault nurse examiner.
Those
she
are not.
did many
Okay.
examinations of both men and women that were in people that were injured, people that.
Now, I wasn't sure if the jury was going to hate you more, but yet you're trying to find a new level. You're really trying to find a new level for the jury here.
That
Wow.
were in people that were injured, people that had a lot of people that were choked, people that were raped, some pretty graphic things. She used to bring some of her documents home, so I was aware that she seemed to look at them relatively often.
Okay, and so, and I'm sorry, can you tell me what year was this?
She was a sexual assault nurse examiner. This is an estimate, I guess, from like 2012 to 2017,
Absolutely disgusting.
2018.
Sir, we don't
And
believe you.
the incident that you're talking about,
But go on. Continue to try to justify your behavior to the jury. Of course. Tell the jury again how much you love this woman. Tell the jury again about I'm sorry, you didn't say love. You said strong feelings. I think the strong feelings are coming across. I just don't think the strong feelings are coming across in the way you think they are. So, okay.
about with regard to her experience, when was that?
With
Wow.
estimate to 2014.
And is it your testimony that that's when treatment took place?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
When did treatment take place in relation to that date?
I believe that we went to counseling in 2013 and again in 2014.
And as far as you can tell, were there ever any other instances where she was involved in something like that?
She had indicated that there was a,
Objection hearsay.
You can't tell what she said.
okay,
Yeah, sir, her phone records and what you're saying, yeah, they don't square, is the thing.
I'm aware that there was another brief relationship where she was stalked for a few weeks.
And were there, how were you alerted to that?
Was that a relationship or did she have a stalker? Those are not the same thing, sir.
She was frightened of that person.
Were there any-
Objection non-responsive.
So overruled this one. Next question.
Were there any injuries related to her, relating to that situation?
No, I'm not aware that she was injured in that situation.
Okay, and the previous one that you talked about, were there injuries?
There was significant bruising to her.
Counsel, if both of you are digging at the same time, you just go down faster. You're not helping here, counsel. You're really not.
Legs to her buttocks to her chest.
Did you notice any physical changes in the way she carried herself as a result of that?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What, if any, other physical clues were there that this was going on?
The jury's not going to feel sorry for you no matter how much you look at them like that.
She had difficulty walking. She was walking very stiffly.
Anything else?
I don't think so.
Counsel just,
Now,
he can't think of anything else, counsel.
in terms of your testimony,
He's out of ideas.
and some of the letters that you wrote there, you, in the letters contains statements about Juliana being a hero for you.
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury of what it is you meant by that?
Great.
I believe
Counsel,
that-
what a wonderful line of questioning. You have taken an unlikable client and made it so much fucking worse. And now you're going to juxtapose the way he talks about his wife with the way he talks about his au pair, who is 15 years his junior, being a hero. Wow. That, interesting ordering of your questions. Sure.
Joe Ryan was very much still a threat, both to me and Christine, to everyone that was in the house. When he got up and was able to strike me, my weapon was on the floor as well as the knife. So those were both things that he could potentially have had access to. So I view that Juliana's actions potentially saved the rest of us.
Now, there was testimony that you testified that you broke up with Juliana prior to this incident, correct?
That she broke up with me.
I'm sorry, there was a breakup.
Yes.
And do you have any idea when that was in relation to February 24th?
Valentine's Day, counsel.
I guess it was kind of complicated. She was very upset with me when Christine and I went on a vacation. We went on a cruise in November. I would say that started a lot of Juliana's anxiety and anger with me. On Christmas, she went to a hotel because she did not want to view Christmas with me and my family. She didn't want to see me, Christine, and Valerie together. In February, when Ms. Sands had brought up the messages, she had indicated that she was going back on dating apps, and that was going to be the end.
Okay. And you were trying to talk to her, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And so at the time that this happened, what was the status of the affair? And I'm talking about February 24th, 2003, at that time.
We were not in a relationship at that point. It wasn't that.
I thought it wasn't a relationship. In your prior testimony, you said it wasn't a relationship. It was just an affair. So now you agree it's a relationship? Except at this moment, it's not a relationship? Okay.
Long that the relationship had stopped, but Juliana at that point had made it clear that we weren't going to be together any longer.
And so what, if anything, did you
Counsel?
when you
Counsel?
made the decision to shoot Joe Ryan, did you feel like Christine?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What did you think when you made the decision to shoot Joe Ryan?
That he was an imminent danger, that he was a threat to he was a threat to Christine, and that was the best way.
Okay, counsel, I'm going to try to get all the words in there that are in the jury instruction. Threat, imminent threat, danger. I guess I didn't hit this topic well enough to get the self-defense. Shit.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What did you think when you made the decision to shoot Joe Ryan?
That he was an imminent danger, that he was a threat to he was a threat to Christine, and that was the best way to stop his actions.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Oh, that's a good call.
You can have a seat next to your attorney.
Wow.
Your next witness,
Your Honor, I believe
the remote witness, is that
they were the remote witness.
the remote witness?
I haven't
Oh,
communicated with him per the
No,
court's
he
order.
was prepared to be between 2:30 and 3, so he should be fine. So let's just get him.
Okay.
It just might take a minute or two.
the remote witness. The remote witness. Judge A does not do recross. The remote witness about the audio.
Yes, thank you.
Did you see how rapid the defendant was throwing out words at the end there? Absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. Oh, wait, go back. Show us the screen coming out of the thing. It's really actually cool.
I have notes.
It's a massive screen that just comes up out of the wall next, or the partition where the witness stand is. It's actually kind of cool. I'm going to zoom. It seems like everybody's checking notes with each other after testimony. Judge A is getting the remote witness settled because Judge A is so ready to be done with this trial. All right, we're going to zoom until we get to the audio. Gentlemen, dear diary, what are we writing at this point? Notes for your lawyer? I doubt if it's going to help. All right.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. All right, just a reminder that you're still under oath.
Crazy
okay,
Cat Lady, they did get the foundation that the defendant, for those of you just popping back in, the defendant, I know he said a lot of things. Foundation is one of those things that it's like, wait, what happened? Defendant testified that he took the audio recording of the dog, his dog, Lily, at the request of Juliana's attorney. So that's where we're at with the foundation for the audio.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Barreiro. This is John Carroll.
Hi, John.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
I'm going to try to start where we left off in the previous testimony. And
Recalling
I believe we were talking about
Witness
your methodology.
13, Mr. Barreiro.
Yes, sir.
Now, you reference in your methodology critical listening, waveform, and spectrographic analysis.
Counsel, did you learn anything about critical listening or not? Because
Yes, sir.
Can you please explain to
Yeah, chat, I can't. 1.25, and we'll hear more about critical listening. We just need to listen faster or we're all just going to crash out. So here we go.
the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is?
Yes. So critical listening is just a detailed, repeated auditory review of the evidence. It's using high quality professional headphones on a forensic workstation and just reviewing the evidence in as detailed a way as possible with the ears. And that normally goes hand in hand with the
Which
waveform
microphone
and
do you
spectrographic
like?
analysis, which is the visual
Do you
representation
have more than one
on the
in your
screen
setup?
of the audio that we are hearing
I mean, we
through
see
the
the
ears.
soundproofing.
And the waveform is the squiggly line that everybody's familiar with. The spectrogram includes the frequency or the pitch of the individual frequencies that are present in the file instead of just the amplitude of the sound wave in the waveform. You get the amplitude, you get the frequency or pitch also contained within the spectrogram.
And what does a spectrogram show us that our ears might miss?
Oh gosh, so we're going to redo the entirety of his previous
So the
testimony?
spectrogram separates the sound into its frequency components. And so we'll see the individual frequencies that make up the sound.
Fantastic.
It's
That's
like
great.
deconstructing
Love
a
it.
symphony. You can see the individual instruments as opposed to just the sound altogether. So it really allows us to see through noise and overlapping sounds and allows us to see audio details that otherwise you wouldn't necessarily be able to hear just with the ears. And it provides an objective measurement to use when we're analyzing an
I
audio
think
recording.
Maybe the jury's
And,
already
sir,
seen
in your
through the noise
analysis,
today.
you discuss fundamental frequency and formants. What are those?
The fundamental frequency is the lowest frequency of a sound. Typically, if we're talking about a vocal sound or a musical sound, the fundamental frequency is what we would consider the pitch of that sound. It's symbolized as F0. It's the lowest formant on the spectrogram, and
Back to zero.
the formants that accompany that, they're the overtones. They're the resonant frequencies above the fundamental frequency.
What I want to know is if he testifies in all like the copyright cases with the sampling, the different music samplings, that's what I imagine that he normally testifies to. Not the 1.4 seconds of sound that he's here to testify to today, but I bet he normally testifies in those types of cases with, did Vanilla Ice sample Queen, etc. Those types of cases, I imagine this would be incredibly helpful. However, I don't know if the shit's out of the horse now with this case. So a lot of you are saying Ed Sheeran. Yes, that one too.
That really gives the whatever the sound is, gives the voice or the instrument the unique sound, because those formants are created. They are a reflection of the unique shape and physical characteristics of the vocal tract or the instrument itself that created the sound. So the reason you can hear the difference between a piano playing middle C or a saxophone playing middle C, they're both playing the exact same pitch, right? Middle C is a defined pitch, but it's the overtones, or in this case, we're talking about the formants that actually give that sound its unique characteristics that allow you to distinguish the difference between a
Y'all-
saxophone and a piano, for
It
example.
all comes back to band
And
at some
sir,
point.
you've received 2 audio
Sir, did you do marching band? Did you do marching band? What do you play? I've got questions.
files as part of your analysis.
What did you
correct?
think of music theory? Because
I did.
not
Okay,
always
so
easy.
There are 2 items in evidence.
You have multiple degrees hanging in
One
the
is
the room.
Commonwealth's
are
exhibit number 1,
What are they in?
which was the known 911 call. And we also have defense exhibit number 378, otherwise titled Lily 3.
Chad, I'm
original.
teasing because I zoomed through
Have you reviewed
his
both of those?
testimony last time. Music theory is hard.
Now, let's just
I
look
agree.
at the 911 call first. What, if anything, do you do regarding isolating a specific sound?
So for the 911 call, there's a sound after the dispatcher answers, which is really the only sound that I was concerned with. It's a short recording to begin with, but the sound in question is about 1.4 seconds after it's a 1.4 second clip after the dispatcher answers the phone. And so I used that 1.4 second clip for the entirety of my analysis of this tape. I didn't do anything else with, like, when the dispatcher answered the phone or the automated voice that comes on the line prior to the dispatcher.
Okay. And was this relating, were you analyzing based upon what you just explained to us, how you got to that 1.4 second clip?
Yes. So on the spectrogram, it's visually very visible in the spectrogram, as well as audible when you listen to it, that there's this sound in that 1.4 second segment. You can see the fundamental frequency at the bottom, the F0, and some distinct formants stacked above it. So that sound was easy to isolate audibly with the ears and easily to isolate visibly in the spectrogram.
And let's move on to the exemplar recording of the dog, Lily. Lily 3. What did you find
Yes, sir.
regarding the fundamental frequency of that?
Yep.
So
Dog.
the
Dog.
the
The dog.
there was a segment of the Lily recording that I also isolated and used for the analysis here. And the fundamental frequency for both the 911 call, that questioned sound on the 911 call, and the segment of the Lily recording, the fundamental frequencies were both in the low 200 hertz range. And then there were formants stacked above those in both recordings as well. And so I isolated each of those and put them side by side to compare not only the fundamental frequency, but also the individual formats that were stacked above that.
And what, if anything, did you do then?
Was the Lily recording made indoors or outdoors, though?
So I found that in both recordings, the fundamental frequency was in the low 200 hertz range, and then I did look at the individual formants above that, and the specific the F1 and F2 formants. So the first 2 formants above the fundamental in both the Lily exemplar and in the 911 call, those first 2 formants were the highest amplitude. And then the other formants stacked above that kind of dropped off in amplitude. And they all lined up very well in the spectrogram, meaning the individual frequencies that made up these sounds were consistent from one to the other.
And what, if anything, did you create as a result of that?
So I created what I titled exemplar 911 concatenated.wave. And this was a file that I created using the isolated segments that I just talked about. So the short 1.4 second segment from the 911 call and the segment from the Lily 911, or I'm sorry, the Lily exemplar recording. I placed those side by side. So basically one right after the other in this exemplar concatenated recording, so that it could be compared audibly as well as visually in the spectrogram and with your own ears. And so when these 2 sounds are played back to back like that, you can hear that when they are played back to back, it's a consistent tone. It's a consistent sound that both audibly and visually.
Sir, huskies are also consistent with the wee-woos, though. I mean, Oh, okay.
With these two samples.
Mm-hmm.
And these, this concatenated wave exemplar of the 911 and the Lilly calls is something that you created based upon Commonwealth Exhibit 1, which is moved into evidence, and Commonwealth and Defense Exhibit 378.
Can we just
that's
hear
been
it?
moved into evidence.
Can we just hear it?
Yes, sir.
Can we just hear it, counsel? Counsel.
You're going to move in the concatenated wave as Exhibit 379.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
379 in evidence?
Your Honor, may I have permission to play?
Sure, do you need assistance?
I'm going to put this at normal speed because because otherwise the audio will get distorted. The timing of this witness is just got to be tough for the jury after the morning with the defense, but I appreciate the court being like, do you need help? Yeah, probably.
Because
I'm going to try to play. I always need assistance.
well, your laptop's not connected anymore to the,
Oh,
I have IT,
I have IT
Okay,
on standby,
thank you.
counsel. We know how
Fine.
you.
Because,
fine, stepping away.
like, yes.
The judge has IT on standby because she knows. Because she knows.
Your reputation precedes you, Mr. Carroll.
As a technology person or not?
We're trying to play. No comment.
So this one right here, exemplar 911. Okay, and you're
No comment. The whole courtroom laughed. I imagine some of the jurors also laughed. You guys.
So this one right here, exemplar 911.
Your reputation precedes you.
As a technology person or not?
We're trying to play. No comment.
So this one right here, exemplar.
No comment.
Okay, and you're.
That was funny.
System? I think I am.
She's been very patient with them. I'm going to zoom until we get this playing. His tech expert sitting back there was definitely chuckling. I'm sure the jury laughed.
Okay, it's only a short one.
Just have to move the microphone down to the laptop. There you go.
Oh, that's going to be great. I'm concerned. Is that slowed down?
Sir, could you hear that?
Not really well, but I could.
What is that? Can you tell us what you played? Can you tell us what you played? And is that slowed down?
Could you hear that then, sir?
I'm sure all
Yes,
of
I
your
can hear it.
pets
It's
are just like,
not-
what
it's not great
is
quality, but
happening?
yes, I can hear it.
Oh, please tell me more about the quality of the audio in the courtroom. It sounds slowed down to me.
Sir, when you played these two sounds back to back, the known dog sound and the question 911 sound, what did you hear?
Excuse me, counsel, those were both the same sound. One of those was not the 911. You just played the same thing twice.
So the audio was consistent from one recording to the next. They sounded audibly consistent with each other. And like I said, visually, they were also consistent in the spectrogram.
Now, is it possible to, using all of the tools that you have, to find a moment where the pitch of one sample is consistent with the pitch of the comparison sample, if you have a long enough exemplar?
Which one's from the 911? Counsel, you didn't play the one from the 911.
It might be possible, given a long enough recording, to find a moment where the pitch or the fundamental frequency matches simply by chance in a long recording. But that would just be one piece of the puzzle. Like I said, with the fundamental frequency, that's just the start of the sound. What really gives a sound its full character are all of the formants or the overtones, like we talked about with separating the sound of a piano with the sound of a saxophone. Those two instruments, if you have a long enough recording, their pitch is going to overlap a lot, right? They could be playing the same note at the same time, but they will never sound the same because of those overtones, because of, in this case, the formants make up the sound. So we're not just simply talking about the single pitch of the fundamental frequency happens to line up at one moment in the recording. We're talking about much more than just a single moment where the pitch matches, but all of the characteristics of the sound are also consistent. So the unique sound of this groan, we'll call it, that comes from those formants, not just the pitch. So,
but which one's which?
So yes, while it is technically possible that you could find a moment in any sufficiently long enough recording with sufficiently variable pitches where two pitches might match, that's really not what was done here. This is looking at the entirety of those two samples for the comparison, not just that the pitches happen to cross each other at a moment.
Now, based on your forensic analysis, have you reached a conclusion regarding the unidentified groaning sound on the 911 call and the known recordings of the dog Lily?
Yes. So I can say to a high degree of forensic certainty that the apparent groaning sound on the 911 call is consistent with the dog groaning sounds found in that exemplar recording.
And would your conclusion be any different if you were retained by the prosecution?
Odd question.
No, my conclusion would be exactly the same, because my analysis is based strictly on the objective data, the spectrograms and the audio characteristics, not on which party is actually requesting the analysis. I tell everybody that hires me, I'm not an advocate for either side. I'm an advocate for the evidence. So,
big fan of justice.
My testimony would be, my conclusion would be exactly the same, no matter which side retained me.
Thank you, sir. Those are all the questions I have. The Commonwealth may have some questions.
Cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
I didn't hear him play two different files. It really sounded like he played the same file twice. I am very confused.
Good afternoon, Mr. Barreiro. Thank you so much for your time today again.
Cross.
Just a couple of questions for you.
Good afternoon.
Isn't it entirely possible that the sound that we hear in the background of the 911 recording could also have been a human making that noise?
It's possible, yes.
Okay. You were given a 1 hour and 25-minute long segment of Lily, or a sample of Lily, to compare to the 1.4 seconds of 911 call. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in the approximately 5,100 seconds of Lily groaning, you found what I think I understand to be a 6-second sample that matched. Is that correct?
No, I wouldn't characterize it like that, because much of that exemplar, there was no groaning. There was only a few tiny segments in that whole sample where there was any groaning.
Okay. And this was titled Lily 3 audio. We heard the defendant testify that there were as many as 3 different samples created. Were you given samples 1 and 2 to compare?
No, I wasn't.
All right. Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
All right, redirect.
Mr. Barreiro, just to be clear, the item Lily 3 was nearly an hour long, correct?
Okay.
I don't remember the exact time, but yes, it was a much longer recording than the 911 call.
And
Wanna
it was
redirect?
recorded, or it was left recording in order to get
Objection
sound.
leading.
Sustained.
Is it fair to say that there were numerous sounds on there, but not a continuous?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What did you find with regard to the Lily 3 recording?
Hey, buddy. I thought I was surprised that George was coming into the office without you coming into the office, and alas, here you are. We are watching witnesses. Maybe it was George. George, can you just meow for the microphone? Can we get a sample of that? Can we get a sample of George 1? No, sniffing is all we got? All right, well, say hi to chat.
Hi, guys.
How are you?
Doing good.
Good. I like the haircut. I'll see you in a few. You're not the only one who got a haircut. Deputy Queen got a haircut today too, so everybody's looking so fresh. Are the witnesses as annoying as the defendant? I don't know if it's possible because today got worse. We'll chat. All right. Bye, guys. Chad says hi. Okay. So Lily 3, and I think the defense is trying to help the timing between the two 911 calls, which they kind of have to do. So we'll see.
There was a lot of relative silence, so no real sounds at all, just kind of background noise. There was some barking and whining and other sort of dog sounds, and like I said, just a few groaning sounds in the entire recording.
And when you choose your exemplar for purposes of your forensic analysis, you have specific goals in terms of making it a good comparison, correct?
Yes. So clearly, it wouldn't be beneficial to take the time to compare a barking sound with a groaning sound, right? Because those are immediately, obviously, not consistent with each other. So I specifically was looking for a groaning sound because that's what is audible on the 911 tape.
And no one directed you to the sounds.
Objection leading.
Did anybody direct you to the sounds that you ultimately chose in order to use as a comparison?
No, sir. I was given the entire file, and I chose the segment that I used for the comparison.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir, for your time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, that witness is done. I don't
Thank you.
know if it, I think counsel, well, no, that's not what my first thought is that counsel is borrowing the work from Juliana's counsel, which is why this was so clunky, because this was not his idea. That's why Juliana's counsel was the one who was asking for this recording to be made. I think he was borrowing that work and trying to make it fit because he never talked about it in opening. I think he is trying to close the gap on that almost 15-minute gap between the first 911 call and the second 911 call, and saying that the groaning sound in the back of the 911 call is the dog and not Joe. I think what's hard is if the jury believes Juliana says that she was told by Christine to call 911, and if Juliana was in a trance and panicked, she might have just been following. It's like, yeah, just I'm doing what people tell me. If she was that rattled, and then she would be in the bedroom, and then the dog was downstairs, and if we believe the defendant in his testimony, what he said was that she was in the upstairs bedroom, and then he changed it to she was downstairs in the basement when making the call to try to give a little bit more space in the time period between that hang up 911 call and the other 911 call. Because if Joe Ryan's already shot and we are to believe then that what Christina's already been stabbed, and then there is 15 minutes between the two, what are y'all doing in those 15 minutes? So it's a tough, that gap in time between the two calls is a really tough thing for the defense to overcome. It really is. Okay. That testimony also didn't come in very cleanly.
Your next witness?
Your Honor, the defense rests.
Defense rests. All right. Why don't we go ahead and take our break? Let's go ahead and take our 15-minute break before we do rebuttal evidence, okay? It's a little early, but that's okay. We'll come back at 3:15, okay? Just don't
All right. Well, that's
discuss
my summary
anything
for
and
that.
don't do any outside research.
We're going to
okay?
zoom right past the break. The defense rests. The defense rests. That's my summary on that testimony. I think they're trying to close that 13-minute gap. I guess we're not going to see the video go down. The video is going down. I think that's going. Who are you waving at?
It's the longest thing.
I'm just watching the
There we go.
defendant face
All
at
right.
his attorney.
I assume the rebuttal evidence will be finished today then?
Judge, I have 10 minutes with one witness and 5 with another.
Okay, that's good. Well, then they get their break and they can
Yeah.
come back and then we'll just let them go for the day.
Okay.
And then we'll go ahead and do our jury instructions and
Yes,
take
ma'am.
care of that as well, okay?
Yes.
And then we'll be ready for, well, we have the 9:30 media motion.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then at 10 o'clock, we will be able to do closing arguments. Do we agree?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. All right, let's just come back then at 3:15, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, I guess they're closing tomorrow then. Which, I'm not sure what the media motion is. I haven't seen it. We're going to zoom into the rebuttal. And apparently the rebuttal witnesses are going to be quick. And all of a sudden, we are almost done. Just whoosh, almost done.
The jury? Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Oh, actually, Your Honor, I do want to renew my motions.
Would you want to wait till after the rebuttal evidence?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Let's give them a chance.
let's finish the rebuttal evidence. Thanks. I'm going to zoom while the jury's coming in. We are now in, Megalina, will you just let the app know? We are in the prosecution's rebuttal case. Zoom. We are now into the prosecution's rebuttal case.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would call Detective Stephen Augustine.
All right. Detective Augustine?
Rebuttal witness number 1.
Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law. Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, detective. I'm curious.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court record?
Sure. Detective Stephen Augustine, that's STEPHEN AUGUSTINE.
Thank you, Detective Augustine. And can you tell us what it is you do for Fairfax County Police Department?
I've been a law enforcement officer for 24 years, the last 20 of which I've been with the Fairfax County Police Department. The last 12 years I've been a detective, technical investigations unit, forensic audio and video section.
Can you tell me about your
forensic audio and video
training and education that led you to forensic audio analysis?
Sure. I possess a master's degree in audio technology, as well as a master's degree in forensic science. Prior to my career here at Fairfax, I was a full-time instructor at American University in the audio technology department, teaching audio technology, electronics, and digital audio.
Okay.
Have you previously testified as an expert
I
in
bet he
forensic
has.
audio analysis?
I've testified as an expert in forensic video analysis.
Oh.
I'm not sure if they qualified it as audio and video at the time.
That's
All
fair.
right. Is there anything about video analysis and your training for video analysis that
She just kept
differs or
rolling with
limits
it.
your ability as an audio expert?
No.
Audio, video.
Judge, at this time, I'm going to offer him as an expert in forensic audio analysis.
Any objection?
That explains why the cross-examination of the last witness was so short.
Definitely Detective Augustine.
Definitely, Mr. Carroll.
Sir,
So the defense is doing a voir dire on this witness. Okay. The jury is still there. We're just rolling right into a voir dire. This is what this judge did during Dep v. Heard 2 when there was a voir dire of the experts to see if the experts are experty experts. She allowed it in front of the jury. So they're just going to ask about his expertise in front of the jury a little bit more. Okay.
you heard Nick Barreiro testify, correct?
I did.
Okay, and in terms of some of the concepts that he was talking about, are you familiar with those?
I am.
Okay.
Yes.
And so
So, counsel?
you've worked with and are you familiar with spectrographic analysis?
Yes.
Okay, and how many times have you worked in that capacity in the audio side of things?
On the audio side of things, for the past 12 years, I've done all of the forensic audio examinations and
All.
analysis for the police department.
And does that work, is that related to, and have you used spectrographic analysis in all of them?
No.
Okay, so what are the circumstances where spectrographic analysis is utilized?
In this particular case, he used it to provide a visual representation of what the audio was, what the sound was. So you're able to visualize what the sound is.
And in your 12 years on the police force and working in this capacity, have you done that before?
Spectral analysis?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that a tool that's used by people that are audio forensic
Sure.
analysis?
Yes.
Okay. Have you used waveform as a methodology?
Yes, waveform analysis, yes. I'm familiar with spectrograph analysis as well.
Okay.
Oh, but he uses waveform.
But
Okay.
You've used waveform. For example, when you're doing what he did on a case, you're using tools. You didn't use spectrographic analysis in any previous case, but
Correct.
waveform?
Yes,
Okay. And
Okay.
So would that be something that you would utilize on a regular basis?
yes.
Is that something that's crucial to audio analysis?
I wouldn't say it's crucial, but I think it's common across all the forensic audio software.
Now,
Okay.
did you hear him discussing fundamental frequency informants?
I did,
Okay.
yes.
Did you agree with that?
I agreed with scientific principles, yes. that he was-
Now, in your analysis over 12 years, did you use those scientific principles of fundamental frequency informant?
This has gone beyond a voir dire. Do you think he is an expert in the field or not? Or do you just want to do your cross-examination now?
Yes,
Now, in this instance, did you do an independent test regarding these sounds?
I looked at him via the waveform, but I was asked by prosecution to look at his exemplary report and
Okay.
comment on what he had provided.
So there was no analysis done with regard to the known quantity?
There was no further analysis done aside from critical listening.
Okay. Judge, I don't have an objection to him as an expert.
Great.
All
Our
right,
voir
so
dire is
we'll leave him as
done.
a forensic audio expert.
He is admitted as an expert. And now the prosecution will get back to their direct examination. Okay.
All right.
Back to
Now that
direct.
you're an expert, can you tell us about your analysis of the defense work in this case?
Oh boy.
Sure.
Now
I
that you're
don't
an
have a
expert.
copy of the work in front of me, but the first few pages are just stating properties that were used in his examination and his forensic analysis, which include waveform analysis, spectrographic analysis.
And did you draw any conclusions from your review of the materials regarding the likelihood of a, let's call it, match between
Dog or human,
the
sir?
Lily 3 sample and the exemplar from the 911 call?
I did not hear him state that it was a match. He stated in his testimony that it's consistent between the two samples, which I concur, but there's also some further explanation that I think
What is the further explanation that you think is warranted here?
would
There's
be possible
more?
for me to see
But wait, there's more.
the physical copy of the report.
The entire report or just
Spectrograph is fine.
Judge, if I
You've seen this, I assume?
Yep, I'll give you one.
Just what number is it? What number are we on? Or has this been admitted yet? Is this the prosecution's report? Or is this the defense report? What number is it? Whose report are we on? What are we doing?
Thank you.
All right, so let's talk about this. Do
Okay.
you recognize that document?
I do.
Okay, what do you recognize it to be?
This is a concatenation, which is a fancy word for stitching of the two files, the exemplar and the 911 call.
All right, and specifically that type of demonstrative, what is that?
This is a spectrograph, which is what we had discussed.
All right, and that's the spectrograph that was created.
Sorry, chat, you didn't get to see the spectrograph because my face was there. So let me get back to him pulling up the spectrograph.
Type of demonstrative,
wanna
what
see
is
it.
that?
This is a spectrograph, which is what we had discussed.
All right, and that's the spectrograph that was created by Mr. Barreiro, the defense expert, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, Judge, at this point in time, I would offer that as Commonwealth's.
What number are we
Forgive
on?
me, please, just a moment, let me get to my exhibits folder.
Sorry, Your Honor. We've lost how many exhibits we are because it's 300 and blah 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 blah. 300 blah
Judge,
blah
that would be
blah.
Commonwealth's 252.
252, any objection?
Oh, excuse me, counsel, your mic. I think the word he said was hearsay.
Not hearsay. I'll overrule the objection.
So what observations did you make in your
Did you hear how confused the judge sounded? It's not hearsay.
analysis of the defense expert's work?
Sure. If I could clarify,
Foundation.
I can certainly ask some more questions.
It was
if we need.
provided by the defense.
Let's talk about that piece of evidence specifically. Are you aware of how it was created?
yes.
Okay, can you tell us how it was created?
Great, tell us how.
Sure. The gentleman uses isotope audio, which is similar to Digitize
Also, chat,
tools.
thank you for not speculating about any witness, including this witness, any medical conditions or medical things. He's just here to testify in a case like anybody else here to testify in a case. Lots of people have vocal cord differences or paralysis that come from a lot of different things. So thank you for not speculating. We don't speculate on people's health. We do not know. It is not our job. He's just here to talk about his experience. And that's what we're doing. So that's it. That's all.
Numerous software companies that have the ability to edit audio files. What he did here, as I stated, is he's using a visual representation of the sound file. So, as you can see here, that show the different formats, which he also stated as overtones or harmonics that are present within the sound.
Oh my God, the teaching is so much easier when you can see the thing that he's explaining. It's just, which is no shade to the other expert, because the other expert was not in person, and I completely understand, because the other expert is probably still, iced into their home, like many in Middle Tennessee. But I really appreciate that he's able to show the jury, this is what I'm talking about. Take a look at what I'm talking about. The teaching style is A, just so comfortable, and B, it's just like, look, you can see right here. I appreciate it.
Sound signals, both sound signals.
All right, Judge, at this time, I would offer Commonwealth's 252 into evidence.
All right. Overruled. All right,
All
252.
right, please continue. What were
Sure.
your observations?
So my initial observations were that in the exemplar, aside from the fact that you had mentioned that there was over 5,100 seconds of audio, there was a 6-second sample that was used from the Lily WAV file to compare to the 1.4 seconds that is shown here from the 911 call. Just to explain formants and overtones a little bit further than the other gentleman did, the fundamental frequency, which is the lowest frequency that he stated in this particular case, is 200 hertz. So what you would expect to see if you had a sound, if it wasn't coming from a signal generator or some sort of pure tone that illustrated a perfect sine wave, you're always going to have overtones. For example, in both of these, at this point, at this juncture point, they're both the fundamental tone, or F0 as he referred to it, as 200 hertz. What you would expect to find in any sound source minus a pure 200 hertz sine wave is overtones. Where those overtones occur, they occur on multiples. That's what he means when he's referring to formants. So here you have 200 hertz, your F1, your first formant, 400, 600, 800. So the fact that two different audio files look similar because they're displaying the same overtones is normal for a 200 hertz sound if it's not a pure sine wave. And the other thing that I wanted to illustrate on this, can I fold this?
Please do.
Okay.
Ooh, demonstrations.
So at the juncture point where he concatenated or stitched the two audio clips together, if I can demonstrate, if you can see this one.
I love this. Yes, just
This
show
is
me.
7.5 second clip, the first 6 seconds for his exemplar, the dog Lily moaning. This portion, if you can see it, is 1.4 seconds of where.
So they were the same clip. They're just stitched together with one at the beginning and one at the end. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. Okay. So it's the longer bit is the one at the part at the beginning, and then the other sound's the bit at the end. So it is made into one file. So when they played it twice, they were playing the same file twice. Okay. Understand better. So he's folding it to show where the sound is from the first clip and the second clip. Okay. I was confused. This is much more clear for me.
He took it from the recording.
The folding helps so much, sir. But they don't look the same then.
The folding and lining up, I think you can see here.
This is a great demonstration. This is just so practical and easy. Look at that. The noise in the top bit and the waves at the bottom bit don't line up. That's fantastic. The floor is lava. Sure. Okay. That's so much more helpful.
I'm trying to keep it still. Nothing lines up.
You're doing a great job keeping it still.
Until
the very end?
It gets to that specific point in time.
Nothing lines up till the juncture.
Something else that I noticed
that the gentleman didn't mention in his testimony when listening to his exemplar, the concatenation of the two sound files. There was no delineation between the two files. So I looked at it.
Which is why it was hard to tell. There was no delineation between the two files. I mean, even when TMZ splices things, they put a white flash across the screen so you know that it's been cut. No the prosecutor looks pleased as punch. She's just like, go on.
Listening to his exemplar, the concatenation of the two sound files, there was no delineation between the two files. So I looked at it on waveform analysis and zoomed in on the waveform so I could see if there was any separation between the two files. And there was no point that I could see where there was any sort of ending to the first and beginning of the last, which to me would reflect that what was likely used when concatenating the files is what's called a crossfade.
No,
So
no. A crossfade? The files were stitched together with a crossfade? Are you fucking joking me? Oh, no, that is just.
which to me would reflect that what was likely used when concatenating the files is what's called a crossfade, an X-fade. So as the first exemplar, the Willie file, fades out in volume, the other file, the 911 call, is coming in. So it's almost a mixture of both sounds, which makes it sound like one continuous file when you listen to it, when you hear the groan tail off into the 911.
They did sound like one continuous file. But if you're, for a murder trial, why would you crossfade it? It's a 1.4 second clip. Where is even the room to crossfade? Ew.
One groan.
So what would we have heard differently if he had not used the crossfade?
Best practices, you would have heard a full 6 seconds of the exemplar, which start at varying pitch. It's quite a bit higher than the groan that's represented in the 911 call. And you would hear the point where they separate, and you would hear the two different ones to compare to.
Okay, so he explained crossfade. I will explain one more time because I was busy yelling and my face was facing. The crossfade means that as the sound on one file is dropping, it overlaps the sound on the other file. So there is a period of time where the two files overlap and they sound like one contiguous file instead of playing the exemplar file and then a break and then the other file. So there is a period of time where they overlap. If you, depending on how you listen to music, sometimes music will crossfade from one sound into the next sound. And so you'll have parts of each file overlapping each other. But if you're doing audio analysis, overlapping them, and he said that's why it sounds like one continuous file. Because when they played it 2 times, it sounded like they were playing the exact same file 2 times. I was expecting the defense would play the Lily exemplar and then the 911, or have the Lily exemplar, then silence, palate cleanser, and then the 911. But crossfading it is wild to me. Absolutely wild.
Thank you. Now shift gears here for a second. When were you asked to first examine these sound files?
Wow.
I received an email from Detective Bryant on
I mean, DJ Meredith Marks would never. What are we doing?
September 29th of 2025.
Okay, so approximately a year and a half, almost 2 years after the murders were committed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when you were presented with these clips, the 911 clip and the Lily clip, were you given any background information about the 911 clip to further your analysis?
No.
Okay. Have you ever had the opportunity to watch any of the recorded statements of Juliana Perez Magalhaes?
No.
Okay. And did you witness her testimony here in this trial?
I did not witness her testimony. It wasn't until yesterday that I was released from viewing or discussing the case.
Okay. So when you performed your analysis of the 911 recording, specifically the hang up, is it fair to say you didn't necessarily know what you were listening to? Absolutely. Did you know what you were listening to?
Sustained. I knew a case.
Oh, there was a objection. I think the objection was to leading.
Absolutely. Did you know what you were listening to?
You know what I will say? I don't think I've heard anyone say absolutely not this trial, not even once. I don't think I've heard anyone say absolutely not, but I love that she was like, absolutely. Hold on, let me spell it out more for the jury if they're not already offended. Well, that's why the two files sounded exactly the same, because they were the same file played twice, because the files are stitched together.
Sustained. I knew a case it was affiliated with, yes.
Sorry, say that again for
I
me.
knew a case that it was affiliated with, yes.
Did you know if anyone was expected to speak in that recording? Did you know
No.
what to listen for?
No.
Okay. And
I
how
love it.
did you perform
I love
in
it.
an
I love it when experts come in blind. I love a blind expert. You bring the expert in, you're like, here's thing. Can you look at thing and then explain thing to me? We're not going to tell you anything. Can you just explain it? And they gave him no other information. Here's thing, explain thing. Oh boy. That's and he brought in a piece of paper and was like, so yeah, this is not good.
analysis of that 911 hang up call? What did you do with it?
I put it into Avid Pro Tools, which is audio software, very similar to Isotope, what the other gentleman was using.
Yes, like the
And I
Crash
looked at
Daddies.
the waveform, and I did a waveform analysis and critical listening of the files.
And based on the waveform analysis and critical listening, what did you observe?
I observed, audibly, I heard the 911 telephone call and the computerized voice that's referred to at the beginning. And the operator asks, where is your emergency? And upon inspection of the waveform, I saw that there were sounds present prior to the groaning sound that is heard on the 911 call.
What?
Okay, so you're indicating in between the cessation of the 911 operator speaking and the beginning.
Because 911 starts recording before it even picks up, which we learned in Murdaugh. But now there's more? Also, excuse me, Deputy Queen, did you know that today we were just talking about fades? Because the chat is distracted between audio crossfade and a haircut right now. And I'm just going to blame you for that. I think that's on Queen. Oh my God. Okay. There's audio in between.
Of the groaning, you heard something or you saw something.
Correct.
Okay. Did you dig into that?
I did. So what I did is I separated
And?
that portion of the audio where I thought I heard something, and essentially in Avid, it's called clip gain. And on that one portion of the 911 call, I was able to raise the volume of what was heard just prior to the groaning.
And were you
And?
able to make out a human voice?
I heard what I believe to be a human voice. Yes.
And what did the human voice say?
Defense counsel didn't put on his motherfucking microphone. But it looks like they're approaching. How do we approach on, and what did the human voice say? This is why we have Zoom room. I can't. This is a long sidebar. Remember, chat, this is evidence that would never have come into this trial if not for the defense bringing in their audio expert. Once again, I am riveted. Oh my God. Oh, what are we? Okay, are we back?
Thank you so much. Please answer any questions.
No. What? Did they lose at sidebar?
All right, I think we do not have any further questions of you, Detective. Thank you so much. Please answer any questions that counsel might have for you.
Examination.
He didn't get to answer. He didn't get to answer. Wow. So I don't know what happened at sidebar, but whatever happened at sidebar, whatever was gained up is not coming in.
Detective Augustine, what you've just shown is something from my expert's report, and it's a spectrographic analysis. Isn't that correct?
Yes, correct.
Oh
Okay.
boy.
And you testified previously in the voir dire that you don't even work with spectrographic analysis, correct?
I stated that I'm familiar with spectrographic, but it's nothing that I've done prior.
But you don't use it as a tool in your analysis, correct?
It's a tool that I have available, but I haven't used it in the case.
Okay, and so
Chat, I will answer questions as best I can when we get to the end of this witness. But it is what it is.
in terms of best methods, is it appropriate to fold a piece of paper in order to make a comparison as best methods?
I determined that was the best visual way to represent it that would make it understandable.
Okay, and was there any effort at making a presentation to support whatever your conclusions were today, other than folding the paper?
No, this is all I was presented with and instructed to have my comments on.
And when were you presented that?
I believe I stated September 29th is when Detective Bryan sent it to me.
So, okay, so let me understand this.
Sure.
So you were just given one picture and asked to make an analysis?
Counsel's really hard to
I was
hear.
given a complete report from the gentleman's forensic analysis, and I reviewed the entire report.
Gotcha. And did you prepare a report?
I did not.
Were you asked not to?
I was not asked to prepare a report. I was asked to comment on his findings.
Would it be best practices in the world that you're in?
Not as a rebuttal
to have
witness.
Prepared a report to something?
I'm going to object. It's argumentative and irrelevant.
Overruled, good.
Speaking about best practices, would it
Yes,
have
sir.
been best practices to create a report with whatever findings that you wanted to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
If I was instructed to do my own analysis, a separate report from this, I would say yes. But
He's a rebuttal
as
witness.
reviewing this as a rebuttal witness, I didn't believe it to be necessary.
But you work for the Fairfax County Police Department.
Correct, sir.
So they could have asked you to do an analysis on
Cause for
their own.
speculation.
Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
You have the capacity to do.
So if you're a juror, is the first thing you're doing reading the letters and the Discord messages, or are you being like, excuse me, exhibit 1, we need some headphones and a volume button? Is that what you're doing first? Which one are you doing? Letters and Discord or audio?
A full analysis if you were asked, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you recall who got you involved?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained objection.
You
Was it-
did, counsel. He wouldn't have been involved if it wasn't for your expert.
Detective Bryant?
Objection.
Sustain the objection. Sustain
Okay, counsel. Can we talk about the splicing some more? Because
I don't have any further questions,
the. All
Judge.
right, redirect.
Nothing, Judge. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you, Ms.
You're free to go, sir. Thank you.
all right.
Your next witness,
Patrick Smith.
Patrick Smith.
That was wild. That was wild. That was wild. Chat. So the first rebuttal witness for the prosecution is a rebuttal audio video expert who took the spectrograph from the defense and visually showed the jury that the wave files do not match up and clarified that it's his opinion that the Lily 6-second husky audio clip cross-faded with the 1.4 second, what was described as groaning from the 911 call. But the most challenging part of that testimony is that the prosecution said, but what else did you evaluate in the 911 call? And he said that even before the groaning, there was a voice, and he was able to take the 911 call and then gain up the volume or gain it up so he could hear. And the prosecution said, what did the voice on the 911 call say? Objection, sidebar, and then the prosecution moved on. I don't know if the court said that it was moving on because of a hearsay objection. I don't know if it was moving on for a discovery objection. I don't know if it was moving on because they didn't disclose the gained up file for the defense to also listen to. I don't know why they gained it up, but I'm fascinated that it was gained up. Fascinated. And I imagine that the jury is just going to be like, can we hear that 911 call again and decide for themselves? Because what did Juliana say? Well, Juliana said that she was being told to hang up. A very interesting moment in court before we get to the T. Patrick Smith, who we first heard about this morning, who apparently saw something on stream, not our stream, but on stream yesterday, and was like, hey, I got some information about that. So the T. Patrick Smith is going to take the stand. Well, today's been a roller coaster for sure.
Sure.
Okay. Excuse me, Madam Prosecutor, we would also like to know, what did the voice say? Because leaving that hanging is just painful at this point. The entire internet is going to throw that in a WAV file and gain it up. Okay. Judge A continues to look perplexed.
Want to come forward, sir?
You swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Thank you.
Hello, T. Patrick Smith. This is rebuttal witness number 2.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good. Good afternoon.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Thomas Patrick Smith, ThomasPatrick
Thank you. You can pull the mic
Excuse me, that is TEA Patrick Smith.
just a little bit closer to you. Thank you. Do you know Mr. Banfield?
I do.
Okay, and in what capacity?
I'm a special agent with IRS Criminal Investigation, and Mr. Banfield was previously employed with IRS Criminal Investigation at my office in Vienna, Virginia.
Directing your attention to
Uh-huh.
February 23rd and 24th
Previously employed at my office.
of 2024. In that time period, was he your direct supervisee?
2023?
I'm sorry, 2023.
Yes, on February 24th, 2023.
You pissed your boss off so much that he rolled up and was like, no fucking way. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay.
I was the acting supervisory special agent for the Vienna group.
All right. And so did Mr. Banfield report to you?
He did at that time, yes.
All right. Was there anyone else that he reported to during that period of time?
Julia Jones was the permanent supervisory special agent, but she was out of the country. And IRS practice is that someone is designated to be the acting supervisor when the supervisor is unavailable. So
Right.
in that particular time, I believe I was the acting supervisor special agent from February 15th through February 24th. Juliet returned on Monday, February 27th.
All right.
Wow. Your boss, for the teeniest, tiniest window of when your bossy boss was out of the country. I'm sorry, you're running a massive undercover operation while your bossy boss is out of the country? Because the operation was supposed to go down on Tuesday, and your bossy boss didn't even get back into the country till Monday and probably had about 900 emails. But no, but go on about the big meeting, you guys. Oh boy.
To your knowledge, was there a meeting scheduled between yourself or with Juliet and Mr. Banfield on the morning of February 24th, 2023?
Leading,
Sure.
sustain the objection.
Did you have any plans for the morning
In the time that you were his direct supervisor, did you have a big old meeting planned?
of February 24th, 2023?
I did. I was in Baltimore on an unrelated undercover operation on that morning.
Were you scheduled to meet with
I'm sorry, you were in Baltimore on an unrelated undercover? Huh. You don't say. It's like he's just borrowing another story?
Mention it all. Mention it all.
Hold on. If you'll just beg, Chad, I'm begging your indulgence for 2 seconds.
To your knowledge, was there a meeting scheduled between yourself or with Juliet and Mr. Banfield on the morning of February 24th, 2023?
Thanks, Chad.
Leading,
Sure.
sustain the objection.
Did you have any plans for the morning of February 24th, 2023?
I did. I was in Baltimore on an unrelated undercover operation on that morning.
Were you scheduled to meet with Mr. Banfield?
I was not.
And again, I'm sorry, where was Juliet, his other supervisor?
She was out of the country.
Okay. Mr. Banfield testified that he was meeting with his manager. Is there another person that could have been?
As you go up the management chain, we have an assistant special agent in charge. His name is David Meisenheimer, and we have a special agent in charge, Kareem Carter. And they were both in, I believe, Georgia at the time. Because
And Georgia, the state, not Virginia.
Correct.
There's a Georgia, Virginia?
Within your industry, is it commonplace to appear for career? Sure thing.
All right, same. Sustain.
How does one dress?
Oh boy.
in the IRS when they are approaching a business.
Girl, you're going after his outfit? Because we saw his outfit at McDonald's. I didn't even think about that. Honestly, didn't even think about the outfit because we saw the outfit covered in blood, the jeans, the tennis shoes, and like the windbreaker. I didn't even fucking think about it. I didn't even think about the fact Emily, you got distracted by the cookies. I'm only human. I didn't even think about the fact that he was in jeans, sneakers, and the zip-up hoodie or zip-up windbreaker because we saw them on the dummy when they covered in blood. Didn't even think about the fact that with the big meeting, he would have been in a suit like this gentleman on the stand. Ouch.
Because,
And Georgia, the state, not Virginia.
correct.
Okay. Within your industry, is it commonplace to appear for career? Sure thing.
All right, Steve?
How does one dress in the IRS when they are approaching a business meeting that is imperative for their success and potential promotion?
Well, we could say that when I have important meetings, I dress in a semi-formal or formal, like suit and tie, or at least, nice slacks and a shirt.
Would jeans or tennis shoes be acceptable?
I have never worn jeans or tennis or sneakers or tennis shoes for an important meeting.
You have to put your microphone on, Mr. Kira. What's your objection?
Objection to the relevance of this. He's indicating what he does.
Overruled.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Carroll's like, how ridiculous. It's just preposterous to think he was going to his big meeting in jeans and sneakers. And you know what he didn't testify to? When he was finding his parking spot and telling us about how many lanes were in the parking spot and that he was parked by the Chuck E. Cheese and that his friends brought him cookies because he has a lot of friends and they're big cookies because big cookies. Do you know what he didn't say? That he had a suit in his car or that he needed to go early because he was going to change when he got to the office. He testified that he needed to set up the conference room like 17 times. I need to set up the conference room, but he didn't say I need to go to work and get dressed at the office. No, he didn't. He didn't mention that once. We got a lot of detail about a lot of other things, but not about that.
Did you speak with Mr. Banfield on the morning of February 24th, 2023?
I did not.
Okay. Were you surprised that he wasn't there at 8 o'clock?
Again, I was in Baltimore, so I wasn't there, but I was surprised when I received the phone call indicating that Mr. Banfield had discharged his weapon and there were 2 deceased persons, which, as you would imagine, that triggered many responsibilities as the acting supervisory special agent too.
I bet.
Understood.
I appreciate your restraint in not saying I got a call that he had discharged his service weapon and there were 2 deceased individuals and my boss wasn't back until Monday, and the amount of fucking paperwork that I was going to have to do while I was in Baltimore on an undercover assignment while my boss was out of the country is memorable.
Just as a law enforcement professional trained by the IRS, do you share your gun safe code with your family members?
Objection, Your Honor, it's not relevant and it's legal.
Sustain the objection.
All right, thank you. Nothing further. Please answer any questions.
Prosecutor's like, I'm just going to try. I'm just going to give it a try. At this point, she's like, whatever. Why not just ask?
I'm sorry, sir. Tell me your name again.
T.
Special
Patrick
Agent
Smith.
Patrick Smith.
Okay. And you were, as I understand it, you were the special agent in charge while Juliet Jones was gone out of the country?
No, I was the acting supervisory special agent.
Okay. And so
He's the assistant to the regional manager.
that was something that she put you in charge of, or someone higher than that?
I believe she was able to designate, but you'd have to check for sure. But I'm sure she had upper management approval for who she designated as the acting supervisory special agent.
Okay, so so you said something like what happened where he discharged his firearm and there were 2 people dead. That caused a lot of work for you?
When I was informed by the Fairfax County detective as the acting supervisory special agent, that one of the agents in the group had discharged his weapon and there were 2 deceased persons, then yes, we had to contact upper management, which I did. We had to process the Treasury Inspector for Tax Administration, which we call TIGTA, is essentially our internal affairs. They have to be notified.
Right.
They do an investigation to determine if the discharge of the weapon was appropriate.
Okay, I guess my question was it extra work for you?
Was it extra work for me?
Isn't that what you just said to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that when...
Counsel, are you going to look at him and be like, you mad, bro? You mad, bro? You mad, bro? Because it's a memorable event. Because, yeah, he had to make a lot of calls and do a lot of work. But if the direction you're going is, you mad, okay. Sure. It won't be the wildest thing we've seen today. You had to do extra work. Right.
Okay, I guess my question was it extra work for you?
Was it extra work for me?
Isn't that what you just said to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that when this situation arises, it becomes a great deal of work for the person who's the acting special agent?
Well, yes, I had to make several phone calls. I had many conversations with people that I would not have had if there hadn't been.
Okay. Now, did the Fairfax County Police know that you were the acting special agent in charge?
I can't really speak what the Fairfax County Police knew, but I did speak with a detective from Fairfax County Police.
Who was the detective you spoke to?
I don't recall the detective's name.
Did you ask him his name?
I knew it at the time. As we speak now, I don't recall.
So there was no report that to the people that you called and people that you told about
Objection
this?
calls for speculation.
There was no report. Yeah, he made a lot of phone calls and there was a lot of paperwork, but counsel, someone called the office from Fairfax. They called the office. They knew where the defendant's office was. He couldn't stop but saying that he was a special agent and where he worked. And he kept saying he needed to call his supervisor, right? He said that in the body cam that he needed to call work. And they were like, you're not going to be able to call anybody just yet. You got to wait for homicide. So yeah. And?
Overruled.
There was no report that you created to talk about this situation, which made a lot of work for you, where you would put in the detective's name?
I definitely provided that information to upper management, and if I could access my emails, I'm sure that's in there.
So in your capacity, did you stay within the Vienna office after that when Juliet Jones came back?
Did I stay?
Yeah, were you still in the Vienna office when
I currently am still in the Vienna office.
Okay, so from that time until now, you're still in the Vienna office?
Yes, that's my permanent post of duty. I was there before that day as well.
Now, there were 6 people that were interviewed relating to TIGTA interviews. Actually, I'm sorry, there were 8 people that were interviewed. Do you know the name David Meisenheimer?
Yes, he was the assistant.
Were you not listening when he said David Meisenheimer's name on direct?
Special agent in charge.
Were you aware that he was interviewed by Detective Vesser of Fairfax County?
No.
I don't.
Okay.
Necessarily know, but
It's not how HR
Lawrence
works.
Flag?
I do. He's another agent who was assigned to the Vienna POD on that time.
Okay, and were you aware that he was interviewed as well by Detective Vesser?
I believe he told me he was interviewed. I don't know if he disclosed the name of the detective.
Now, do you have team assignments in terms of the IRS?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Is there someone named Carrillo that has a team in the Vienna office?
Carrillo?
Yes.
I don't recognize the name. Can you spell it? Maybe it's the pronunciation.
Carrillo.
I don't recognize that name.
Okay. Would it surprise you that Juliet Jones, who actually wasn't even there on that day, was interviewed by the Fairfax County Police Detective Vesser?
It would not surprise me that Julie Jones was interviewed. She was the supervisory special agent.
Now, Detective Carter from the Fairfax County Police, did you have contact with him?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, there were interviews conducted by him to Bernarda Jackson, special agent.
Objection. Counsel's testifying. He needs to ask a question.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I mean, it is
Bernarda
broad.
Jackson is another
Fair.
agent in the group, yes.
Okay, and did you know that she was interviewed relating to my client's case?
I can't recall if she told me that or not.
Okay. How about Richard Daniels, who was a
Are we going to get into when they fired him? Because I imagine he was fired at some point. Are we going to get to there? Because why not?
special agent?
He's another.
You know that Detective Carter had interviewed him about my client's case.
I think Special Agent Daniels did mention that, yes.
Okay, and Philip Hammond, do you know that person?
Yes, I know Special Agent Hammond.
And did you know that he was interviewed by Fairfax County Police Detective Carter relating to my client's case?
I believe he also told me he'd been interviewed, yes.
Okay.
Ooh, counsel. Are you going to then ask him why didn't any of them mention that there was no meeting that morning? Because I think the problem's going to be that your client never said that there was a meeting until yesterday. But are you going to ask? None of them mentioned a meeting. But that would be the point, that none of them mentioned a meeting. Because there wasn't a meeting. Is that where we're going to go? No one said that there was a meeting. Right. Because there was no meeting? I want to see if that's where we're going. I'm very curious.
You knew about that?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you heard all these other people were being interviewed, did you ever say, well, hold on, I was the special agent in charge for a period of February 13th to February 24th?
February 15th.
February 15th to February 24th. You didn't raise your hand and say, what about me?
I did.
And so they chose not to interview you?
I'm not exactly sure what happened, but
Okay.
I was out of town the week that the interviews took place in our office.
Oh, so you're aware of these interviews. What week did that occur?
I'd have to look at my calendar. My best guess, things like you have it, is March 2024.
Okay. How about Detective Lynch from Fairfax County interviewing Justin Williams, a special agent?
Justin Williams is another agent in the group.
Did you know he was interviewed?
I think he told me he was.
Okay. And these would have been, other than Juliet Jones, these would have been people who were subordinate to you, correct?
No, some of those were up the chain from him.
At the time I was acting supervisor special agent, technically, yes. I mean, I view them as coworkers who are all special agents.
Okay. So you're all on the same line unless.
Well, the first three you mentioned, he said were the bosses up the chain. So no, not all of them.
You get dubbed the acting special agent.
Correct.
Okay. And finally, Kevin Farley. Do you know him?
I do. He's another agent in the group.
Okay. And
Not IRS agent Farley. No, we're trying to be serious. It's the end of a very long day of a murder trial. Counsel, come on.
interviews that were conducted were relating to relationships of Brendan Banfield. Did you hear about that?
I did not.
Marriage problems with Brendan Banfield. Did you hear about that?
I did not.
Rumors that were going around in the IRS. Did you hear about that?
What?
The rumors, the speculation. Counsel, are you a Real Housewife of Salt Lake City fan? You are, yeah? Yeah? The rumors, the nastiness. Come on, counsel.
Problems with Brendan Banfield. Did you hear about that?
I did not.
Rumors that were going around in the IRS, did you hear about that?
What rumors?
In the context of these interviews,
What
they were
rumors?
being asked if there were rumors.
I have no recollection of being told of that, no.
We want to know about the rumors too. Like Lindsay Lohan
They were
style
talked
rumors,
to,
or
the individuals were all spoken to about schedules that occurred in the Vienna
or
office.
rumor has it? Which
Did you know
rumors?
about that?
An interview that I was not present at, I don't know what was discussed.
How dare
That's what
you.
I'm wondering. I
How
mean,
dare
were the
you.
Special agent in charge.
I was not when these interviews
Objection,
occurred.
argumentative.
Sustained. Next question.
Okay. Now,
Just let it go, counsel. We want to know.
there was discussions in these interviews about the types of cases that everybody worked.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained. Next question.
Do you know what these interviews were about?
I do not know what occurred in an interview I was not present at, no.
Okay, so you were there, and
Is counsel making this better or worse? Have we gone full Streisand effect for the defense? Because I feel like we've gone full Streisand. He's just making it worse.
for 2 weeks in that capacity, correct? 15th to the 24th.
Again, I was acting supervisor special agent for the Group 1 of the Washington DC field office from February 15th, 2023 to February 24th, 2023.
And in that, you're coming in here to this courtroom in that capacity to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that,
Counsel, you're reading the situation improperly. He's coming in to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury because he watched your client get on the stand yesterday and spit some absolute bullshit, and he knew it was false and he wasn't going to let it stand. And he was watching your client talk and he went, horse shit. And he called the district attorney's office and went, that's not true.
I guess,
So you're coming in here in that capacity? No, counsel. You are once again getting awfully close to Code Brown, counsel.
coming in here to this courtroom in that capacity to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that, I guess, there are issues with that you dress a certain way. Is that right? When you're going to the office?
Are you asking me how I dress when I go to the office?
Well, no, you've already testified to that, but you're here testifying. And one of the things that you said is that you dress in a different way than what was described of my client when he was going to the office on February 24th.
Ooh, bad choice, counsel.
That is correct.
Okay. And you indicated you were in an undercover operation,
Back up.
correct?
I was assisting with an unrelated undercover operation in Baltimore, Maryland.
And undercover operations have its own command staff outside of the Vienna office, isn't that right?
I don't know that I would characterize it like that.
Okay. Are there undercover command staff that handle undercover operations that aren't in the people that I just...
Wouldn't the operation be handled by local command staff and then the undercovers would also have an undercover handler? But I don't... It would be weird if it had a separate command staff, but I guess I'm curious. So do tell, counsel.
listed off to you that were interviewed?
I'm unclear in your terminology, but yes, there are people who, we have a whole special investigative techniques group that's involved with undercover operations.
And they would be the people that if you have an undercover operation and you're talking to an undercover person, that you would be working with them, correct?
Not really, no.
Okay. In your undercover operations, when you're interviewing an undercover operative, do you invite them into the office to talk?
I don't interview undercover agents. I'm confused. I'm a lead tech agent for the Washington DC field office. So the traditional undercover operation where they get wired up and they have equipment and they're covertly recorded, that is my job. So I'm involved with that and then preserving for the chain of custody the evidence that's obtained during that meeting.
What about undercover operations that deal with other?
sorry, witness, he's clearly never seen Miss Congeniality, so he just isn't really sure how this all goes down. So you just have to forgive him. He just has no idea what's happening.
Other issues, relating to IRS criminal investigations.
Judge, objection is to form. I don't think the question.
Counsel, no.
Makes any sense.
Rephrase.
No, let it be.
What about undercover operations that would deal with specific areas of criminal fraud? How are they handled?
I've only been involved with undercover operations conducted by IRS criminal investigation,
Okay.
and they've virtually all involved fraud. So.
And so
Sir, we're
the
the-
undercover
Sir, we're the IRS. Fraud's kind of the only crime that we deal with because we're the IRS. So that's like the core of what we do. For any new law nerds, by the way, just a footnote addendum on EDB. I did work in the U.S. Attorney's Office tax crime divisions as a law clerk. It was one of my favorite law clerk positions. And fraud, specifically tax fraud and tax evasion is what they dealt with because that's what the IRS does. But the expression on his face is just everything right now.
Conducted by IRS criminal investigation.
Okay.
And they've virtually all involved fraud. So.
And so the undercover operations that other people do, are they different than what you're within the IRS? Are
Judge,
they
objection is to relevance. I'm not sure where we're going with this at this point.
I'm just trying to get to.
But counsel, we're having so much fun getting there. It's about the friends you make along the way. I don't know where we're getting at. Counsel, he's trying to get back around to, but isn't my client a big deal? But my client was having a meeting that you guys weren't involved in because it was so top secret, because it was outside of the command structure. Yeah, that's not really how the federal government works, but bold choice, counsel.
The background, get to his background, Judge.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Next question.
No.
Now, sir.
We're just curious, Your Honor. Sir, wouldn't you agree that my client is tall?
Would you have known where Lawrence Flagg was on the 24th of February, 2023?
I do because he told me.
Okay. Were you keeping track of him otherwise?
Yes, we were in regular contact throughout that day.
Okay. And that was.
Oh, poor Lawrence just getting dragged into this by the defendant because the only reason that counsel knows that name is because his client just told him, ask him this.
Because of the incident that occurred at the Banfield house, correct?
Correct.
Prior to the incident happening, would you have been in contact with Lawrence Flagg on a regular basis?
Can you define regular basis?
Well, you tell me, how often do you have contact with him?
He's an agent in the group.
Vegas to time.
As a regular agent in the group, I would see him probably whenever we were both in the office.
Is he
as
your
a supervisor?
best friend
I would
or like
have contact with him as needed.
your third best friend or?
And so how many times did you have contact with him as a supervisor during that week?
I cannot recall the days before February 24th, 2023, but on February 24th, 2023, I had many phone conversations.
I bet you did.
I don't have any further questions.
All right, redirect.
Okay, just for clarification, was Lawrence Flagg Mr. Banfield's supervisor?
No.
Okay. And Mr. Banfield
We're on
testified
redirect.
that he had a scheduled meeting with his manager. That would have been yourself or Juliet Jones. Is that correct?
Those are the only two people that have been his manager. Yes.
Okay. And she was out of the country and you were in Baltimore and not planning on meeting him, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Nothing else. Thank you, Judge.
Excuse me, sir, did you,
Judge, may I ask one more?
but did you not know that it was his birthday? Sir, did you know that it was his birthday?
Question.
No, sir.
Get it, Judge A. The defense, can I ask one more question? Judge A. No, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, sir, you're free to go.
Judge, may I ask one more question?
No, sir. You're done. All right, you're free to go, sir.
I don't know if she said we're done or you're done. I'm going to let that be dealer's choice, chat. You can pick.
Your next witness.
Commonwealth Breast.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the Commonwealth has arrested the rebuttal evidence. So in other words, you have heard all the evidence you're going to hear in this case. So what I'm going to do, we have some housekeeping matters taken care of. So what I'm going to do is release you early today. And what we'll do is when we come back at 10 a.m. tomorrow, you will hear closing arguments and then the case will be handed over to you. Okay? All right. So have a good night. Do not discuss the case. Do not do any outside research, please. Okay. Thank you.
You're done. You're done. Well, 9 days of trial. For the last 2 days of trial to be quite interesting. Wow. For us not having time to cover trial, here we are.
You know which counts for striking.
Did the defendant just roll his eyes? I'm sorry, I was looking at Deputy Queen.
All right, Mr. Carroll, now your motion.
Jury's out. Mr. Carroll would like to make a motion. Judge A would like it to be now.
Yep, cool.
Oh boy.
Your Honor, renew my motion.
I think he's stunned that his boss actually came in and was like, no, that's 100% not what happened. Because I'm sure that what the defendant wanted the jury to believe is that he would never set up a murder for the day of this big meeting for his whole career. That's ludicrous. That's just preposterous. And his boss came in and was like, not today. Your immediate manager was out of the country. Your acting manager was in Baltimore. And you were apparently going into the office in jeans, which is such an excellent point. Huh.
The strike previously given. In addition,
Right. Thank you.
He's renewing his motion to strike. Is the court just going to say no?
Your Honor, renew my motion to strike previously given. In addition,
Right. Thank you.
I'd renew my motion to strike previously given at the light most favorable of the Commonwealth, expecting that evidence would come to light regarding the investigations in this case. It would come to light regarding anything that would appear other than the co-defendant, who has every possible incentive to tell the story that the Commonwealth has asked her to tell.
There's a lot more evidence than just the co-defendant, though.
Once again, not in the light most favorable of the Commonwealth. We're here at the end of the evidence. The testimony by the co-defendant, who appears to tie everything together for the Commonwealth, essentially was a story that, when pushed and questioned, couldn't do anything but say, I don't know. And in fact, at one point, as I asked questions regarding details, and as we know from listening to the lengthy evidence relating to digital forensics, the lengthy evidence relating to blood stain pattern analysis,
You said paint.
These require details, and this Commonwealth's case is entirely devoid of details. You've heard from many detectives who were in the defense case, specifically Detective Miller, who was their expert, the expert that they chose not to use. And in that, he indicates that the data, he still stands.
Counsel, not advice. You're just going to need to workshop this before closing, because this is not, I don't think that's going to fly.
Stands by the data relating to his executive summary. The only thing that changes is that Juliana Perez Magalhaes decided to come forward. Once again, if someone's coming forward, there has to be some sort of way to test their knowledge, test their timing, test by the dates that are crucial to this case. And in every, despite the fact she walked through with the Commonwealth, whatever the story was going to be, she couldn't answer any other questions, or she wouldn't answer any other questions. Judge, with all due respect, it was my position, and we did it. We put on the evidence through the Commonwealth's witnesses, and many of them are in absolute conflict with what she said. This whole entire case rests on her testimony. And
were you here? Were you here? Were you actively present? This is an interesting argument, because it is bold.
Rests on her testimony.
I think the jury's going to rest on your client's testimony.
The timing of her trial, the timing of her the health illness, the timing of Brendan's arrest, and the timing of her feeling like she'd lost the ability to defend herself because of whatever she says about her lawyer. I'm not saying that's true, but it was certainly something that she was thinking of. In fact, we saw numerous messages where she talks about almost giving up hope, because if he asks for another continuance, then I don't know what I'm going to do. And so, Your Honor, given all of those facts, and no longer in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, I'd respectfully suggest that Your Honor strike this case. In addition, the motion to dismiss relating to NAPU, it still even more so relies upon what I believe to be testimony that's not truthful and can be shown and has been shown to be not truthful in numerous ways. And I'd respectfully ask that you consider the motion to dismiss.
All right, thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
And now we hear from the prosecution. Chat.
Your Honor, in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth.
As a reminder, I do not poll as to guilt. That is for the jury. But I am going to poll on counsel's argument and ask you if the prosecution's case rests only on Juliana, in your opinion. I'm curious what your opinion is. Does the prosecution's case rest on her only, solely? That poll I'm putting up, because that's what counsel keeps arguing. So we're going to poll counsel's arguments.
We have met our burden. It's appropriate that the case be submitted to the jury. Thank you.
Oh, ma'am, you could have no victory lap, no time to talk about the defendant's testimony. How very restrained.
In this matter, not weighing the evidence, but the evidence that's before the court.
Thank you, counsel, for giving Judge A chance to let us know what she's thinking.
There is a scintilla of evidence for each of the counts. There's 5 counts in 2024, 666, and there's 2 counts in 2024, 873. And there is evidence that can go forward to the jury. The weight that they put on it at that time is up to them. And and as far as the dismissal under NAPU, I again will deny that motion, as I don't find it as a matter of law that the co-defendant's testimony is incredible. Again, that weight goes to the jury. So based on those those statements and what was stated in the record for the previous motion to strike, your motions are denied. Okay. All right, so jury instructions.
Your Honor, initially, if the Commonwealth may be heard, and I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Rissler because she has the indictments pulled up. As I'm sure the court knows, the Commonwealth cannot proceed with sentencing on both an aggravated murder
They merge.
within 3 years as well aggravated murder for commission at the same time. At this point in time, we would elect to go forward.
The prosecution is talking about the indictments on multiple theories and which theory they are going to present to the jury. You can charge a bunch of stuff and then you can sometimes let the jury pick. And sometimes you can't let the jury pick. The judge had told them here, you need to decide which theory you're proceeding on, whether it was essentially multiple murder, and that's the California language of it, but essentially the multiple murder within 3 years or the multiple murder committed at the same time. So it is more like a crime and then A or B. And so the prosecution is narrowing down what they are selecting to go forward with. I think at the same time makes perfect sense.
On aggravated murder for 2 offenses committed within 3 years, and between the two.
Here, let me just let her complete her statement in a complete sentence.
At this point in time, we would elect to go forward on aggravated murder for 2 offenses committed within 3 years, and between the two child endangerment and abuse and neglect, we have elected to move forward with endangerment. Ms. Rissler can address which.
Okay.
Interesting.
Just so I get this straight, I mean, the case law is that both Section 7 and Section A can go back to the jury.
They can, and then if they find guilty on
in
both.
sentencing, I just sentence on one.
Correct. We, at this point in time, feel that it would be less confusing for the jury to simply submit
It's your
on
case, so.
the offenses that we believe we've met the burden of proof for.
Okay, so which
Okay.
ones are you going forward on then?
That's what I think
Ms.
she just
Crisler,
said.
sorry. Judge.
So they are going to narrow down the indictments so that the jury does not need to consider all of the different indictments. This is different than lesser included because they're not to the jury instructions yet. This is them narrowing down the indictments they're proceeding on so that the jury instructions don't get confusing, which makes perfect sense in this case to give the jury the most streamlined version that they can.
We, in case number ending 666.
Yes, ma'am.
So we have counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes.
So Judge, if we strike counts 1 and 2, those being the aggravated murder charges within the same transaction.
Count 1 and 2.
Yep.
Interesting.
When you say strike, do you mean dismiss?
Yes.
I assume no objection. All right, count 1 and count 2 are dismissed.
Yep, that would leave us with counts 3, 4, and 5 in that case number.
Okay.
Then Judge, if we look to case number ending in 873.
Okay.
And in that indictment, if we look to count 2.
All right.
Count 2 would be the
Child abuse.
Abuse and neglect.
yes, that would be the one that we would strike.
So you're striking count
Dismiss,
2, or dismissing count 2.
Yes.
Any objection to that? All right, so we just have count 1 of 873, which is child endangerment, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so based on that, we need the charging instructions then for the 2 okay, here's the next question I have for you. So count 3 and count 4 are legally the same.
I saw a lot of questions about what the prosecution is doing. The prosecution had charged multiple counts for one thing. So for the murder of Christine Banfield, they charged multiple counts. For the murder of Joseph Ryan, they charged multiple counts. The prosecution is dropping one of the theories. So there are 2 different sections for aggravated murder, and they are dropping one of the sections. He can't be sentenced on both. So instead of asking the jury to find both, which are going to have different jury instructions slightly, they're just streamlining it. He can't be sentenced on both. The charges would merge because it is 2 different ways to find aggravated murder. So they're just streamlining it. So this is the technical charging because they charged everything and now they're streamlining it down to which they want to proceed on, which makes it a lot cleaner in closing arguments and a lot easier for the jury. So it's not lesser includeds. There aren't lesser includeds charged. Those come in the jury instructions. Those are a part of the jury instructions. And because I imagine there are going to be lesser includeds in the jury instructions, it could get unwieldy very quickly to have two different types of aggravated murder for two different victims and then multiple different types of child endangerment. That means you could end up with multiple verdict forms with this and or this and or this and or this. And the streamlining makes a lot of sense. It is really just a technical choice between, do you want to explain it this way or do you want to explain it that way?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the charging instruction for aggravated murder, you're just switching the names, but you still have to find premeditated murder, correct? For both of them. So what's the difference between count 3 and count 4?
One is for the murder of Christine, one is for the murder of Joseph Ryan.
Well, but it's aggravated murder, so it's one charging instruction for both of them. The only reason it's aggravated murder is killing of 2 people.
Correct.
Okay, so
interesting.
How can you have different charging instructions where you're just flipping the names? If the one charging instruction would involve both murders.
And
For
Your Honor, the way we
aggravated
drafted them was to say exactly what you just said, to flip the names. One is for the murder of Christine Banfield and one is for the...
In order to have aggravated murder, you have to have 2 murders.
Correct.
So the charging instruction has to have both murders on the charging instruction, right?
Yes.
Do we want to look at the model jury instruction?
And we used the model jury instruction.
Right, so how can
So
you have
why would you have
of
2?
those?
I think they're talking about the verdict form and she's talking about the instruction. There should only be one instruction.
If Your Honor does not, then we couldn't... Is Your Honor suggesting that we couldn't have 2 instructions or that we can't have 2 indictments?
Instructions. She's saying there wouldn't need to be 2 aggravated murder instructions because one aggravated murder instruction would include both victims' name to tell the jury what aggravated murder is. Instruction. I think that they are thinking about the indictments and the verdict forms. Okay.
Your 2 indictments are proving exactly the same thing. I mean, how is that possible? It's not for the murder of one and murder of the other. Aggravated murder is 2 murders. So you have one I thought, it's your case.
Oh, she's
I thought
talking
it was
about
what aggravated
charges.
murder for 1 for 3 years, aggravated murder for 1 in the same transaction. But that's not what you're doing, which is fine. But
I understand.
I don't see how you can do 2 separate aggravated murders when you have to put the 2 murders in for aggravated murder.
Understood. And I see the-
waterfall instructions are different.
Sure.
Because you have first degree murder
Right,
in one,
and then it
first
splits
degree murder
apart.
in another.
Right. And that's how we've written them, is to have a waterfall for each, so that if they find one can be... If
What's the difference between the 2 aggravated murders then?
Judge, I can look up some case law on this and take a minute,
That's a
figure
fair
out the answer
argument.
to your question, because I
If
don't
you'd
think
like
I am...
to, I think I have it tabled here. I mean, aggravated murder for your section that you're going under is number 1, that the defendant killed name of both people.
Right, it's for multiple
And
murder.
number 2, that the killings, plural, were willful, deliberate, premeditated. And number 3, that they happened in a 3-year period.
Okay. Understood. But then the indictment couldn't stand...
But you can't, Judge A is like, look, the reason you get to aggravated murder versus lesser degrees of murder is because they are charging 2 murders at the same time. But you can't charge 2 murders at the same time for victim A and 2 murders at the same time for victim B when the 2 murders at the same time are for victims A and B. So for them, their aggravated murder is like a special circumstance murder. The circumstance here being multiple killing. So how are you going to navigate the fact that the aggravated murder is multiple murder? There's other ways you can get to aggravated murder, but those aren't the circumstances here. But doesn't your aggravated murder also have like a premeditation or a lying in wait, or isn't there more but we'll see. So they're talking about aggravated murder vis-a-vis the other forms of murder, which I understand. And Judge A is like, no, I'm prepared. But each victim can't have an aggravated murder where the aggravated murder relies on there to be two murders and the two murders are each other. That's what Judge A is saying. And I understand where the confusion is. But no matter which count they choose, that seems like it's going to be a problem.
As 2 counts either.
Well, that's what
That's what you're trying to tell me. Okay.
The one for the same transaction can go back as subsection 7, and the one for subsection 8 can go back as 2 different aggravated murders. But how can you have 2 under subsection 8 going back as 2
But then what
aggravated
do we
murders?
do?
That makes
How
a lot
does
of
the
sense.
waterfall instruction
That makes a lot of sense to do one of one. Okay.
read when you
I'm really interested in what
believe
their
that he
aggravated murder
killed
statute is in Virginia.
Joe, but not Christine? And
Well,
can
that's
then
why you
find-
have to do a different waterfall instruction.
For
So
each.
so what I was understanding Your Honor to suggest was that there would only be 1 indictment and 1 instruction for aggravated.
Right. And
But
then
wouldn't we then need 2 separate instructions?
Right. Or if you find that he only murdered Christine Banfield.
Right.
At first degree, and you have to go down that, or move on to the next, you
Right.
only found that, it would be the opposite.
But at what point do they diverge, right? Because if you don't
After
find
aggravated
aggravated, do you then have a separate instruction for first degree for both? If you find Christine but
Basically,
not
it would-
Joe,
it
and
would
if
be
you
the
find Joe but
waterfall.
not
If you
Christine,
have not found aggravated murder, period,
okay,
then you may
Right.
find first degree there, first degree here.
right?
Is this making sense?
It is. No, I'm absolutely tracking what you're suggesting. I think
Yes.
that's not the way we've
But everyone's really tired, but yes.
done it though. So we should probably,
I just don't see, and I'll give you time to go look at some case law and see how 2 aggravated murders, because the only reason it's aggravated murder in this case is there's 2.
right, because there's 2 people.
Right, so I don't see how 2 counts of the same of 3 years goes to the jury when it's just.
Right. So what Judge A is saying, sorry, chat. So what Judge A is saying is that this is why jury instructions are so important. What Judge A is saying is that with aggravated murder is kind of like a special circumstance murder. They call it different things in different jurisdictions, but there has to be something that is aggravating. Not in like the vibes way, but there has to be something that puts it into that category, like above first degree murder. So above premeditated murder, it goes up from there, but there has to be a circumstance or aggravation to bump it up into that aggravated murder category. And in Virginia, one of those circumstances is the commission of killing more than one person within a 3-year period. They have a bunch of other things too. But none of those other things are just a premeditated murder. I don't even think they have lying in wait. I'm not seeing lying in wait, but beyond a premeditated murder, it's like a premeditated murder plus to get it into the aggravated murder. 2 murders occurring within a 3-year period is one of those factors that takes it into a plus. The other types of things there are killing someone under the age of 14, killing a person in the commission of a robbery, killing someone within the same transaction, killing someone within the course of other types of conduct. So we have like first degree murder for premeditated murder. We have aggravated murder, which has another factor or circumstance that takes it up from there. But to get it from first degree murder up, you have to have 2 murders. And so the 2 murders is what they are using. They're not using in the commission of a felony because Brendan Banfield's not breaking in to his own home. A lot of times you will see it in the commission of like a burglary, but you don't have that circumstance here. So when they're starting to talk about the waterfall, they're talking about then taking it from aggravated murder to the next lesser degree of murder and down from there. Hopefully that makes sense. So it's essentially multiple murders, which is what you see charged in like the Reiner case for the special circumstance. In that case is multiple murders. And so this is essentially where we're at with multiple murders. I know, chat, we're back at the waterfall. Don't go chasing waterfalls, y'all, but That's why they're talking about the waterfall instruction.
2 people.
And I'll admit, Judge, I was just sailing with the indictments the way they were presented with 2 counts of each, 2 counts of within 3 and 2 counts at the same time.
Which is not,
I will need to look into this to determine what the next step forward is.
That's not a problem. I mean, would you rather do this in the morning then?
Yeah, just to make sure that I have the correct answer
it's
rather
been a
than.
long day.
That's fine. I
Okay.
think that's fair. Do you have any objection to that, Mr. Carroll? Or anything you want to add to the conversation?
I mean, Mr. Carroll never even brought any of this shit up. Mr. Carroll's just looking at Judge A being like, thank you, Your Honor, because at the end of the day, it's her job to follow the law and to look at all the instructions and to say, this is what follows the law, even if the defense attorney didn't bring it up. He hasn't raised this question not once. Anything to add? Nope. I mean, if he's not going to turn his mic on, he gets nothing to add.
Well, if you want to, and maybe I'm going down the wrong rabbit hole, but it's just.
Your Honor, I
No.
think it bears looking into. I think
Okay.
you raise a good point. If we can, however, then not yet strike counts from the
Okay, that's
indictment, we may
fine. I
still
think
come back
that's
to that same
fair.
position, but
Okay,
we
that's
can
fine.
preserve.
We can do that. So we can get this figured out.
Okay,
And if you come back tomorrow and that's what you want to do, that's fine. I'm just trying to
Okay.
keep a clean record here.
understood.
So in Virginia, you have first-degree murder, second-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter, and aggravated murder. There are some differentiations between the aggravated murder, which is like your murder plus, and then your first degree is just your premeditated, and then we go down from there. So you can have indictments for the first-degree murders and for the aggravated murder, but you can't have 2 indictments for the aggravated murder for the jury to consider because they can't find him guilty of 2 counts of aggravated murder when the aggravation is multiple murders. You have to have 2, so you can't have 2 counts. However, you can have 2 counts of first-degree murder. The reason why it would matter is because of sentencing. And the aggravated murder sentencing is going to be higher than the first-degree murder sentencing. But if your special circumstance or your aggravation is 2 murders, then you can't have 2 counts that both need 2 murders for the same people. They would just merge. All right. Sounds like they're going to do that in the morning.
Appreciate that.
Can we have the 9:30 motion, so you want to meet at 9? Is a half hour going to be enough time?
That should be because we will speak in advance of court tomorrow.
Well,
and
that would
have-
be, it's music to my ears if it's true. Okay, that would be fantastic. If you
Yes,
could meet
ma'am.
ahead of time and maybe agree, whichever way you end up.
The prosecution needs to figure it out and tell the defense what they're doing. Because I imagine the defense attorney is sitting there being like, oh, huh.
Going on them, and we can have those charging instructions tomorrow for whichever
Yes, ma'am.
you go for. I'd appreciate it. Let's meet at 9 then. Let me go let Jamie know we need a court reporter for 9. Okay, great. And we'll be good to go. We'll see you at 9. Anything else at this time then?
Yes.
Oh.
Ms. Perez Macalese is no longer
She thought she was done. Are we done then? No.
obviously subject
Okay.
to wrong witnesses. I think we need to let the jail know so that she can be returned
To her.
Okay, yes.
To prison?
To wherever she's returned
She
to.
was-
to not segregation.
She was
Oh, okay,
segregated.
okay.
Yes.
So yes, so she has been released. So we'll do a jail card or something to make sure that's taken care of.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
All right, anything further?
No,
All right.
Judge.
All right, we'll see you at 9 a.m.
Okay. That was a roller coaster of a court day. That was a whole lot. That was a whole lot of a court day. We did a chat. A lot of you were asking about Juliana's jail housing status. Yeah, no. When you're a witness in court, they keep you away from everyone else because they have no idea who might want access to someone testifying in a trial. So her housing status would have been separated from any other inmate because you never know, and they separate them to keep them safe in custody when they are testifying in court. So they are going to release that status. If she had been transported from, oh no, she wouldn't be in prison. She would just be in local custody. So they would have just moved her housing status in local custody because she hasn't been sentenced yet. It's been a long day. It's not my case. We weren't even supposed to be here, chat. So she's allowed to move back into her regular housing unit. We're going to go through a few questions. We're going to go through a summary at the end of the day. I am going to have to check in with family about tomorrow because tomorrow is a very tough day for me. So I need to chat with the family and see what we can do about tomorrow. I am not going to, I don't think, be able to do all of the conference ahead of closings if I can do closings, but I need to check in with family because when I said we had a lot of scheduling stuff that might conflict with this case, that's tomorrow. Though I wouldn't be surprised if they came back with a verdict tomorrow. They may want to sleep on it and come back on Monday. You really never know. So at the end of day 9, it felt like we spent 800 years in purgatory in this case once we got past the prosecution's case. And then all of a sudden, it went at rapid speed through the rest of the defense case, the prosecution rebuttal case, and a surprise witness at the end of the day, who this morning, which felt like 700 years ago, but this morning we heard the prosecution, thank you, chat, you guys are great. We heard the prosecution say that they had a witness who came to them last night and had information about the case. And then today, that witness was on the stand because he was the defendant's acting supervisor the day of the big meeting. The big meeting with the bosses about the case. And he had to get the conference room ready. There was no meeting. His acting supervisor was in Baltimore. His direct supervisor was out of the country. And the bosses up the chain from that were out of the state. And counsel took the opportunity to point out, which she would have not gotten to do in any other way. Counsel took the opportunity to point out that this career-changing meeting the defendant was leaving to go to, he was wearing jeans, sneakers, and a zip-up windbreaker, not a suit. And she took the chance to ask the agent, you guys are special agents. Don't you normally dress in suits for your big work days? Like when you come to court? Because remember, the defendant never told a full version of what happened until he took the stand. So when he took the stand was the first time they heard about this big meeting. That had never been disclosed to the prosecution before. So they can't go ask anyone, did he really have a meeting? They can't go pull records to look for a meeting because there was no indication that that's why he was leaving for work early. Because remember, Juliana told them that he was saying he needed to change up his schedule so it wouldn't look weird that he was out of the house before Joseph Ryan came over. And that's the information that they had. So the jury leaves before closing arguments with the supervisor coming in saying there was no meeting. And the defendant sitting at counsel table as hunched over in his chair as he could get. I didn't even think about the fact that he wasn't in a suit because when we were looking at the way that the defendant was dressed in the video, I was comparing it in my mind to the clothes that we saw at the crime scene, but there was no context yet for what was going on that day. And there was so much that happened in the defendant's testimony that my brain didn't even shift back to what was he wearing for this big meeting. I was really more focused on, but then he needed all the detail to park and go through the drive-through twice because he needed his QR code. And then he didn't eat his McDonald's breakfast, a question that remains unanswered. He didn't eat his McDonald's breakfast. He had the giant cookie that we heard about in 2 different days of testimony. And so it got a little bit lost for me. I didn't even think to look back, but the prosecution was like, isn't it funny that he was not in a suit? And the defendant has no opportunity to get back up and try to fix that part of the story. And even though the defense made more motions to dismiss, the judge denied them. There are some more issues relating to jury instructions that they are going to have to hammer out in the morning to present those instructions and the verdict forms to the jury. But this case is done. This case is done. Closing arguments, and then it goes to the jury. So I guess the question becomes, will the jury be back Friday after closing arguments, or will the jury be back after the weekend? That really becomes the question, doesn't it? All right, Law Nerds, I'm going to answer some questions. We have lots of them today. Don't forget to get the Law Nerd app so I can keep you in the loop. We built it for you. It is free on iOS and Android. Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. You're going to want to stay in the loop with this. Oh, did we even summarize the audio? That's right. Thank you. No, Emily, you're pushing the wrong buttons. The audio. You're right, chat. The other witness from the rebuttal was an audio expert that talked about the fact that the audio that was put together was crossfaded. And when the audio was played in court twice, the reason the audio sounded the exact same is because the audio was in fact the exact same. It was not 2 different files. They spliced together one file. And when he showed it to the jury, he showed how the crossfade lined up in what I think was a wonderful and simple demonstration. If you can keep it simple, it's going to be easy for the jury to follow. And him folding the paper and being like, look, the wavelengths don't match was a really simple presentation. And you know that the jury is going to go back and try to listen to that first 911 call and see what voice said. Because that was quite a reveal. All right. Let's see. We have a few questions. I'm going to try to get a few questions. Oh my goodness. Can I please gain up the audio? I probably can't isolate and gain up the audio on the 911 this evening. I'm going to wait and see what the prosecution does in closing, and that might be a next week thing. That I am not going to be able to do it in real time or later. But I'm sure it will happen. And B, I'm interested to see where we get on closing. Debbie, thank you so much for the super chat. EDB, I cannot watch trial without you. I know I feel a tremendous weight of gratitude, but also I don't want to leave y'all hanging because I know this community is fantastic to watch trial with. To me, defendant is full of it. He was challenging. The defense really did make the Commonwealth's case stronger, in my opinion. The Commonwealth's case continued to bring out more points that I think were very important than we saw before. It was a very important, there was some very important information. It makes me nervous. What if the defense all of a sudden was like, nah, we're not bringing anyone in? But again, sometimes in trial, you got to play your opponent. And it seemed that the prosecution was pretty confident in the witnesses the defense was going to call and how the prosecution could use the witnesses to their advantage. And I think they used the witnesses to great advantage in their case. Ashley, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships and everyone who gifted memberships today. Thank you. I appreciate it. Welcome to all our new law nerds. Disney Lover for Life said, wouldn't a husky just jump the baby gate? He said apparently the husky didn't, but we'll see. We'll see. Lexi, this was a great question. Lexi asked, is it not considered bad for the defendant to hear all of the testimony, all of the other testimony, and then be able to tailor their testimony? Wouldn't it be the same as the other witnesses? The defense has the right to confrontation, and the jury knows that he's seen all the evidence. They see him in court, and the jury can take that and be like, yeah, but he heard what everybody said. The jury can consider that fact when evaluating his testimony as credible or not. I think when the jury is evaluating the defendant's testimony for credibility, him sitting in the courtroom through the other witnesses is going to be at the bottom of the list because there's a lot of other stuff to go on. There's a lot else to go on. Choosing to testify was a really bad choice. I mean, YouTuber Emily loves it. Former prosecutor Emily's like, have a good time, but lawyer Emily is like, that's a terrible choice. That was a terrible choice. Boyo said, who knew this same courtroom would be so dramatic again, but in a very different way? Thank you to the Laundered Whiskey Fund. It's very, very appreciated. Rebecca wants to know, how tall is he? I'll try to find his booking. I'll try to find his booking sheet and see. I guarantee you he's not as tall as he thinks he is. So, Motions in CPA says, has this defense lawyer never learned how to read a room? If this defense attorney does a lot of depositions and not a lot of trials, it might be a skill that has been lost. If it was over there. Also, I'm so glad I chose not to be an IRS agent. Hate to be lumped in with him. Every career path is going to have somebody that is just a challenge. I don't think that his job informed what he was doing here. Also, him coming in and being like, police, you're under arrest. I don't know if he did that either. Maybe he did for the dramatic effect of it all. Maybe he just wanted to see Joe Ryan look surprised, scared. But the way he kept referring to Joe Ryan as Joe, I'm sorry, you want me to believe that this man brutally murdered your wife? And then you're just like, yeah, when I saw Joe. Okay. Sure. Karate Cat Mom said, when does Lily step on a bee? Yep. Noelle asked, did the defendant hokey pokey? At one point, he did hokey pokey. He put his right foot in, and then he took his right foot out, and then he put his right foot in. Yes, he did. But it was a really interesting cross-examination. I appreciate the restraint that the prosecution showed in stopping, because sometimes knowing where to stop is an art form. And the defense attorney did not know when he had gone one question too many. Many times did not know when he had gone one question too many. Mindy said he chose to testify to relive his crimes. There were moments of that testimony, and I imagine we will see everyone who does analysis of body language cover his testimony because there was so much to work with there. But there were times when he was just bragging to the jury, and it was tremendously off-putting. It was tremendously off-putting, to be mild with how I feel about that. So it was it was difficult to watch. It was difficult to watch. However, he told the jury that his relationship with Juliana got closer, after, because before that, Christine was still around. Yeah. Sure, guy. Okay, good luck with that. Analytical one, to the same point, Christine was still around. He said that shit with his whole chest. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. And I imagine it's going to come up in closing argument. Judicial Mermaid said he is cooked, insert, and that's the way the cookie crumbles, folks. And the prosecution has to balance the closing. I think some of the strongest points that the prosecution made outside of Juliana's testimony was when the accounts were not being used. And I think the prosecution wouldn't be amiss to stand up in closing and say, and how dare he say the things he said about Christine after planning this setup. And I think the victim, the boss of the victim advocates unit, calling it a setup was really helpful to kind of get away from the defense saying it can't be a catfish. But I think it might be easier for the jury to understand setup, that they used deception to lure Joe to the house to set him up. I don't think he was the only one set up. I think there were other things done to set Juliana up as well. But it was horrific. And the funny thing about juries is they tend to be fairly reasonable when it comes to that just doesn't make sense. And there's a lot in this case that the way the defense would like you to believe it just doesn't make sense. Shem Economics, I hope I broke those words up properly. Where does this guy stand on your list of worst defense testimonies of all time? I would have to give myself a day or two to get away from the rage of some of the things that he said that just absolutely pissed me off. But I would also have to decide what the ranking scale is on worst. Like, worst for him or worse and most painful for us? Because for us, that testimony was something else. But blew up his case, yeah, it was a pretty bad choice for him. I haven't seen Charlie Adelson's yet. Murdaugh was pretty bad. But Murdaugh at least seemed like he was trying to show that he felt bad. Sarah Boone's was up there, but it wasn't as bad as her sentencing was a choice. But it's in the realm of Boone. It really is. I mean, at least Darrell Brooks seemed to kind of believe what he was saying. I don't know if this defendant all the way believed what he was saying, because he kept saying, I can't see it. I think I would think. There were so many clues about his processing. And saying out loud, I think I would think. And it was incredibly telling. Right. You have to think what you would think, because this isn't how it happened. This wasn't how it happened. Elizabeth Crossley asked, what's the significance of Anastasia and BDSM? Okay, so I was making a dig at 50 Shades of Grey. I just can't imagine that that the name of the main female character from 50 Shades of Grey would be the handle that someone would choose in like the FetLife community. It's really hard for me to imagine that would be the example that they would go with. So that's where I was making the dig, because it just doesn't land for me that's gonna be the connection. It lands more for me that would be the connection that he would try to make versus someone who was perhaps in the BDSM community legitimately. I don't think that 50 Shades of Grey would be something you would want to advertise if you were looking for other BDSM relationships on FetLife. I just think that that would probably not be it. Also, her internet history does not indicate any type of research at all. Like at all. Like it doesn't indicate research at all. And that doesn't make a lot of sense to me either. So that's where my digs were at the handle, because it seems to me to be what a dude thinks that someone would think. So it just doesn't connect. I don't know if the prosecution's going to ever make that point. And I don't know what's on the prosecutor's Kindle, or in their Audible account, or in the secret Audible account. I don't know, but I'm not so sure that that would be the handle. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Chat is like 10-10, Emily. Right. Chat's also like 100%. Right, 100%. It's just, there is so much that just does not track in the story. And one of the officers asked if this was a setup for revenge and to set up that encounter to extract revenge on Christine. They didn't follow up with it very much. They didn't follow up with it more, but it was kind of a chilling moment in testimony when one of the police theories was that the way that this was set up was out of pure malice. And that was fairly, that was one of those moments of testimony where I just went, oh, that's where they thought this case was, beyond just being a setup. So it is a difficult case, but I think that the evidence has become much more clearly into focus with the testimony, of the defendant, but with the cross-examination of the defense tech expert. The prosecution, I think, did a very good job of taking the defense witnesses and bringing up the points that they wanted to bring up in their case. And the jury doesn't decide at the end of the prosecution's case. They shouldn't. The jury decides after closing. And even though a lot of jurors might have already made up their mind, I'm sure chat has, even though a lot of jurors might have made up their mind before the defendant took the stand and maybe for sure afterwards, the prosecution did a really good job of making the defense witnesses work for them. And I think that they are going to pull their closing together in a much more organized way. Because I don't think anybody wants to be the defense attorney standing up there being like, there's no evidence that this was a catfish. The prosecution didn't call a single homicide detective. 8 homicide detectives were transferred. I'm sorry, counsel, weren't 6 of them promoted? 8 of them, I think he said, are no longer in the homicide unit. So, because a bunch of them were promoted to major crimes, they're no longer in the homicide unit because they were promoted. 2 of them weren't. And the 2 people that were removed from the homicide unit, well, 1 from the homicide unit and 1 from tech, the 2 people who were removed are the ones that agree with the defense. And even then, one of them came in and testified and said that they no longer stood by their earlier conclusions. That's a hard road, counsel. It's gonna be real. That's gonna be real difficult. Bird is the word said, imagine that boss coming back like, okay, back from out of the country. Let's get some work done. My actual God, what the fuck? Yeah. 100%. 100%. Agreed. Let's see. The EDB, replay crew. The EDB crash out. Christine was still around. Yes, there were many today. Today was quite a lot. The Crystal Star said, have we seen anybody testify about Joe? If so, no, we have not heard much about victim Joseph Ryan, and that would be more appropriate at sentencing. The prosecution did use the defendant's testimony to bring in a photo of Joseph Ryan, not an autopsy photo, which I appreciated. So the jury will have a photo of Joseph Ryan that is not his autopsy photos and the cam. I thought that was a very smart move by the prosecution. I don't know if every prosecutor would have done that or thought of it, but it was great to be like, and we've got all the pictures of Christine Banfield in life. Here is a picture of Joseph Ryan in life too. I thought it was great. I thought it was a really, really well played. The prosecution did a lot of that. I was worried at the end of the prosecution's case that they were overconfident. But again, the attorneys always know more than we do. Shelley said, I feel like this was pure malice, setting up a woman who works with SA victims to be SA'd, attacking her in a way that exploits her blood disorder to what one would consider maximum effect. Absolute malice. Yeah, it's and while the defense testimony and the bungling of the defense attorney, while all of that is a helpful and necessary distraction from how heavy this case is, the facts of what happened in the room when they went up there and that Christine saw her husband, and you'll have to let me know if you think that she said to them, he's got a knife. Juliana and Banfield both testified that she said that. I think the ME was asked if she could have made any sound, and they said that maybe some. Oh, well, she wouldn't have been stabbed yet then, Emily. She wouldn't have been injured yet. Right. She wouldn't have been injured yet. So her saying he's got a knife would have been before she was stabbed under the prosecution's theory of the case. And then under the way the prosecution talked about it, that then Joseph Ryan was shot. And then Christine was attacked. After she would have probably been relieved. It's really horrible. And everything else in this case has been wild with the defendant. But the facts of how horrific that would have been for both of these victims is heavy. It's easier to make fun of the defendant for thinking that he's, or for needing to tell us that he's so tall and he has friends and they brought him cookies. It's easier to focus on this. The heavy bit is, I think, where the prosecution's going to start in their closing with the heaviness of what happened, and then into the evidence, and then into what the defendant said. But we'll see, because they've now had a roller coaster of 2 days of testimony into closings tomorrow. So Law Nerds, it is, 8.5 hours. It is time for me to go and have dinner with the family. Law Nerds, I will message you in the app and let you know what's going on for tomorrow. I will see you soon. We're going to figure out the things. What a long day, you guys. What a long day in court. The roller coaster of today. Absolutely wild. All right, guys, I will see you soon. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Law Nerd. To all our new Law Nerds, welcome. We weren't supposed to be in trial this month. We were supposed to be in trial next month, and now here we are. Huzzah. See you soon. Thank you for joining me. Make sure you don't miss a live stream or any of the updates on the cases that you care about most with the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android so I can keep you in the loop. Because you never know when something's going to pop off. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being a law nerd.